I know that I know nothing. It's a quote from Plato's account of the Greek philosopher Socrates, known as the Socratic paradox. Over the last several months, we've covered philosophical questions that have been whispering in our minds, like what do people in the Wasteland fear? When the world goes to hell and people point fingers at each other, what other arguments pop up in these new world orders spread out across the micro-societies of the Commonwealth, New Vegas, Appalachia, and other famous Fallout environments? What species or concepts shouldn't exist in this dark new world? Who runs it all? The truths to these questions are sometimes ambiguous, but in the spirit of the Greek philosopher and in spirit of our large compilations, we wanted to talk about these things in a singular video which was requested. Also, Mason and I wanted to say thank you for the support the last year and a half. We've loved creating Fallout videos for the community, and we look forward to dropping new and fun content in the coming weeks. We also kicked off a GTA channel, which we will provide a link to in the description below. So if a life of crime is more your speed in RPGs, consider giving that channel a watch. Thanks guys, and enjoy the vid.
The purifier your father helped create has the ability to provide clean water to the whole of this capital wasteland. With a simple modification, it can be used to distribute agents that destroy mutated creatures upon ingestion. In time, we could eliminate all mutations in the wasteland at the same time the good people of the world regain their health. I need you to make the modification necessary for this to succeed.
Fallout is a series obsessed with scarcity. Scarcity of bullets, scarcity of food, scarcity of medicine, scarcity of squirrel bits. Kidding about the squirrel bits. But above all, scarcity of hope. But if you peel back the layers of irradiated skin from the Fallout world, there's one resource that's even more valuable than stim packs or caps: water. It's the one thing every faction, every vault, every merchant, and every community needs to survive. Without water, the NCR is just another army in the dust. Without water, the water merchants are, well, just merchants. So today we're going to answer a question that has kept me up at night this week. Who controls the water in Fallout? From the earliest days of the Vault Dwellers in Fallout 1, to the NCR and the Legion's death grip on the Hoover Dam, to the Wasteland's future under the Minutemen, the Institute, and beyond. Water is the invisible empire builder of Fallout, and let's start where it all began, with a water chip and the Vault Dwellers' desperate race against thirst.
Vault 13 is where the idea of water as power begins, and it really sets the tone for the entire game of the first installment in the Fallout franchise. Deep under the California desert, it was meant to stay sealed for centuries and act as a perfect social experiment in isolation. But perfection doesn't last long in Fallout, as we will see time and time again. When its water purification chip fails, everything that Vault-Tec tried to control starts to unravel.
You're here. Good. We've got a problem. A big one.
The Overseer, bound to a 200-year isolation plan, is suddenly forced to make a choice: break protocol or let his people die of thirst. With no way to manufacture a new chip and no replacement stockpiles thanks to a pre-war shipping error, he sends out one of the few brave enough to step outside into a world no Vault Dweller was ever meant to see. That timer, 150 days of water left, isn't just a quest mechanic though, it's the moment the Vault's illusion of safety collapses. Out in the Wasteland, the Vault Dweller learns what the Overseer never could since he refuses to leave the Vault: that water isn't just a resource, it's currency. Vault 13's purified supply, rationed and hidden underground, represents the last remnant of pre-war control. But once the chip fails, the Vault is at the mercy of the same laws that govern everyone else out in the desert, which includes scarcity, trade, desperation, ruthlessness, and, well, you get the picture. By the time the chip is replaced, Vault 13 is changed forever. The Overseer's fear of losing control leads him to exile the very person who saved them. The Vault survives, but only because someone defied its system. And in Fallout's first story, that's the moral. Even the purest water turns political the moment it runs out. If Vault 13 shows how isolation fails, the hub shows what happens when people turn survival into an entire economy. Built around a small oasis that somehow dodged the worst of the bombs, the hub began as a trading camp. A few scavengers selling scraps around a puddle, but within decades, it became the beating heart of New California, a city where water, not bullets, determined who lived and who starved. The farms around it fed the city. The caravans carried its lifeblood across the wastes. And at the center of it all sat the water merchants, the first real corporate monopoly of the post-war world. Now, these guys weren't scavengers or survivors, at least not anymore. They were apocalyptic businessmen. They controlled the water tower, rationed it, and sold it back to the desperate at a markup that made them rich and everyone else resentful. When you meet them in Fallout 1, they're everything Vault-Tec tried to be, organized and stupidly powerful and utterly dependent on control. If you can pay them, they'll deliver barrels of water straight to Vault 13, buying your people time. But that exchange, caps for days of life, is Fallout's first real depiction of how commerce replaces compassion after civilization dies. The water merchant's monopoly is more than local power though. It's a philosophy. Whoever controls the clean water controls the future. They even tried bartering it for the Brotherhood weapons, trading purity for firepower. Of course they failed, but the attempt shows how far greed had already carried the hub from its scrappy origins. By 2161, the hub is a city of investors and not simple scavengers, and the water merchants sit on top selling salvation by the gallon. If the hub sells water and Vault 13 hides it, Necropolis tries to steward it. Built on the bones of Bakersfield and the failed experiment of Vault 12, the city becomes a hard lesson in what happens when survival is engineered and shared versus the monetization we just covered. The ghouls don't trust outsiders, but they don't trust monopolies either. They refuse to deal with the water merchants, so their lifeline is a battered watershed pump tied into an old subterranean system, a fragile community-owned alternative to caravan control. That's why the Unity garrison seizes the watershed first. Control the pump, control Set, control the city. It's literally occupation by Fawcett. Set may bluster as king, but he's only as powerful as the water flowing beneath his throne, and the mutants know that. In Necropolis, sovereignty is measured in gallons per day. When the Vault Dweller arrives hunting a chip, the morality of who gets to drink becomes painfully concrete. You can rip a controller from Vault 12 and save your people, or you can also repair the pump, scavenging junk from the sewers or the hub to bring the system back online. That single repair though is crucial. Technology in the Wasteland doesn't have to feed a monopoly or a Vault's isolation. It can keep a hated hunted community alive. For a moment, Necropolis shows us wanderers that water can be public, not necessarily corporate and full of secrecy, and maybe more importantly, not militarized. And then the world reminds you who really wields the power. The Unity returns in force, punishing the city for defiance and slaughtering ghouls in the streets. The pump still works, the people don't survive. Survivors scatter to places like Gecko and Broken Hills, carrying the memory of a city that tried to own its future one repaired pipe at a time. Necropolis answers the question in the bleakest way possible. No one controls the water for long. Whoever holds the valve, whether it's engineers, merchants, soldiers, you, only holds it until someone stronger puts a gun to the tap. Fallout 1 defines how civilization in the series drinks or dies. Vault 13 shows how technology hoards water rationed by fear and hierarchy. The hub turns that same lifeblood into commerce, selling it back to the Wasteland one barrel at a time. And Necropolis, clinging to its broken pump, states that even when the water is free, someone will try to own the faucet. In the first Wasteland economy, water becomes the currency of control. Whoever holds a chip, the tower, or the pump decides who lives another day. Every faction, whether it be the scientists, merchants, ghouls, or mutants, fights the same invisible war. Not for land or weapons, but for thirst. And that's the wonderful thing about Fallout 1. It doesn't just introduce scarcity, it makes scarcity political. Everything has some hidden socio-economical and political statement of how society works.
I'm sorry. You're a hero, and you have to leave.
In Fallout 2, water isn't just a basic need anymore. Arroyo is where you see that at its most desperate. The tribe relies on wells and small streams with little to no real filtration. Their infrastructure is buckets, mud channels, and the hope that maybe something might happen. Don't get me wrong, they're doing pretty well, all things considered. But as we can see, there are no pipes, no technology, just whatever the land gives back. When the Elder sends the Chosen One after the Gek, it's about finding a future where they don't have to fight the land for every drink. The Gek isn't a purifier, but it can create sustainable life and help rebuild things like irrigation and farming. Without that kind of tool, nothing grows and no one lasts forever. When you leave Arroyo, the world opens up, and you start to see who has the stability and who doesn't. The New California Republic already figured out that whoever holds the water makes the rules. Shady Sands, the NCR capital, was built around working irrigation and a well. That isn't just luck. Tandy, who grew up in the Wasteland, knows that law and government don't mean much if your people can't drink or grow crops. So the Republic doesn't just pass laws. It starts claiming and maintaining old world water sites and the routes that support them. It rebuilds pre-war irrigation systems and protects them with patrols. Key water sources become state resources. It makes sense, but it also changes everything. Once the NCR starts expanding, small towns that used to rely on local water feel pressure to join. to secure services like protected water and trade. Modoc is a small farming town that scrapes by without large-scale water systems, so of course it'll stay vulnerable. Vault City has a working purifier, but it keeps it inside a strict citizenship system, leaving outsiders with limited and risky options. The Den runs on crime and short-term profit, not on building stable services. Each settlement is dealing with the same core issue. There's not enough to go around, and whoever can purify or transport it sets the terms. The means of control in the Wasteland will ultimately end up being who can get the plumbing working, and not who has the biggest army and guns. Well, kinda. I mean, if you have enough, you can take over the person who does control the water, thus controlling it yourself. But if you control the water in the first place, you're probably a rich bastard with a lot of resources. It would be hard to take you down. Tandy and the early NCR leadership treat water management as the backbone of civilization. Their engineers start surveying rivers, testing soil, and drawing up plans for reservoirs. The same way other factions fight for land or tech, the NCR fights for clean streams and steady flow. They lean on ranchers and merchants tied to the NCR economy to move supplies between projects. The NCR's army doesn't just patrol borders. It's also guarding key sites and routes that keep those projects running. Farmers and towns who benefit from NCR irrigation pay taxes, and they support the Republic with labor or service. This is how a republic turns into a system of dependency. And while Hoover Dam isn't part of Fallout 2 yet, it's clear the mindset is already in motion. The NCR sees water as more than a basic need, it's power, and they're laying the groundwork to control it at a national level. Each repair or restored site brings more communities into NCR influence, and because they're the only group with the skill to pull it off, no one can really push back. By the end of Fallout 2, the NCR is the first nation state to scale water management into policy and power. Look at the pattern and it's easy to see where this story's heading. Arroyo starts with no control at all. Vault City hoards it, the Den ignores it, Modoc struggles without it. But the NCR manages it. They turn water into a network that feeds their cities, armies, and influence. They call it progress. But for everyone else, it means the days of open rivers and shared wells are over. From here on out, water has a price, and the NCR is the one setting it. And as we know, this isn't the last time they will extend the long, hard iguana stick of the law to take more water, aka control, aka the Hoover Dam. But we'll get to that soon. As you're probably noticing throughout this entire thing, water seems to be one of, if not the most important aspects in almost every game. That's especially true for Fallout 3. In this game, everything that earlier games hinted at finally takes center stage. The capital Wasteland is filled with water, but it's all poison. The Potomac River stretches throughout the ruins of DC, carrying radiation, sludge, and decades of fallout. If you drink it straight, you'll get sick or die. And most towns survive by scavenging pre-war bottles, running small filters, or buying what they can from caravans who name their price. It isn't exactly a desert. There is water everywhere. It just isn't safe. That's what makes life here so miserable. Survival feels close enough to touch, but one mistake and it kills you. At the heart of this story is Project Purity, the most ambitious attempt to fix the problem since the bombs fell. James, the Lone Wanderer's father, was a scientist who believed humanity could rebuild through clean water. His dream was simple but enormous. A massive purification system built inside the Jefferson Memorial, using pre-war intake infrastructure to cleanse the Potomac. He believed that if safe water could flow again, civilization would follow. Crops could be irrigated, communities could grow, and sickness and radiation exposure would drop. The project began under the Capital Wasteland Reclamation Project, led by James and his wife Catherine at the Jefferson Memorial. After Catherine died from childbirth, complications and raiders and mutants began attacking. The team abandoned the site, but years later, James returns to finish what they started. The area around the memorial is now overrun with super mutants, scavengers, and rival groups fighting for control. By the time the Lone Wanderer steps into the picture, Project Purity isn't just an unfinished experiment. It's the most valuable structure in the entire region. Every major power wants it for different reasons. Inside the Enclave, leadership splits. President Eden orders a modified FEV strain added to the output, while Colonel Autumn pushes to activate and run the purifier without that plan. To Eden, whoever restores clean water becomes the new government by default. His version of purity goes even further, using the FEV strain to kill all mutated life. If they gain control, they hold life itself, turning water into a weapon of selection. Eden's version obviously comes with some crazy risks, like the entire Capital Wasteland population basically being wiped out by drinking this water. Autumn's plan makes more sense and follows the same mindset of any large faction. Control the water and control everything else. Problem is, they aren't the only large faction vying for control over Project Purity. For Elder Lion's Brotherhood of Steel, the goal is completely different. They say they don't seek empire, and that they believe technology must be protected. But Lion's chapter left the traditional Brotherhood mission of collecting and hoarding technology out west, and they decided to defend people instead. They see Project Purity as proof that pre-war science can still serve humanity. Lion's forces pushes forward with Liberty Prime during the assault in the Take It Back quest, clearing the way to retake the Jefferson Memorial and end the Enclave's hold on the site. When those two factions collide, Fallout 3 becomes a war over water. The Enclave sees it as a weapon, the Brotherhood treats it as something to protect, and the player stands between them. The Purifier can deliver life or death. You can activate it clean, you can let the Brotherhood oversee distribution and decide who gets it, or you can add the FEV and turn salvation into genocide. But there is a canon ending here, as we know. The story continues in Broken Steel, where the Purifier is running and the Brotherhood begins distributing Aqua Pura across the capital wasteland. Scribe Bigsley coordinates the effort from the Jefferson Rotunda, managing shipments, attacks, and shortages. They send escorted caravans throughout the region, all into major hubs and smaller settlements alike. But success creates new problems. Raiders ambush shipments, and rumors spread that the group keeps too much for itself. Surprise, surprise. Others profit from smuggling and selling it. Even down in Underworld, you'll find a man named Griffin that scams other ghouls with Aqua Cura, pretending it's purified water when really it's just dirty stock. Aqua Pura becomes a trade item, and the Brotherhood, whether they want it or not, becomes the region's new water authority. Daily life reflects that shift. Travel through towns and along the roads, and you'll meet beggars asking for purified bottles. In Rivet City, the scientists who once worked with James now keep their local filtration systems running while supporting distribution. Canterbury Commons sees new caravan routes built around trade. Even small outposts depend on Brotherhood shipments just to stay alive. For the first time since the bombs fell, things start to improve, but supply is still limited and contested. And what are the Brotherhood's official plans for this project? For now, they seem to be distributing it, but will they do that forever without a price? Just how powerful will they get from this project? In Fallout 4, they show up with a large airship and seemingly a lot of healthy bodies of recruits. I would say that they are doing pretty well, but the influence outside of the capital wasteland doesn't seem to be there yet. The Commonwealth is still full of irradiated water and not a lot of Aqua Pura. What makes Fallout 3 interesting is that water becomes a moral test instead of a simple resource. The Purifier reflects the player's values as much as it does James. You can share the supply freely, keep it under the Brotherhood supervision, or let the Enclave twist it into control. Each decision might make ripples across the wasteland. A beggar with safe water lives another day, and towns that receive shipments can rebuild. The ones who handle distribution grow powerful beyond wasteland comprehension. But we can make one thing clear. The capital wasteland doesn't run on ammunition or energy weapons. It runs on water. Whoever commands Project Purity doesn't just win a battle. They decide who gets to survive, who rebuilds, and who ends up crushed under their boot. Well, that would have been the case, but obviously the ending was canonized. And of course, it's the Brotherhood who is in control. For the better or for the worse, I guess we'll have to wait and see.
If Fallout 1 was about the discovery of water's importance and Fallout 3 is about the dream of clean water, then New Vegas is about the war to own it. And nowhere is that more evident and visible than at Hoover Dam, a wall of concrete so vast it holds back not just the Colorado River, but history itself. Before the bombs, Hoover Dam was one of America's earliest greatest feats. It tamed the Colorado River, powered entire cities, and turned desert into farmland. When the Great War came, Mr. House's defense network shot down incoming missiles, saving the dam and Las Vegas from total annihilation. For 2 centuries, it sat silent. The turbines stilled until civilization came crawling back. Not to worship it, which I wouldn't be surprised to see some faction in Fallout do, but to divide it. By the time the new California Republic arrived, Hoover Dam was more than some relic like the Egyptian pyramids. The dam was the last functioning artery of the old world, the single most valuable resource in the American West. Its turbines could electrify an empire. Its water could feed millions. So when the NCR planted its flag, it claimed the right to dictate who drinks, who farms, and who survives. And it acted more than a simple statement of their presence being known. Mr. House saw it differently. To him, Hoover Dam wasn't a prize to be conquered, but was an asset to be negotiated. Keep in mind, this is a guy with insane foresight. The Treaty of New Vegas split the dam's spoils. 95% of the water went west to the NCR's cities and fields, while 5% kept the strip's lights burning. It was a fragile peace built on math, but it lacked morality. obviously. Behind the paperwork, every faction understood the truth though. Whoever controlled Hoover Dam didn't just control Las Vegas, they controlled the entire Mojave. When Caesar's Legion marched west, the dam became the new front line of civilization. The NCR called it infrastructure. The Legion saw it as a weapon, and Mr. House saw it as leverage. For everyone else, the sharecroppers, the drifters in Freeside, it was simply survival, an unseen colossus dictating the flow of life through the desert. Hoover Dam is actually more than the centerpiece of New Vegas though. It's the evolution of everything Fallout 1 hinted at in its beginnings. The water chip from that early game became a nation's power plant. The water merchants became the NCR. The question of who controls the water became a question of who deserves to rebuild the world. In the Mojave, that answer changes with every drop that spills over the old world wall. If Hoover Dam is the heart of the Mojave, the NCR wants to be its pulse. While NCR may not preach sermons of destiny, they do lean on clipboards, contracts, and columns of numbers that decide who drinks and when. And I'd say overall their approach is more methodical. It's not romantic, but it's effective. If you go through their history, the Republic doesn't win the West with hero speeches, but they do so with engineers and a legal code thick enough to dam a river on its own. On paper, the NCR stands for democracy and rule of law. In practice, the dam turns those ideals into policy through kilowatt hours and acre feet. As I mentioned before, the Treaty of New Vegas sends 95% of Hoover's power west to the Republic's farms and cities, leaving a sliver for the Strip. The rest is rationed, scheduled, audited, and then dispersed to the broader region. The Office of Science and Industry optimizes crop yields and irrigation. Sharecroppers outside Vegas plant on NCR timetables using NCR water that never truly belongs to them. To Freeside, it feels more like a siphon than civilization. This is the NCR's philosophy of control. Water is infrastructure using pipes and pumps, and let's not forget patrols. In terms of those patrols, the rangers hold the roads while the engineers hold the valves. You don't need to break a town, you just change its flow rate. If a settlement plays by the rules, the taps hum and the lights stay on. But if they don't, paperwork can be as punishing as a blockade. The Mojave learns fast that compliance keeps you hydrated. But empire by spreadsheet breeds resentment. Locals see power lines stretching west, pumps sending life to someone else's fields, and an embassy on the Strip that feels more like a landlord's office than a protector's outpost. After the first battle of Hoover Dam, the NCR's victory hardens into occupation. Green recruits on dusty checkpoints, quartermasters short on armor, officers more loyal to the plan than the people standing under it. And as we all know, consequences arise from here. Bitter Springs becomes a whispered indictment. Nelson and Nipton become signs that the Republic can't be everywhere and often isn't anywhere it's actually needed. Under President Kimball, expansion accelerates even as a center phrase. The Thaler Act pushes farmers east to chase Hoover's water. OSI models a future where famine is averted by punctual pipelines and obedient soil. Meanwhile, money tells its own drought story. The NCR abandons the gold standard after Brotherhood raids, faith in paper slips, and hub merchants revive bottle caps backed by water. In a republic that believes in law, the market quietly admits a harder truth, and that is that people trust what they can drink. Yet, for all of its contradictions, the NCR remains the only faction that can scale survival. It can pave roads, it can staff clinics, run rail, turn a trickle into a harvest, preach about being the greater good for society, and so forth. Its rangers still mean something in a world where symbols are cheap. And if you're a settler with a family and a failing well, bureaucracy is easier to live under than the Legion's whip or Mr. House's cost-benefit calculus. So who controls the water under NCR rule? Well, the system does. Not one man or one family. It's simply the apparatus as a whole through the mundane like treaties, districts, quotas, and everything else political. In the Mojave, that feels like theft. In Shady Sands, it feels like civilization. And at Hoover Dam, it feels like the only way a nation of 700,000 souls keeps the lights on and the fields green. The Mojave doesn't have to love the Republic for the dam to keep turning, it just has to keep signing the forms. Where the NCR turns water into infrastructure, Caesar turns it into obedience. The Legion doesn't care about flowcharts or acre feet, it cares about leverage. If the Republic believes pipes make a nation, the Legion believes thirst makes an empire. Caesar learned early that tribes don't fall to arguments, they fall to needs. Cross the Colorado into Legion country and you'll find a simple bargain. Order for obedience and safety for silence. The towns that submit get patrols on the road, raiders wiped out, and wells kept clear. The towns that resist get a demonstration, and that's no more evident than crucifixes by the highway and dry pumps in the square. In the Mojave, the most persuasive sermon is an empty canteen. This is why Hoover Dam matters to the Legion even more than to the NCR. The Republic sees megawatts and irrigation schedules, while Caesar sees a switch that decides who can plant, who can march, who can read, and how it all fits into his agenda. If the Legion takes the dam, there won't be blueprints and ballots, but there would be quotas and punishments. A settlement that pays tribute drinks. A settlement that hesitates watches its fields go brown while centurions tally defiance-like debts. The Legion's toolkit is brutally efficient. Terror cuts the need for garrisons. A single town like Nipton makes 10 others fall in line. Nelson and Searchlight show that positions can be taken and bled, even if they're hard to hold. And if you notice, Fortification Hill looms over Lake Mead not as a civil project, but as a threat. We are close enough to touch your lifeline. And when orders are disobeyed, the response is performative. You can find bodies on crosses where the wind can carry the lesson further than any radio could. Ideology backs the tactic. The Legion rejects chems and modern medicine, but it's happy to glorify pain and treats technology as a crutch. It doesn't want better water systems, it wants controllable ones. Robots don't inspire fear. Paperwork doesn't create loyalty. But a centurion with a ledger of names and a hand on the valve definitely does. None of this means life is chaos east of the river though. That's the interesting part. In many Legion subject towns, trade is actually safer than under the NCR because bandits are gone and caravans can actually move without guards. Water and power arrive predictably, until they don't. Stability comes not from institutions, but from submission. Don't interfere with the Legion's business, and the taps still run. Interfere, however, and Mars demands a lesson. At Hoover, this philosophy scales into strategy. The first battle proved the Legion's weaknesses when officers fall and formations lose their shepherds. But it also proved what the Legion is willing to spend. Waves of men and years of rebuilding, all to win the right to decide who drinks. In the second battle, the question isn't just red versus bear. It's whether the Mojave's lifeline is managed by schedules or seized as spoils. So who controls the water under Caesar? Obviously, he does, through fear and proximity to your thirst. The NCR would meter you. Mr. House would bill you. The Legion will own you, one dry season at a time. In a desert where survival hinges on a single river, Caesar doesn't need to govern every town. He just needs each town to believe he can stop the flow. In the Mojave, that belief is often enough. Where the NCR meters water by statute and the Legion rations it by fear, Mr. House prices it. To him, Hoover Dam is far more than flag or frontier. It's an asset with cash flows, externalities, and it's a monopoly moat wide enough to drown anyone who tries to go around it. The strip therefore acts more like a balance sheet with neon. Pre-war, House built empires by solving problems other people couldn't price. Post-war, he does the same thing with the dam. He structured it versus the storming or occupation we see from the other factions. We of course have evidence of this, such as the Treaty of New Vegas. 95% of the output sent west to the NCR's grid, 5% to keep the strip blazing, and in return, House keeps sovereignty over New Vegas and unfettered commerce on the strip. But this isn't charity, it's strategic positioning. Let the Republic carry the transmission losses and the security burden while Vegas becomes indispensable. If every road to electricity and clean water runs through your turnstile, you don't need an army, you just need invoices and bills. This is why the Platinum chip matters. With it, House upgrades the Securitron platform and hardens the strip into a privately held city-state. The dam's water and power become leverage for an even bigger play. Make New Vegas the only place in the Mojave where tech, tourism, and trade can scale without collapsing. NCR, of course, calls that profiteering. House calls it civilization that pays for itself. House's philosophy reframes the Mojave's core scarcity. The NCR believes legitimacy flows from laws, while Caesar believes it flows from fear. House believes it flows from reliability, lights that never go out, pumps that never fail, contracts that are honored because the counterparty knows you can enforce them. Under House, water is a product stemming from service agreements. Break the rules and you won't be crucified or court-martialed, you'll just simply get cut off. To the locals, that probably feels cold, because it is in this weird new world. Freeside's hunger and the sharecropper's thirst aren't House's moral problem because he views it more as inefficiencies. He'll fund what he must to keep the strip's throughput rising and the tourists flowing, but he won't pretend to be a republic or a religion. He is simply an autocrat of profit and uptime. That clarity is why many players find him tempting. In a desert, mercy is unreliable, but maintenance windows are posted. And yet, House is not the Legion with better suits. He absolutely refuses slavery. He loathes anti-tech fanaticism and crucially sees the NCR as a future partner if it accepts Vegas as a pure enterprise and not a province. His endgame is indispensability. If Hoover Dam makes New Vegas the only scalable oasis between the bear and the bull, then every faction's future cash flows run through his cage at the Lucky 38. So who controls the water in House's Mojave? Well, that's the owner-operator. The dam is a toll booth. The strip is a switchboard. And the Securitrons are the collections department. Under House, simply put, survival is monetized. Between the NCR's red tape, Caesar's crosses, and House's contracts, the people of the Mojave live on the margins of someone else's empire. Sharecroppers tend fields with water that isn't theirs. Freeside scrambles for clean wells beneath the strip's blinding glow. Followers of the apocalypse haul canisters of dirty water through streets that once dreamed of fountains. To these people, Hoover Dam isn't salvation. If they speak of it or see it themselves, it's more of this nagging reminder of who rules over them. It's a monument to power that they can't touch, fought over by armies they never asked for. When the dam hums, Vegas glitters. When it falls silent, families starve. Every drop that flows through its turbines carries a tax, whether it be a literal tax or something more metaphorical. The Mojave's ordinary people don't care about who wins the second battle of Hoover Dam. Well, some do, but most just pray someone keeps the pumps running so they can live to see another day. Now that we've made it this far, it's safe to say that Hoover Dam is more than concrete and turbines. It's the hinge of history, the moment where every ideology in New Vegas crashes together and asks the same question in a dozen languages. Who deserves to rebuild civilization? The NCR fights for bureaucracy, Caesar for domination, Mr. House for profit, and the Courier, well, for choice. When the second battle of Hoover Dam begins, we see 4 blueprints for the human future, and in the Mojave, the water will follow whoever wins. If the Courier sides with Yes Man, Hoover Dam becomes the birthplace of a fifth path, which is anarchy dressed as independence. The Legion burns, the NCR retreats, and Mr. House's perfect plan dies with him. For a while, the strip flickers between chaos and rebirth. Without a master, Vegas breathes, but it also bleeds. Streets run wild until the Securitrons return to restore uneasy order. Eventually, the city stabilizes under the Courier's shadow, standing alone between 2 fallen empires. It's not quite democracy, and it's not quite tyranny. Its root is based on the Courier's only known way to live. That is, survival. Humanity still reaches for control, even if it doesn't know what to do with it once it gets there. Independence is freedom with no guarantee of safety. The Mojave's lights stay on, but no one knows who pays the bill. In House's ending, the dam becomes a private utility, the jewel of a corporate autocracy that works exactly as designed. The NCR and the Legion are driven out, and order returns under the watchful gaze of chrome and circuitry. Vegas hums again, every machine running on a schedule, every deal profitable. It's a world without rebellion or reform, where crime and compassion are equally unprofitable. Yet paradoxically, it kind of works. Under House, the strip is clean, safe, and even more impressively, it's self-sustaining. The Mojave doesn't die, but it does lose a bit of warmth. Civilization is reborn not as a community, but as a business model. The Wasteland looks in from the outside, wondering if maybe that's what it takes to survive forever.
Mr. House's Securitron army took control of Hoover Dam and the Strip, pushing both the Legion and the exhausted NCR out of New Vegas. Mr. House continued to run New Vegas his way, a despotic vision of pre-war glory. The streets were orderly, efficient, cold. New Vegas continued to be the sole place in the wasteland where fortunes were won and lost in the blink of an eye.
When Caesar, or his legate, claims Hoover Dam, the conquest is framed as divine will. The dam becomes a structure of obedience. The NCR is crushed, the strip enslaved, and the Mojave reborn under the rule of the strong. To the Legion, this is civilization restored. Order without debate and security without freedom. For a short while, the Colorado runs red and then clear again, as the screams fade and the new laws are carved into flesh instead of paper. Towns function and trade resumes because the roads are safe, but every good harvest grows from blood. It is the peace of a clenched fist. Hoover Dam, in Legion hands, shows that stability can coexist, but only if you're willing to crucify everything else. If the NCR wins, the dam becomes a government project, wrapped in flags and bureaucracy. They call it victory, the second battle of Hoover Dam, the triumph of civilization. The Mojave is annexed, Freeside becomes a district, and Vegas becomes another dot on the map of California's idea of growth. On paper, it's a new frontier of prosperity. In practice, it's a bloated empire that can barely feed its own settlers. Taxes rise, corruption spreads, and the same senators who toasted Hoover's concrete in the old world toast it again in the new one. The NCR's dream survives, but it's a dream that leaks water faster than it can replace it.
The new California Republic celebrated its second victory at Hoover Dam, establishing definitive control over the entire Mojave Wasteland. Soon after, they negotiated terms to annex the Strip, Freeside, and many surrounding communities. The Mojave Wasteland, at long last, had entirely fallen under the NCR's banner.
Every ending has the same setting, the Colorado feeding the dam while the hum of power flows west. But the current always carries the same truth. Whoever controls the Hoover Dam controls civilization. Whether it's ruled by an autocrat, a conqueror, a committee, or a courier, the result is always a mirror of the same thing: humanity's refusal to let go of its old empires. Water is life, but in New Vegas, it's also memory of how we rebuild, destroy, rebuild, and then repeat the same cycle over and over again. The dam decides who wins the war and who writes the next chapter of humanity's survival. As the turbines spin, somewhere deep beneath the Mojave sun, the Colorado River keeps flowing, indifferent to whoever claims to own it.
In the Commonwealth, rivers cut through broken neighborhoods. Ponds gather in cracked parking lots, and beyond that, the Atlantic stretches out past the ruined coastline. This isn't a desert like the Mojave or California. It's humid and deceptively full of life. But once again, water doesn't mean safety, it just means risk. Almost all of the rivers, ponds, and coastal spots carry radiation, with levels that change by location. Head into the Charles River and your Geiger counter will go crazy. The old reservoirs and ponds have decades of fallout and urban runoff in them. 2 centuries of contamination soaked into the soil. Now the ground itself leaks poison back into every drop. The Commonwealth has no shortage of water. It has a shortage of water anyone can use. The pre-war systems that once purified and distributed clean water, like the Weston Water Treatment west of Cambridge, all fell into disrepair and hostile hands until locals started bringing pieces back online. With no government, no Project Purity, and no dam to unite them, the Commonwealth's people build their lives around local control. Power doesn't flow from a capital. It seeps upward from small towns that learn to fend for themselves. Each community decides how to draw water and how to keep it clean. Sharing it becomes a choice eventually, but will they? Sanctuary Hill sits near the Upper Charles. Its survivors relying on repaired pumps and basic filtration they could keep running. A cracked pipe or tainted intake could end the settlement overnight, but that's part of being a settlement in the Commonwealth. People build, patch, and hope their work keeps them alive another day. Farther south stands the castle, once a military installation and now the heart of the reborn Minutemen. When the group retook it, they discovered buried tunnels and old utility spaces that still linked to the shoreline. Protecting those connections became as important as defending the walls. The castle's shore access and intake utilities let the Minutemen secure dependable water and stage distribution in nearby towns, strengthening their reputation. Every shipment they help move builds loyalty. In the city's center, Diamond City survives inside the skeleton of Fenway Park. Its enclosed structure shields it from the outside world, and a guarded supply and filtration system keep a steady, if limited, flow of drinkable water. Vendors there sell purified stock by the bottle, and the city guards treat the pumps like vaults. Merchants and travelers come knowing they can drink without any risk. But even here, people understand how fragile that comfort is. If the filters fail or a line becomes contaminated, the entire city could fall apart within days. Good Neighbor tells the opposite story. The settlement lives off trade, scavenging, and negotiation. Caravans haul purified water in from outside suppliers and barter hubs, and the locals pay with caps, protection, or information. Then you have places like the robot-run Grey Garden, which depends on the lines linked to Weston. When the plant falters, their harvest suffers, as we know in the Troubled Waters quest. At Warwick, surface farmers work with the Institute-engineered seed strains that can handle tainted soil. This fragmented system is what defines the region. No single faction owns the rivers or dictates policy. The Minutemen preach cooperation, but can't enforce it. The Brotherhood of Steel claims to bring order, but most settlers see its goals as conquest dressed up as charity. The Railroad is too focused on protecting synths to fix infrastructure, and the Institute, hidden beneath the ruins, treats the entire crisis as data. It studies agriculture and hydroponics in controlled environments, but it keeps its discoveries locked away. Scarcity keeps the surface divided, and division keeps the Institute hidden. This local control comes with clear trade-offs. The good side is resilience. If one community fails, others continue. There's no single point of collapse, no Hoover Dam or Jefferson Memorial that can be bombed to end civilization again. Each town's independence is its shield, but the downside is instability. When a purifier breaks, people move. When a river grows toxic, trade dies. There's no coordination, repair effort, or regional plan. Local standards for what counts as clean change from place to place. One town's drinkable water might make another sick. Across the region, this pattern repeats. Independence, recovery, collapse, and rebuilding. The Commonwealth's rivers and lakes never stop flowing, but they never become truly clean. The people who live beside them accept that balance. They purify what they can, barter for what they can't, and defend whatever they manage to keep. That is, if we don't take into account the sole survivor placing hundreds of water purifiers all across the Commonwealth. In that scenario, things are weird, and I'm going to avoid it because the sheer amount of what scenarios could come from that is vast. Is this now the Raider-controlled Commonwealth, the Minutemen, the Brotherhood, the Institute, or maybe the independent psycho sole survivor? It really does get crazy. But let's talk about the one faction that probably does have the power to control the water supply or even fix it, and why they haven't. The Institute lives in a world completely separate from the one above. Down there, the air is clean and the walls are white. Water is delivered through sealed internal systems. Sealed filtration keeps their supplies independent from the world above. For the scientists below, clean water is as common as breathing. It's something they solved long ago and never really needed to revisit. That's what makes their relationship with the Commonwealth so weird. Above ground, people trade bullets for a bottle of filtered water. Entire settlements rise or fall depending on whether they can find a working pump. Yet this group, one of the most advanced factions left in the Wasteland, doesn't even mention it. They have no need to fight over rivers or repair surface plants. To them, the problem belongs to a different world. A world they no longer see as theirs. Inside, life follows a rhythm of routine precision. The facility functions as a closed ecosystem, with laboratories and hydroponic bays keeping a steady balance. Every cycle of air and water is monitored, recycled, and reused. It's a self-contained environment where contamination is tightly controlled. Their sealed habitat keeps exposure out. What the Wasteland fears every day, the poisoned rivers and the sickness from the bad wells, is nothing more than a distant memory underground. In the Wasteland, the struggle for clean water defines life. Below, survival is science. When you never have to fight for your next drink, you start to believe that those who do are beneath you. The Institute's leaders see the Commonwealth as a failed experiment, a ruined environment that can't be fixed through charity or rebuilding. So instead of trying to purify the Wasteland's rivers or repair its water plants, they just watch. Bioscience tracks conditions above and runs focused trials when it serves their research. Like I said earlier, at Warwick Homestead, Institute Bioscience trials engineered crops to grow in tainted soil, with a synth standing in for Roger Warwick. The work serves their research goals first. Any benefits to locals is secondary. Even when their work helps people above ground, the Institute still sees those results as a side effect, not their goal. They prioritize lab outcomes over public relief. So humanitarian impact isn't their goal. The Institute's disinterest in water control leaves the Commonwealth fractured. Without a guiding hand, every settlement has to build its own system or trade for supplies. The Institute has advanced filtration and decontamination know-how, but they never share it. They just let the scarcity continue, and scarcity keeps the Commonwealth weak. Whether that's intentional or not depends on how you see them. Some in the Brotherhood believe it's by design, a way to keep the people above desperate and divided. Others think the Institute simply doesn't care enough to notice. Either way, the result is the same. The people who could fix everything refuse to lift a finger. Inside their council chambers, water isn't a topic of discussion. Their priorities center on synth production and bioengineering. Surface water restoration is not listed as a priority. If someone raised it, they'd probably dismiss it as irrelevant. The Institute's philosophy is about control through precision, control over environment and genetics. Sharing control risks contamination, both technical and ideological. Why give power to a wasteland that might misuse it? Why open your sealed world to people you see as reckless? The pros of their isolation are obvious to them. Underground, the Institute's people live in comfort and stability. Their water supply is guaranteed and their crops grow under artificial light. They've built a sealed, stable enclave that only some vaults can match. Their system works because it's closed. There's little trade pressure and far less environmental risk for the scientists who grew up down there. But the cons stretch beyond anything they can measure. The Institute's refusal to engage with the Commonwealth deepens the divide. Without coordination or shared resources, towns rise, fall, and rebuild in cycles of desperation. Their inaction creates a lasting split. Those who drink freely underground and those who fight for a sip above ground. The Institute's indifference feeds resentment, and as we know from Fallout 4, resentment breeds rebellion. Even some within the Institute start to question the ethics of their comfort. Researchers like Dr. Madison Lee highlight the tension between scientific progress and who benefits from it. Some see the suffering above and feel the weight of it, but every attempt to bridge the gap meets the same wall. The Institute's leadership doesn't care about the Commonwealth because they don't see it as part of humanity anymore. They believe the future exists below, not above. As long as the world above stays chaotic, it can't threaten them. But their disinterest isn't just about arrogance, it is about control. By staying silent, they make themselves the only ones with guaranteed stability. If they intervened openly, they could shift regional power fast, but doing so would expose them and bind them to surface politics. So they keep silent, content to let the wasteland struggle while they study it from a distance. The Institute's thought process is that sometimes the greatest power isn't what you control, it's what you withhold. Their world runs on controlled water and strict order, and that's exactly why the one above them never will. But there is hope. If any group in the Commonwealth represents the idea of survival through sharing, it's the Minutemen. Where the Institute hides underground and the Brotherhood hoards technology, the Minutemen look outward. Their strength comes from people working together, and their goal is simple: rebuild what was lost by connecting what still survives. The Minutemen's philosophy is older than the current wasteland. It traces back to the citizens' militia of pre-war America, ordinary people standing together when no one else would. The modern Commonwealth version keeps the same idea but applies it to survival rather than warfare. They protect farmers from raiders and help towns rebuild after disasters. Across the region, they organize defenses wherever they're needed. And most important, the flow of shared resources like food and water. After the Quincy massacre shattered their ranks, the group had to learn the hard way to spread responsibility across many towns, instead of relying on one stronghold. This faction helps communities link their water supply to trade. When they take back the castle, they turn its stronghold into a base that supports nearby towns rather than taxing them. The castle's shore access and buried utility spaces make it a practical staging point for supply. Under Minutemen coordination, those connections feed a loose network. Small, uneven, but real. From the castle, Radio Freedom broadcasts distress calls and coordination messages, helping towns signal when supplies or guards are needed. That's what sets them apart from factions like the NCR or the Institute. The New California Republic treats resources through formal administration and law, and the water gets managed inside that system. The Institute has advanced tech that could stabilize many systems, but it stays underground. The Minutemen, by comparison, focus on restoration through cooperation. They don't pursue resource monopolies, and they don't turn water into leverage. Well, at least for now. Mostly their goal is access and safety. Each town that joins their cause contributes to a loose web of trade routes and shared resources. Water becomes the first thing they stabilize, because without it, no community can function long enough to defend itself or trade with its neighbors. In that sense, the Minutemen's work mirrors how early civilizations began. Settlements form near rivers, irrigation grows crops, and the group helps keep trade alive. Except here, the rivers are irradiated, and the Minutemen act as the middlemen, keeping those who have purifiers connected to those who don't. They help towns restore basic ways to move water and work to keep routes safer for traders who carry it. In areas linked to sites like Weston Water Treatment and Grey Garden, keeping routes open helps irrigation stay reliable. It gives the region structure. Working together builds steadiness. When one town has a working water source, others benefit. The more people cooperate, the less control any single faction holds, which limits exploitation. No one can monopolize something that's freely exchanged. Every community that contributes purified stock strengthens the network as a whole. As the Minutemen expand, the Commonwealth slowly begins to resemble the faint outline of a united region again. But shared survival also has limits. Without a formal government, supply routes depend on goodwill and manpower. A drought or an attack can ripple across several communities. Since the Minutemen rely on voluntary cooperation, there's no guarantee that every leader will stay loyal or fair. Greed and desperation still exist, even under their banner. A town that starts hoarding resources can collapse the trust others depend on. In some ways, the Minutemen's decentralized structure mirrors both their greatest strength and their biggest weakness. No single point of failure, but no single authority to enforce consistency either. Still, their persistence proves that community can be as powerful as technology. Every repaired settlement and every shared shipment creates something the Institute can't manufacture: hope. The Minutemen give people a reason to stay rather than run, and through that simple act, they stabilize more of the region than any machine or superweapon ever could. Their presence turns survival from a personal struggle into a shared mission. Where the Minutemen stabilize an area, caravans travel with less risk. The steady movement looks closer to a working society than anything the region has seen in years. Over time, this approach could evolve into something greater. A loose network of self-sufficient towns could grow into regional councils or a shared defense pact. If that happens, the Foundation will start with clean water. Every purifier brought back online and every repaired line they help protect is a step toward independence for the Commonwealth. This may also come with corruption, but you have to start somewhere.
When you step out of Vault 76, the Wasteland is fresh. It's not 200 years of decay like the Mojave, it's just 25 years after the bombs, which means people are still figuring out how to survive. And water is one of the first problems you run into. The rivers and lakes of Appalachia flow freely, but they're loaded with radiation and contaminants. Drink straight from them, and you don't just risk rads, you risk disease. Fallout 76 makes this a core survival mechanic with every sip of untreated water that can hit you with dysentery, parasites, or even worse. For the first time in the series, the game makes water a direct health hazard in moment-to-moment gameplay. The earliest settlers in Fallout 76 don't build empires, but they boil water in pots. They scavenge for purified water like it's treasure. They build makeshift filtration systems at camps. That struggle gives Appalachia a raw, desperate type of feeling. This is a world with survival as its most basic and immediate need. But even in this early period, water starts to become a point of conflict. Settlers who can purify water gain stability. Raiders and responders clash over these resources. The Free States, the survivalist faction in the region, set up independent shelters with water access as part of their prep for the future. Each group's identity is tied to whether they can provide for themselves or must take from others. Appalachia adds yet another wrinkle, and that's pollution. Mining runoff, toxic sludge, radioactive fallout all twist rivers into hazards. Unlike the arid Mojave, Appalachia's water is poisoned not just by the bombs, but by industry itself. If you head south, you'll see that coal ash and a chemical waste make natural water sources just as dangerous as the radiation does. This means that survival here is more than just getting clean water, and the result is a society where the environment itself feels hostile. The very streams and ponds around you can kill you. Fallout 76 doesn't feature a giant purifier or a factional battle over a dam, but it shows us how those later conflicts begin. First comes scarcity, then comes improvisation, and eventually someone will figure out that if they can control water, they can control everyone else. Because the timeline of 76 is so recent after the bombs fell, you don't see societies fighting over infrastructure to the degree of dams, but it does set the stage for what's to come. Looking back across the entire Fallout timeline, water emerges as one of the most consistent and powerful forces in the series. It isn't always the headline mechanic, but it shapes every faction, every settlement, and every war. In Fallout 1, the water merchants showed us how profit could grow out of desperation. In Fallout 2, the NCR began transforming local survival into national infrastructure. By Fallout 3, Project Purity turned water into a moral battlefield, where one decision decided the fate of the capital Wasteland. New Vegas pushed this to its extreme. Hoover Dam is the ultimate prize of Empire, fought over by armies and dreamers alike. In Fallout 4, the story fragmented. Dozens of small communities clinging to pumps and purifiers, each survival story local and fragile. And in Fallout 76, we see the beginning. Water as hazard, as disease, as the very first lesson of the post-nuclear world. Across each of these games, one pattern is clear. Water is more than survival, it's power. Whoever controls it sets the rules. They decide who lives comfortably and who suffers. They decide whether communities flourish or collapse. They decide whether an entire nation rises or fades into dust. And unlike caps or energy weapons, water isn't optional. You can live without trade, but you can't survive without water. That makes it the single most important resource in the Fallout universe.
Fallout is usually described as a story about nuclear war, particularly about vaults, mutants, superpowers, and the ruins of America. But underneath all of that, Fallout is a story about thirst. Every vault experiment, every settlement depends on the same question: where do you get your next drink? The bombs may have ended the old world, but it's the struggle for water that defines the new one. And that's why the fight for Hoover Dam, the dream of Project Purity, the desperate ghouls of Necropolis, and the makeshift pumps of the Commonwealth all feel so real. So who controls the water in Fallout? Sometimes it's merchants like we see early on in the series. Sometimes it's visionaries or hell, even warlords. But the reality is, no one does. Factions rise and fall, projects succeed and fail, but the need for the most simple thing will define Fallout's future. And maybe that's the most Fallout thing of all: water. The most ordinary thing in the world turned into the most powerful weapon of the future. The only thing to fear is fear itself. This is a big issue for a lot of Wastelanders, and I thought it was the best place to start for this video. You would probably think of things like slavers or supermutants, which definitely terrify people in the Wasteland. But when it comes down to it, I think there's a lot more fear out there than we realize. Not just the physical threats that are obvious, but also the ones that people make up in their own minds. If super mutants exist, then what else is out there? Giant angry lizards are very scary, but is it possible that there could be something worse? This is what I imagine people in the wastes are thinking. They lay their heads down and wonder about the boogeyman of the waste, and not the random monsters that they encounter on a daily basis. That's not to say that they don't fear those monsters as well. In fact, we have a few of them on the list. But that paranoia is what's got me interested. How far down the rabbit hole some of these people have fallen, and where fear has its grip on them, when really, they're fine. Paranoia can get people killed. Let's start with the obvious. A whole region that's been overrun with fear. The Commonwealth. And for good reason, honestly. For years, they've been experiencing their own type of boogeyman. Day after day, these people are worried that their loved ones are going to be taken in the night, and that they're going to be replaced by something they don't even recognize. It might walk and talk like your favorite person, but the reality is that this isn't the person you know and love. It's hard to tell because they're basically indistinguishable, but something inside you feels off. You can't prove that this isn't your loved one, it's just a gut feeling. The paranoia starts to creep in. They even start to look just a little bit different in your mind. Uncanny valley begins to crawl into your thoughts, and then hatred you start to feel towards this thing. They stole away the person you loved, and now all that's left is a puppet. A poorly made doppelganger masquerading around in the skin of someone that you loved dearly. Of course you reach for your weapon, and of course you decide to get the truth and take care of this fake abomination. But when they're dead and you feel vindicated, you realize that it was them all along. They hadn't been stolen away in the night. You had just lost yourself to the constant paranoia of it all. And that's how it works here in the Commonwealth. Though sometimes people are right and their friends or family have been replaced by synths. If you travel through Diamond City for a while, that's when you start to see just how rooted in this particular fear is. Myrna might be the best example. She's literally nicknamed Crazy Myrna. Let's just have a brief conversation with her, so you can get a good idea of how this paranoia worms its way inside of people.
Synths. No synths allowed here. You? I don't know you. Just keep your distance.
Why?
Because I don't know you, and I will not serve a synth pretending to be human. So are you human?
Synth? What's a synth?
A synth, as in synthetic person. Those things the Institute makes. Look real, with hair and sweat and blood and everything. So, are you human or not?
Human as the day I was born.
Well, you do look human enough, but I'll be watching you. I have eyes like well, they're good eyes. Got it? All right. We can do business, but no funny stuff.
Honestly, more than anything, it's just sad. Her entire business is centered around travelers coming in and buying or selling their wares to her, and she's so afraid of this existential threat that it's affecting her day-to-day life. How many customers are going to be turned off by her crazy ramblings and being accused of being a synth? Though, I bet a lot of people in the Commonwealth probably share her mentality. Maybe she's even spreading the paranoia to other people. And that's just one person in Diamond City. Don't get me wrong, the Institute is a threat, and they're absolutely replacing people. But to what extent, these people really have no idea. And this is exactly the type of control the Institute would want. They want people out here fearing for their lives. They want that paranoia to spread so that it's easier to control the population. It goes even further with places like Covenant, a whole settlement that has created a safe test to figure out if somebody is a synth or not.
We don't just let anyone inside. There's an entrance test. We call it the safe test. Everyone's got to take it.
Interesting idea. Between you and me, what's the test for?
I probably shouldn't say nothing, but listen. We want to make sure only good people come into Covenant. No undesirables. Nobody that ain't actually what they seem, you know?
I'm new to the area. What do you mean about undesirables?
But you don't know about... Jesus, listen. Not everyone in the Commonwealth is human, okay? Some are... synths. I'm not gonna say anything more than that. Just take the test. You pass, and you can come inside where everything's safe, alright?
And if they have any suspicion, which could really be anything, like maybe a funny looking mole on your face, well then they'll kidnap you and perform horrible tests on you. These people have let fear run rampant, and the whole town is in on the idea. I won't get into it because we all know about Covenant at this point. But really, it's a good way to show just how scared people can get, and how it can cause massive ripples across certain communities in the Waste. Their fear is causing innocent people to lose their lives, and they won't be the only settlement that we talk about for this exact same reason. The Institute has used paranoia as a weapon in the Commonwealth region, and it's evident in almost every location that you can go to, and it's a potent weapon. It's absolutely working. But it's not just the Commonwealth that has this issue. There are lots of groups and people in the Waste facing down their own share of unhealthy amount of fear. The Mojave chapter of the Brotherhood of Steel comes to mind. They have good reasons for their trauma. I mean, they were almost completely wiped out by the NCR. But unlucky for them, it wasn't just a military loss. This ended up becoming psychological devastation for them, to put it lightly. Instead of them regrouping in the open and strapping up their metallic boots, they chose to hide underground in a bunker. Maybe this saved their lives for the time being, sure. But just talk to the people down there and you'll see why this might have been their downfall.
He refuses to see that our isolation is slowly weakening us. Aside from being our duty, going out on missions is what kept us strong. And because he fails to see that, he must be replaced.
These people have let their loss and their fear consume them in every waking breath. They're scared of how dangerous the outside world has become, according to them. They don't recruit any outside help, and when they do, it becomes a massive argument within their ranks. They're just an isolated community that refuses to re-engage with the world because of their own fears that they have fostered. Like I said, it's not like their fears aren't validated to a certain degree. They did almost lose everything, but now it's been years, and they still refuse to push out and do more. They're slowly losing themselves to it, disappearing in the background. They're hoarding technology like a good Brotherhood chapter would, but they also refuse to actually use it. The paranoia for them might have actually saved their lives in the beginning, finding a way to hide before the NCR could wipe them out fully. But now they're just stagnating underground, slowly weakening themselves because of their isolation. Then you kind of have the opposite of that in the capital Wasteland with Tenpenny Tower. I don't know if calling their disdain of ghouls is a fear, but to me it definitely still feels like paranoia.
You're out of line. Those filthy bitches can stay living in those metro tunnels. They'll move in here over my dead body.
And let's not get it twisted. This paranoia or fear of ghouls is rampant across all the Wastelands. Everywhere you go, you'll find communities that refuse to let ghouls exist within them. Maybe because they're disgusted by the way they look, or maybe it's because they're afraid that they might turn feral at any moment. There's lots of reasons. Tenpenny Towers is more about their status, I guess you could say. They see the ghouls kind of like a riffraff. They're unwanted, and if they're to be let in, then they would cause whole hosts of problems for the fine and fancy people. Some of the people say it's because the ghouls can't be trusted, and that they've seen mutants destroy entire towns. So basically, they connect the ghouls with inevitable death and carnage. Their irrational fear of ghouls is unfounded by all of their standards. Most of the ghouls we run into in the Waste that still have their minds are pretty normal by all accounts. You might have seen it this way too when you first played Fallout 3. I know I did. So you convince the people to stop being afraid of the non-existent threat, and then the funniest thing happens. The ghouls end up killing everyone and taking over the place. I don't know what Todd was trying to say about this whole thing, but it's actually one of the quests where making a choice you might think is the right one actually ends in consequences you probably couldn't foresee, which is the kind of choice and consequences I want to see in the future games. Sorry, bit of a tangent there. But as far as fear and paranoia goes, this basically confirmed all of that for these people in their last moments. Sometimes fear can keep you alive to an extent, and maybe the ghouls had their own fears about the higher class individuals in this hotel. Maybe they were afraid they would be kicked out again, or something worse. And as we know from the beginning of this whole section, when the fear takes over, you make irrational decisions. The ghouls decided that it might be safer to dispose of the smoothskins first, before they could do it back to them. But what they should be afraid of now is the lone wanderer. Let's not forget about the individual people you'll find throughout the Waste that have been completely changed by their own personal fears and paranoia. And I know when I say that, you think of the man himself, Nobark Noonan. It's people like him that have lost their minds to unwarranted fears around them. Usually it doesn't hurt anyone. You run into Nobark and hear all of his wacko theories and stuff, and you just think he's a crazy guy, which he pretty much is. But sometimes you'll run into people that have a bit of power alongside their paranoia, and that creates a really bad mixture. You could consider House as one of those people. He was always 10 steps ahead of everyone else, but he was that way because of his paranoia. Or I think of people like Tabitha on Black Mountain. She's a little different because she has schizophrenia, but she's still paranoid to all hell. And because of that, she's taken over the mountain and created another super mutant militia threatening the Wasteland. Okay, maybe I'm dragging this whole thing along a little too much, and you get the point by now. Really, I just wanted to show you maybe the less thought about thing when it comes to Fallout. Yes, real danger exists and it's scary, but information about the world or creatures is always incomplete for the people living in the waste. You and I can see it from a third-person perspective, like we are information gods of this world. We know where super mutants and Deathclaws come from. We know how they work and interact with the world. But most people living in the wastelands have no idea. They would just see a giant lizard and run. They don't know why the Institute exists and what exactly they're doing with their family members being replaced. Or the Mojave chapter. We know how it could end for them in multiple ways. But put yourself in their shoes and you'd have no idea what the right choice is. Re-emerge and you might just make it out of there. Or it will be the cause of getting everyone you love killed. Uncertainty is paranoia. This is the true fear of the wasteland at its heart, and not just some madness that overcomes these people. It's a real thing. They should be afraid. There's lots to be afraid of, as you'll see in the rest of this video. It just has me wondering, if these people had better ways of communication and information, how would that fear change? But then again, does it really ever?
If you ask a Wastelander what they fear, a lot of city folk might say raiders. But if you're a wanderer, then you know what to really fear. They'd start with the thing that makes raiders walk the other direction. Deathclaws are basically the closest Fallout has to a nightmare that can sprint. The part that makes them extra nasty is they weren't born the way most wasteland creatures were. Deathclaws started as a government project. Pre-war America wanted a replacement for human troops for high-risk search and destroy jobs. And the answer was to build a monster that can survive anywhere, track targets, and win almost every close-range fight. The base animal was Jackson's chameleon. Then they mixed in other DNA until they got this bipedal tank with hands and razor-sharp claws, and enough muscle to treat a grown man like a paper bag by ripping through their body in a single swipe. There's even lore that at least one got used in Alaska during the war, basically as a living weapon dropped into combat. Then the Great War happened and we see containment failing. And now you've got a creature that was designed to thrive without help, running around in a world with no fences and governmental funding that has long expired. Even worse, there's no one around to clean up the mistake. So the Deathclaw population spreads, and by the late 2200s, Deathclaws aren't just a rumor anymore. Early on, people treated them like a tall tale. Like, imagine hearing about it, some kind of demon lizard in the desert walking around. You'd probably try to tell them to lay off the chems. But once nests start showing up and entire areas get locked down, that skepticism dies fast. And that's the key point. Deathclaws don't just wander through like a random threat. They're smart enough and have the natural instincts to claim territory. They're pack animals with an alpha male and an alpha female calling the shots, and once a pack settles in, it's not like shooting out a few mole rats. A Deathclaw pack is a long-term problem. They'll use caves, warehouses, abandoned buildings, quarries, any place that gives them cover and room to nest. Quarry Junction in the Mojave is the perfect example of how this works. Humans show up with industry, think they can develop an area, and then the Deathclaws move in and turn it into a dead zone. After that, the map can say whatever it wants. Everyone local knows the truth though. You're not passing through, more you're gambling with your life. And their bodies are built to make humans feel helpless. They've got thick hide that shrugs off a lot of smaller weapons, and those hands are the things that nightmares are made of, because they have 5 fingers with sharp talons, opposable thumbs, eyes that glow like a demon in the night. So it's not just strength they warrant, but it's also this control and this fear. They can grab you and lift you high up in the air, and yes, if you faced one, you'll know this feeling all too well. They tear you up, and then they keep moving. And even if you're armed, you don't get much time to react because they can charge on all fours when they want speed. So I would say that the fear is practical. People know the fight ends fast if they're caught wrong. But the real reason Deathclaws stay scary is reproduction in nests. Deathclaws lay eggs in clusters, and the pack protects them hard. That means if you find a nest, you didn't discover the loot. You probably discovered an army. And if you kill young ones or mess with the eggs, you're basically signing up for the mother going berserk. Us Wastelanders learn quickly that Deathclaws don't need a reason to kill you because they're basically wild animals. They just need you inside their space at the wrong time. Now, add the human factor. People keep trying to turn Deathclaws back into weapons. Scientists and military-minded groups look at them and see free power. The Enclave is the biggest example of this. On the West Coast, they tried modifying Deathclaws with FEV to boost intelligence, thinking they'd get obedient living tanks. And surprisingly, it kind of worked, just not the way they wanted. They ended up creating intelligent Deathclaws with actual self-awareness, enough to talk and reason and even mimic human speech. The wild part is those intelligent Deathclaws tried to carve out a peaceful home for themselves. That's one of the coolest and maybe saddest parts in Fallout lore. You can have the most terrifying predator in the Wasteland, and one version of it basically proves it can become a person with a culture and values. But of course, the Enclave can't allow that. Frank Horrigan gets sent in, and that whole intelligent pack gets wiped out, with only a couple surviving because they weren't there. Now, I personally think intelligent Deathclaws could have killed the iconic Frank Horrigan because there was a pack of them that could solve complex problems, so Frank shouldn't have stood a chance, but that's a discussion for another day. Anyway, after that, the Enclave learns the lesson a lot of factions learned in Fallout. You can't always improve the Wasteland, but you can try to control it. Just that usually doesn't go well either. So later, instead of hoping intelligence equals obedience, they go for blunt control methods like domestication units, surgically messing with the creature's brain so it follows orders. This is kind of scary for a different reason, because now you're not just dealing with a normal Deathclaw, you're dealing with a Deathclaw that's being aimed at you by people in power armor. So when you ask why do people fear Deathclaws, it's not just because it's this big monster with big claws. It's everything around them. They're a pre-war mistake that multiplied, and they turned whole regions into no-go zones. They operate like a real apex predator with territory and packs and nests, and all with a little dose of intelligence. And every time humanity tries to use them as a tool again, it usually makes things worse. Deathclaws are the Wasteland's history, showing that the old world didn't just end with nukes, it left behind projects that were built to kill efficiently, and they're still doing exactly what they were made to do. Now, if you ask someone in Appalachia what they fear most, you'll get a different answer depending on when they showed up. Settlers who just rolled in might say raiders, or the insane weather, or the fact that half the land glows at night now because of what lurks in the shadows. But if you're someone who was around before Vault 76 cracked open, or you've listened to enough holotapes to understand what actually happened here, you don't start with any of that. You start with the thing that ended the argument for every faction in the region. The Scorch Plague wasn't just another Wasteland problem, it was an extinction level problem that warrior neighbors face and answered to something screaming in the sky. The Scorch Plague is one of the few threats in Fallout that not only killed people, because let's face it, everything is pretty much designed to kill humanity at this point, but it converted them. It turned Appalachia into a place where the safest assumption was that anything breathing was either already infected or about to be. And what makes it even worse is that it wasn't nature doing its thing. This was man-made Fallout in the most literal sense. Government bunkers and biochemical experiments, power-hungry leaders, and then a mistake that got released into the wild like a rabid dog. Except this dog could fly and have sex and breed and infect an entire country without landing. The weird part is it all starts with something you'd never take seriously on paper, which is a simple bat. Well, after COVID, I guess people could take a bat seriously. The Scorched Beasts were originally just local bats down in the Cranberry Bog region that got pulled into Appalachian Enclave experiments around 2083. Deep underground in old mining tunnels and caverns where nobody above would ever see what was happening, Enclave scientists were messing with biochemical agents. Early on, the results were considered a failure. They noticed odd behavior, like these mutated bats attracting other animals, but it wasn't exactly the weapon they wanted. It looked like another dead-end project. And then Fallout does what Fallout always does. Somebody adds radiation into the mix, and suddenly the failed experiment becomes the worst thing to ever happen to Appalachia. Once those bats were exposed to both the biochemical agents and radiation, something finally clicked, scientifically speaking. Not only did the bats get bigger, and I'm talking a lot bigger, they became carriers for something catastrophic. They started producing this particulate that falls from their wings like a dust or spores, like the air itself is contaminated when they pass over. It's one of those details that would make your stomach drop because it means you don't even need to be bitten by these things. You just need to be under it at the wrong time. And now you're in the pipeline of death or converting into something else. That's the first reason people fear the Scorch Plague more than most threats. You can avoid a Deathclaw by avoiding its territory and using a different route on an adventure. You can avoid raiders by keeping your head down and not traveling alone. You can even avoid super mutants by learning where they patrol. But how do you avoid something that can infect you from the sky on a whim? How do you build a wall against something that flies over the wall and turns the people behind it into soldiers that resemble zombies? And this is where the real villain part comes in. Cue Thomas Eckhart. This is one of those Fallout stories where a single man's ego turns a disaster into a catastrophe. Thomas is basically a pre-war politician who ends up playing president inside the bunker systems, and he wants nuclear access. He really wants DEFCON status, which is really just authority. And instead of seeing the Scorched Beast as a problem to be erased, he sees them as a tool to justify escalation. So rather than locking it down and destroying it, he pushes further study. He keeps people in the dark and siloed, and then around 2085 to 2086, he unleashes them into Appalachia. So the Scorched Beasts get out and they start doing what they're built to do. They nest and mate like rabbits, and then they spread and they hunt. The The scary part is that they create more of the problem by spreading the plague. That plague infects nearly everything from humans and animals to mutants. It spreads by direct contact and by droplets, and it hits the body in a way that looks like you're burning alive from the inside. Like, I don't know, you're scorched. Skin begins to darken and it smells like ash. Then lesions appear, like your body is literally cooking. Then the skin splits open and you see raw flesh and these green ultracite crystals forcing their way out of you like the disease is turning you into a mineral deposit. And once the crystals show up, that's it. You're fucking cooked. That's when you move from being infected and start being scorched. Now, let's talk about the Scorch themselves, because this is where Fallout 76 becomes genuinely crazy in a way that doesn't always get enough credit because of the fact that it's 76. Scorched aren't zombies, although I will say that's basically what they are. A lot of them were normal people like responders, free states, raiders, miners, soldiers, families. And the messed up part is after they turn, they can still function. Scorched humans can use weapons like the Flood do in Halo.
Sergeant, we're surrounded. God damn it, Jenkins! Fire your weapon!
They can pick up rifles and shoot you, and their cerebral cortex still functions, which means they can reload and keep shooting. We actually see some of them hold melee weapons too. They can wear the same uniforms they wore before, just now they're tattered and fused into this burnt crystallized body. So when you fight them, you're fighting the remains of the region's last attempt at civilization. It's like Appalachia is haunted, except instead of ghosts, it's armed victims who never got to die properly. And mentally, the plague makes them aggressive and it connects them. The Scorch Plague creates a sort of hive mind. Scorch become enthralled to the will of the Scorch Beast and ultimately the Scorch Beast Queen. They'll vocalize things using pronouns like we are one, never alone. That's the disease literally speaking through them, like the person is still in there somewhere and can't hit the brakes. Sometimes it even feels like they have a flicker of awareness too. Not enough to save themselves though, but enough that it makes it worse because now the fear is losing control while your body keeps moving. And that hive mind is why the plague wiped Appalachia out. Every faction that tried to fight it was fighting an enemy that replaced its losses instantly. You kill one Scorched, but the plague infects 3 more. You clear a town, but then a Scorch Beast passes over a road a mile away, and now an entire caravan is compromised. And because Scorch Beasts can summon Scorch like they're calling reinforcements, any fight can turn into a wave attack without warning. This is why if you see a big ass bat flying around, you should immediately look eye level lest you get fucked like I did when these things are near. The Scorch Beasts themselves are a whole separate terror. The Brotherhood calls them Sierra Bravo, which already tells you something, because when the Brotherhood gives something a code name, it's because they're trying to treat it like a military threat and not some animal. These things are massive. They've got wings, echolocation, and they're extremely agile for their size. They can hunt in daylight and they can cooperate in groups, and when they land, they're not helpless like your typical house bat since they've got claws and wing sweeps that can smash you up close. But most people don't even remember the claws first. We remember the sound, that heavy wing beat overhead. Every time I hear it overhead, it's this kind of oh shit moment because I know it's about to be one hell of a battle. And their attacks are ridiculous. They've got sonic blasts that can rattle structures. They can saturate an entire area with this radioactive mist that gets called crop dusting for a reason, because they can fly over and paint the whole area with poison air. So you end up with these really wild anti-Scorch Beast tactics that basically boil down to not staying outside and being in the open. And if you are, then don't be anywhere you can't get into a tiny building. And if you hear wings, pray you're not the most interesting thing in the area. But this is Fallout, so you're usually the most interesting thing on the map anyway. Now if we zoom out to look at the actual plague era, because Appalachia didn't fall overnight like the cities did when the bombs fell, Appalachia felt like a slow drowning where everyone kept thinking they had more time than they actually did. So at first, Scorch Beast sightings were dismissed as rumors or hallucinations. People thought Taggarty's Brotherhood was exaggerating. People thought it was just another excuse to demand ammo and supplies. And then they started showing up with guns, and the entire area got wiped. The responders were one of the first groups to take it seriously, and that's why they're such a tragic faction. They were trying to do actual community building stuff like emergency services, aid, coordination. They formed the fire breathers, who are basically the kind of people to go into a burning house. They learned that ultracite was a concern and they worked with depleted ultracite munitions. They even made specialized mods and weapons that could actually hit Scorched harder, and the most important part is that they were making progress on a vaccine. Dr. Claire Hudson was really close, but the region collapsed before they could finish and distribute it. So Appalachia didn't exactly lose because nobody tried, but it lost because they tried separately, with half-truths and mistrust and faction pride, while the plague was building momentum. The Free States had their own approach too. They were these decentralized paranoid survivalists, which usually makes people roll their eyes until the world proves the conspiracy is correct. Their setup in the mire gave them some breathing room early on, so they created systems to detect Scorch Beasts, lure them, track them, and neutralize them. They actually had tech solutions to a problem that was moving too fast for most people to even understand. But even their tools weren't enough when the threat is airborne and the infection spreads like a wildfire you can't see. And then you have Taggarty's Brotherhood, which is another sad part to all of this. The Brotherhood has the best disciplined fighters and obviously some of the best tech. They identified the threat and consequently tried to treat it like a war. But this is war, just not in your run-of-the-mill war. It's a war where enemy turns civilians into combatants. It's a war where a scorched beast can fly over your perimeter and create more enemies behind you. And on top of that, the Brotherhood's ideology gets in the way at the worst possible time. Nukes could collapse fissures and kill nests, but the Brotherhood doesn't want to be the faction that pushes the button again. They don't want to become what ended the world. Morally, it kinda makes sense, but strategically it's a death sentence. So by the time Vault 76 opens on October 23rd, 2102, Appalachia is this vast graveyard. The responders are gone, the Free States are gone, Taggarty's Brotherhood is gone, and if you look around, raiders vanished or died off or fled. And the surface is empty of human settlements in the core region. So if you're a normal person, that would be one of the scariest parts. Yes, the enemies are strong, but it's the fact that the humans lost. Every group that should have been able to adapt here failed. The only humans left in the region are underground holdouts like Vault 76 or Vault 79's Secret Service presence. We see a few isolated cases that don't last, so that's why Vault 76 is the difference maker. They walked into the aftermath. Vault 76 opens and the dwellers follow the Overseer's trail. And what they're really doing is collecting the pieces of all the factions that died trying. They pick up the research the responders started and they find out what Ultrasight does. They learn what the plague is and how the hive mind works, and then they do the thing nobody else could do, which is they finish the inoculation work and inoculate themselves. That alone changes everything, because if you're immune, you can actually fight the Scorched without that constant "one mistake and I'm next" fear hanging over your head. You can be aggressive and clear zones. You can actually win battles without losing your whole force to infection. But the real turning point is the nuclear silos. Appalachia has these automated ICBM silos, and the only way to actually collapse the fissures and hit the nests is to use them. The other factions couldn't or wouldn't do it. The responders and Free States didn't have the means, while the Brotherhood had the means but not the will. And then Vault 76 comes in with access to Enclave systems through Modus, and suddenly the path to launch becomes possible. This is where Vault 76 gets very blunt about nukes and the Vault Dwellers launch on key fissure sites, especially Fissure Site Prime, and they force a confrontation with the Scorch Beast Queen. If the Queen goes down, the hive loses its head. That doesn't magically erase the Scorch from the world, but it breaks the momentum. It turns the plague from unstoppable to at least containable. By 2103, the vaccine gets mass produced and distributed to the groups returning to Appalachia, such as the likes of the settlers at Foundation and the raiders at Crater. Word of the inoculation spreads beyond Appalachia through caravans, and once that inoculation becomes normal, the plague stops creating new human cases in any meaningful way. So the Scorch Plague becomes something else at this point, more akin to remnants. It becomes cleanup and the nightmare that already happened, but left bodies behind. And those bodies are still out there in 2105. We find the Scorch victims didn't disappear when the vaccine arrived, since you still find them wandering. You still see them in that half-statue state, standing like burnt mannequins until something gets too close and they wake up. And then you have the petrified corpses, which are probably one of the creepier environmental details in the game, because they're scorched humans that, over time, can lock into that statue posture permanently and petrify from the inside out. They turn into these ash-like husks laced with ultrasight veins and crystals. We see that their weapons and clothing often don't survive the process, and it's like the plague is consuming everything that made them a person, even down to their gear. And the final salt in the wound is that even those petrified corpses can still irradiate you if you mess with them, so the land stays toxic even when the victim is dead. Appalachia literally keeps the scars. That's why the Scorched are feared in a different way than other creatures such as Deathclaws. Deathclaws are a predator in that they kill you and move on, but the Scorch Plague is more of a system, because it uses you. It turns you into the enemy. It locks you into a hive mind where you're never alone, which means you never get to be yourself again. And it forces communities to make impossible choices, because you can't just fight back against a plague that recruits from your own population. So when people talk about fear in the Wasteland, Appalachia has a unique category that other regions don't. The fear of a monster in the woods is normal, in a Fallout-y kind of way. The fear of raiders on the road is normal. But the fear of looking at your friend and wondering if they're infected, or the fear of hearing wings overhead and knowing your walls don't matter, the fear of whole factions dying off one by one, even with advanced gear and tech, that's Appalachia's trauma. So yeah, going back to the earlier segment in this vid, Deathclaws are a nightmare that can sprint. But the Scorch Plague is a nightmare that can fly, infect, and turn your entire town into these messed up crispy zombies. And if you've ever walked through Appalachia and seen a line of petrified Scorch standing there like statues that are half buried in ash, ultrasight veins glowing through their bodies, you already know the reality that Appalachia survived a second apocalypse after the Great War.
Ghosts. Yes, you heard me right. People in the Wasteland are scared of ghosts, and they should be. because they are real in the Fallout world. Same with aliens and Lovecraftian horrors. It all exists and people know about it. The supernatural side of Fallout is usually condensed down to just the Dunwich locations, but there's a lot going on in this series that would terrify the common Wastelander. That's not to say the Dunwich locations aren't also one of those, but I did want to seek out even more. When a Wastelander runs into some raiders or mutants, that's to be expected, but imagine one of them traveling inside the Dunwich building, which has happened a few times. What kind of fear would they have felt then? It would have been a different kind than running into those raiders, I can tell you that much. What about Wastelanders abducted by the Zadans and experimented on? There's unlucky in the Wasteland. But running into one of these situations puts you in the upper echelon of falling on hard times. So let's just get it over with real quick. The Dunwich Borers and the building. Both of these locations are well known in their respective areas, and people tend to stay away from them, unless you're a bunch of raiders that have no idea what they're doing. Take any companion in Fallout 4 to the Borers and you'll get a good idea as to what the people in the Commonwealth think about places like this. These are places in the Wasteland where you won't just get hurt or killed. You can, but before that, it might be even worse than death. You'll start hearing things like whispers in the dark, pulling you deeper inside. You'll see things that might not even be there in the first place. This isn't something a Wastelander can prepare for. It's why most people would choose not to go anywhere near these places if they could help it. Do you think the most badass merc would take a job involving the Dunwich building if they had heard all the rumors? Hell no. How can you fight something you can't even see in the first place? But that leads me to another question. How do people even hear about these places? Scavengers are everywhere in the waste, going building to building and looking for the next best scrap to get their hands on. Intact buildings or even mining quarries might look like a gold mine to these explorers, thinking that they either have some valuable scrap in storage or maybe that they'd make a perfect shelter for the night. We know that people wander into these places post-war, just from Jamie's logs in the Dunwich building. Unfortunately for him, he couldn't just stay away, and those little whispers started becoming louder voices in his head, telling him to go further into the darkness. But I have to imagine he wasn't the first, and definitely won't be the last. So when a regular person does find their way into one of these places, they probably go in for a few minutes and instantly get their fill of the dread. I'm not sure if you guys have ever been in a similar situation, but I know I have. Just a place where I knew something felt off or wrong about it. Not even in a supernatural sense for the most part. Just a bad feeling. That's when you listen to that feeling and get the hell out. At least the smart people, and not like Jamie. But these Wastelanders probably got a brief glimpse into the supernatural and made it out. Then they run back to the nearest town and bar and start sharing their experience. This would turn into gossip and stories. And eventually with enough of them, people would learn to leave these places be, and might even start forming their own theories and stories around it. This is where the fear would come from. The quarry is no longer a place where raiders are hanging out. It's the place that messes with your head. People traveling the roads and warning each other to stay away and to not go too deep. And they fully believe this, as they should, really. These things do actually exist, and it happens to these people on a regular basis. I don't know if you'd call them haunted or not, but it's a little different than the ghost experience some Wastelanders might face. People are used to ghouls and robots, but ghosts are another story. Naturally, if you were one of those scavengers we talked about earlier, then you'd probably want to check out old houses and hotels. Maybe even old theme park attractions. Lots of goodies to be found in those places. That's how people end up in places like Grantchester Mystery Mansion. But going in here is going to result in some serious trauma. That is, if you make it out. The whole place is designed to make you think that it's haunted, with a bunch of funny little traps or even deadly ones. But as you explore it, it turns out that this place is actually haunted, with a ghost of a young girl. The mansion has this whole backstory about a family and some tragedies, and what comes of this young girl's spirit that's trapped in this location. This video isn't really about all of that, but it's a pretty terrifying discovery to be made, and you could see why some Wastelanders would be very hesitant to go into places like this. Just like with the Dunwich stories, ghost stories are also spread throughout the Wasteland, and people tend to get scared of them. But that little girl isn't the only ghost that we can run into in the series. In Fallout 2, you have Anna Winslow, who's a ghost that you can actually talk to, and she has a whole quest. She's not really scary, but I'm sure if some stranger was walking by and noticed the Chosen One having a casual conversation with a ghost, they might just take a second look and then be traumatized for the rest of their life. And then you have the cemeteries in Fallout New Vegas. The people in the Mojave know about these locations and that they're bad juju. Restless spirits that died for a cause that they probably didn't understand. or doing something that didn't sit right with them. All it takes to experience this fear is to just walk into these grave sites and listen. No wonder these places are always empty when you explore them. And it's pretty apparent why the Wasteland would be scared of ghosts and the supernatural. It's occurring in almost every single location. I didn't even mention the interloper and all that stuff going on in 76, mostly because we're going to talk about the Mothman and cryptids here in a bit. But that's just another place that is involved with the supernatural. And out of all these entities, we don't get a better look than of course with the Zadans, aliens. Nothing spreads good old panic than a classic alien tale of crop circles and abductions, or getting probed. Except in Fallout, this is unfortunately a common enough occurrence that people have started to take notice. Well, at least the smart ones. The Capital Wasteland might be the worst place to be a citizen if you're trying to avoid the third kind. People are constantly disappearing from the region and strange lights are seen in the sky. Whole patrols and caravans are vanishing on the roads, and people are starting to talk. Where could they possibly go? Honestly, it could be a number of things, from raiders to super mutants, but the worst culprits are the aliens, and they're taken aboard the mothership Zeta. People describe being frozen in place and unable to move no matter what they do, and then they're lifted into the sky by a beam of light. Then they get experimented on and thrown into a cell. I don't know if these people are the lucky ones because sometimes they end up back in the Wasteland with no idea of how they got there. Other times though, we don't know what happens to these people. The Zadans don't discriminate either. They'll take whoever they can get their hands on. That includes children, like we see in the Zeta DLC. At least unlike with the ghosts or the Lovecraft stuff, with aliens you can fight back. This is a physical force. You probably won't win the fight because of their advanced technology, but it's better than losing your mind and having no choice on that. From a Wastelander's point of view, this is the worst possible scenario. Being abducted and probed is a bad day for anyone. And when people start to notice things and start talking about it, it's probably diminished as folklore or just being plain crazy. But the more and more people start to share their experiences, the more people become afraid. Did old Billy Bob really see a UFO crash land in the swamp? Did Reggie Ray see some strange looking fellers on top of the hill around a fire pit? The fear spreads and more people begin to take notice. I'm curious if they'll fully ever grasp this threat. I feel bad for them, honestly. How many more monsters can these people genuinely face? This might be a low one on their lists, all things considered. Usually the supernatural stuff is saved for bedtime or campfire stories, and it's for fun. But for people like Jamie and the logs of people being abducted on Mothership Zeta, I can guarantee that supernatural fear becomes the forefront of their thoughts. Those who wandered into these abandoned buildings and got a little taste of the power of eldritch beings would never be able to get that experience out of their heads. A true fear that you can't touch and define. Like I said in the Paranoia section, and what keeps coming back throughout this video is that fear is the unexplainable. And even for us on the outside, we still don't know how all of these supernatural elements work in this world. So even for us, it can get a little bit scary. Ghosts and eldritch beings are bad, but you're unlikely to run into those. What people should really be afraid of are the living and walking mythical creatures. Monsters so powerful that running into them is most likely a death sentence. The Mothman isn't just a story told in pre-war times to scare kids. It has now become a reality. Because in Appalachia, people aren't just scared of raiders or radiation. They're scared of the idea that the woods have something else in them. Something watching from the tree line, and something you can't explain. Why should they be more scared of cryptids than regular creatures in the wastes though? I think it comes down to the fact that cryptids feel different. A Yao Guai is hunting for meat, and other creatures just act like animals for the most part. Cryptids behave in ways that are impossible to predict. At least a few of them do. Why does the Mothman appear and disappear in random locations? And what does it all mean? So let's start with that. The Mothman is not feared because of the physical creature that shows up. It can be scary and you'll probably die. But what's even worse is what the Mothman represents in these wastes. It's something like an omen for people. An entire cult formed around this being, and whenever someone comes across a sign or a statue for this creature, they're terrified that it means something bad is on the horizon. Whether you're torn apart by the insane cultists or the actual creature stalking you in the darkness. The cult sees these appearances and visions as warnings. The Mothman has become an idol of impending doom. The cult's own history kind of shows us that. There's an account of a ritual where a preacher claims one of their members, Charles, saw the Mothman and heard warnings of impending disaster. And that warning is what pushed the group into their insane behavior right on the eve of the Great War. Even if a regular Wastelander doesn't know every detail of that particular story, it still affects them to this day. People built an entire belief system around the Mothman, and these people have created a widespread image of this being. If you were a regular dude in Appalachia for the first time and you ran across a bunch of freaky cult totems and signs, you'd start to get freaked out too. Then you notice some strange creatures staring at you from the tree line that looks a little too close to those paintings. That is true fear. That's how the omens are born. People don't know what it wants, so they assume the worst. And every piece of bad luck afterwards gets blamed on that sighting. Once the Mothman fear has been established, it becomes the doorway to cryptids as a whole. Because in Appalachia, there's a hell of a lot more cryptids to be found. None of them quite like the Mothman. That thing is something special. But all of them are far different than regular wasteland creatures you run into. Okay, maybe not behemoths or deathclaws, but I'm sure you get my point. The first reason that they become so feared is that Appalachia as an environment creates stories where people say, I think I saw something. And then they become, people go missing out there. It's really difficult for wastelanders in these parts. The radiation is new and mutations are exploding in the region instead of stabilizing. These people are running into new monsters every other day. The worst of them get their own stories and myths, which makes them even more terrifying from a story listener's perspective. They hear about the Blue Devil and picture the most heinous werewolf-looking abomination, which isn't exactly wrong, but imaginations can run wild. Another one is the Flatwoods Monster, because it sits right on the border between cryptid and alien, and the way people describe it is pure fear. Now the Flatwoods is definitely just Zayden's, so they probably should have ended up in the alien section we talked about earlier. But what makes them so feared is that people have no idea what they are. Even if you got a good look and survived an encounter, you still might be confused by the whole ordeal. So people will start spinning some more tales about them, creating a larger than life image of these creatures. And I'm sure you're starting to see a pattern with these cryptids. And even if someone thinks that sounds exaggerated, the storyteller in 76 also says how someone gets dragged away. The witness only gets a glimpse and then they're gone. Witnesses of the attacks are left dumbfounded, and they'll spread that fear far and wide. So when Wastelanders fear cryptids, a lot of it isn't just the fear of death. It's a fear that the woods are full of things that people don't understand, never really will, and that you might stumble into them by accident just because you took the wrong road at the wrong time. But it's not just cryptids that get these type of stories. There are legendary creatures in the waste that gain crazy reputations for just how dangerous they are. These things are living proof that the wasteland is still continuing to mutate and get worse, even in the later years. These things are usually creatures people in the wastes are used to, but taken to ridiculous extremes, like the legendary Deathclaw, which we already explained why Deathclaws are terrifying, but now you have the final boss version. Anyone getting a glimpse of one of these bad boys is going to run back to wherever they came from and start telling tales of the biggest Deathclaw they ever seen, or the biggest bloatfly. Most people will just hear a fish story, of course, but they'd be wrong. Legendary creatures are out there, and they should be feared. Settlers trade stories about caravans that vanished overnight, or entire buildings cleared out by a single creature that just wouldn't stay down. A legendary Deathclaw or behemoth is going to make some big waves in an area. When one moves into a place, trade routes probably shut down, and towns will either prepare or abandon the region entirely. The fact that these creatures usually survive multiple attacks means that you don't figure out a legendary creature. You're either going to escape or you don't. But yes, Big Lizard is very scary. Big Giant Green Guy is also very scary. But it's more than that. People travel the wastes every single day, and they usually come prepared and know what they're going to run into. But it's creatures like cryptids and legendaries that keep them guessing. They'll always have this little thought in the back of their mind. What if I did run into one of them? What would I do? Do you continue to protect the caravan or just run? The creatures that are unexpected is what keeps mercs and wanderers terrified of these wastes. Again, it's the fear of the unknown.
The thing that has probably killed more people in Fallout than any creature ever could is the one thing you can't see and you can't hear until it's already inside you. Radiation is the Wasteland's real boogeyman because it doesn't need anything other than for you to be standing in the wrong place for a little too long. And what makes radiation scarier than almost anything else is that it's not the same enemy you can negotiate with or outrun. Not that you can outrun things like Deathclaws, but you get my drift. You can't talk your way out of it like you can with negotiating with someone in the Mojave. It's microscopic and invisible. It's the definition of the phrase silent killer, which is why some people in Fallout call it the Phantom Death. It's this unique kind of threat that makes even hardened wastelanders act superstitious, because you can't trust your instincts around it. Your instincts would tell you the water looks clean. Not that we necessarily have a choice, because sometimes dirty water is all we got. Then your Geiger counter starts screaming and you realize your instincts were ass. Radiation in Fallout is ionizing radiation, which just means it has enough energy to knock electrons off atoms and mess up the chemistry of your body. It can come as particles, or atoms moving stupid fast, or waves like gamma rays, but either way, the end result is the same for a human. Your cells get damaged, thus your tissue breaks down, and if you take enough of it, your body starts failing in ways that look like you're rotting while you're still alive. Like this guy. That's why radiation has always been a different kind of horror, or at least fear in Fallout. Most things can kill you quickly out here, unless you're locked in a radar cage. But with radiation, you die slowly, and for most people who don't have the means of resources, that's usually the outcome. The reason Fallout's world even looks like Fallout is because pre-war society practically worshipped nuclear energy. In the Fallout timeline, radioactive power became the backbone of industry and daily life. Everything from badass cars to elegant robots or weapons or batteries and generators. I mean, even medical tech. Consumer products that never should have had anything radioactive near them tended to have crazy shit in them, and it was all justified the same way it always has been when a society gets addicted to convenience. The benefits are worth the risk, kind of like we see with today's food. If you know, you know. You can almost hear the old commercials in your head promising that the future is atomic. Meanwhile, the future is quietly piling up waste and leaking it into the ground. And that's the thing, even before the bombs fell, radiation was already poisoning the world. It may not have solely been through reactors and warheads, but we saw it through corporate negligence. Fallout loves showing you this through environmental storytelling, like with companies cutting corners and regulations getting loosened. So by the time the Great War happens on October 23rd, 2077, the world is hit with the bill coming due for decades of radioactive shortcuts. Then the bombs fall, and radiation stops being this background hazard of the past and becomes the landscape itself. Nuclear fallout is the delayed effect that never really ends. When a bomb detonates, you get all these fission products like isotopes that decay at different rates, and the fallout mixing into a radioactive soup that can hang around from days to centuries depending on where it lands and what it binds to. Fallout likes to play with this idea a lot because it explains why some areas recover and others become permanent hell zones. Speaking of, radiation in 76 is a bitch, isn't it? Some places get lucky though with less direct hits. Fallout settles and decays enough that by the time you're in the 2100s or 2200s, people can actually live there without melting. But other places get hit in ways that basically doom them. If a warhead hits close to the ground, kicks up dirt and debris, then the soil itself becomes radioactive. Or if a reactor melts down, or perhaps a facility gets breached and starts leaking. Or even if a company had been dumping waste for years and nobody cared until the world got shreked. Those are the places that become myths, the places that get names like they're cursed. The Glow is the perfect example. If you've played Fallout or the original Fallout, you know exactly what I mean. The Glow is a location that teaches you the real rule of the Wasteland. Some places are not meant to be entered by humans because the air itself is lethal. People who tried to explore it without proper protection didn't get heroic deaths of the Wasteland's tail, but got slow whispering ones. And that's why the Geiger counter is perhaps one of the most important characters in Fallout, because it's your sixth sense. Since radiation can't be detected by your body, in Fallout, technology becomes your intuition. The old school Geiger counters like the C-Rads models and the ones built into Pip-Boys are the reason Vault Dwellers survive situations that would wipe out most Wastelanders. A Vault Dweller hears the clicks and knows to back up. A random scavenger sees a clean-looking puddle and thinks they're lucky. The Wasteland is full of people who died because something looked safe. Pre-war society knew radiation was dangerous though, so they invented countermeasures. We see things like Rad-X, Radaway, specialized suits, decontamination gear. They even built entire vault systems and Pip-Boys with radiation detection. The problem is that they thought they could manage this invisible bastard forever. They thought they could bottle the sun, power the world, and never pay for it. Then the world ended in 2 hours and all those managed risks turned into a continent-wide hazard. Radiation also changed the tone of Fallout because it's the reason so many creatures exist in the first place. Now, in real life, radiation doesn't usually give you a giant scorpion. In Fallout, it does, because Fallout isn't trying to always play by the rules of physics and biology. Which is cool because then we get other things like cryptids, which is a discussion for another time. I'm not saying that they're made by radiation, I'm just saying that they're kind of like fairy tales and it's fun to explore. So Fallout is trying to create a world where radiation is like a twisted force of nature in that it makes relatively nice species like Brahmin or vicious ones like Rad Scorpions. It's like the Wasteland has its own evolution engine, and radiation is simply the fuel. But the most terrifying mutation radiation can cause is what it can do to people. Because most of the time, radiation just kills you via nausea, bleeding, fatigue, vomiting, hair loss, teeth falling out, your body failing from the inside. I know I'm starting to sound like a pharma ad, but it's true. Fallout lore talks about radiation poisoning with things like blood pooling in the gums or hemorrhaging, and things like having your skin breaking down. It's the kind of death that makes people in the Wasteland fear water almost as much as weapons, because the difference between clean and contaminated isn't visible. But sometimes radiation doesn't kill you fast. Sometimes it changes you. And that's where ghouls come in. Ghoulification is one of the most iconic horror concepts from Fallout because it turns radiation into this existential fear. Would you rather die or become something else entirely that society shies away from? It's not the worst way to live, since ghouls can live for absurd lengths of time and can regenerate. They're immune to radiation in a way normal humans aren't, so it sounds kind of like a superpower. But in reality, it's a curse wrapped in a perk, because you don't just become a ghoul and keep living normally. Your appearance changes into something people fear, and you actually become infertile. In many areas, you become the target of prejudice. And the worst part is the question hanging over every ghoul's head. Will I go feral? That fear is huge in Fallout because feral ghouls are basically what happens when the brain degrades past the point of rationality. You lose memory and the human part to you, and what's left is hunger and rage. And long-term radiation can push ghouls further into extremes like glowing ones, where you become a walking radiation source. So radiation can make you live long enough to watch yourself become something you don't even recognize. And then you get the ideological side of radiation, which is one of my favorite Fallout nuances because it shows us how humans cope with horror. Some people call it the Phantom Death, but other people worship it. The children of Adam see radiation as Adam's glow, which is basically a holy force that prophesies the world was meant to be remade. I wouldn't expect any less though, since when reality becomes too awful to process, people either fear it like a demon or turn it into a god. Same phenomenon, but different coping mechanism. That worship also ties back into pre-war propaganda. Fallout's world loves selling nuclear power as a miracle, so it makes sense that after the war, some people keep that energy and twist it into a religion. It's like the old world's obsession evolved into something more desperate because people are practically begging for some type of hope to exist. Radiation also becomes this weird form of geography in Fallout because in other games, geography is the basic mountains and rivers like in GTA or Red Dead Redemption. In Fallout, geography is also littered with invisible zones of death. I think the glowing sea in Fallout 4 is actually the best modern example because it's a region where normal rules don't apply. Storms are radioactive and both the air is poison and the ground is poison, so you don't go there unless you have one hell of a reason. And speaking of storms, rad storms make radiation feel alive because the sky turns green and suddenly your body is taking rads like the weather itself is trying to kill you. Which it is. In Fallout, you can't just build a shack and pretend you're safe. You can be sitting in your settlement and then the sky decides you're about to get irradiated for the next 10 minutes. The best quote-unquote strategy is literally to go inside and wait, which is kind of funny and depressing because it's a metaphor for Fallout in general. So when you ask why radiation is feared, it's because it sits behind everything. If you don't have the right meds, the right suit, or the right warning from your Geiger counter, you can just die from existing in the wrong spot. It's this old world fingerprint that never really washes off. 200 years later, the bombs are old news, but radiation is still here in every single thing. You can make a case that Deathclaws or Scorched Beasts are the scariest thing you can see in the Wasteland, but radiation is the scariest thing that you can't see. It's the reason the Wasteland is the Wasteland. It's the invisible enemy that never stopped doing what it does, which is turning the world into a place where survival always has a price. In a world burned to ash by atomic fire, you might think gold, silver, or if you're thinking outside of the box, even bullets would be the new standard of value. But in the Mojave, your life, your food, your bullets, your future, it all hinges on something far, far humbler, the cap from a bottle of Nuka-Cola. That's right, as we all know, the economy of Fallout isn't measured in gold bars, it's bottle caps. Crimped, painted, rusted bottle caps. But why? Who decided on this? Why has this strange form of currency survived for over 200 years? And what does that say about the people still clinging to it? This is the story of how a soda cap became a cornerstone of power, control, and trust in the post-apocalyptic Mojave. The foundation of any stable currency is that it must be difficult to counterfeit and limited in supply. After the Great War, paper money burned and digital accounts vanished into irradiated air. What remained was chaos. But by the time the hub was founded in 2093 in what was once Southern California, order demanded an economic solution. And so, merchants turned to a relic of the old world, the Nuka-Cola bottle cap. Why? Because caps were durable in that they don't degrade like paper. Caps are also easily portable since they fit in your pocket or even your Pip-Boy. And most importantly, they're inherently scarce. The The technology to mass-produce bottle caps, the specific crimping machines, even the metal alloy and painted dyes was largely destroyed in the war. That meant no one could easily flood the market with fake currency, which gave caps a natural resistance to inflation. And if you could control what little production remained, you didn't just control a currency, you controlled the entire economy. But scarcity alone isn't enough to give something value. A good currency also needs backing, something to make it meaningful. In the early days of the Wasteland, hub merchants went a step further. They backed caps with water. Bring in 100 caps and you could exchange them for a set amount of clean, potable water, the single most precious resource in a desert wasteland. In effect, bottle caps became water IOUs. The more stable the water trade, the more stable the cap's value. From a player's perspective, it was a brilliant workaround. Without needing vaults of gold or central banks, the hub created a semi-centralized economy with just scarcity and water, and maybe even a dash of nostalgia. As this system spread across New California, caps began to be nicknamed hub bucks, or hub script. The branding actually stuck. Even those outside the hub began recognizing caps as legitimate money. Trust in the currency became widespread, and once people believe something is money, it is money. Yes, Bitcoin, I'm looking at you. Think about it. Even before the war, the US dollar had long since stopped being backed by gold. Its value came purely from collective faith in green bucks. Now caps, backed by water and stabilized by merchant syndicates, became the same, just with a shinier soda-scented surface. Fast forward a century, the new California Republic, both bloated and bureaucratic, begins printing its own money, NCR dollars backed by gold. For a time, they functioned. But during the Brotherhood War, the NCR's gold reserves became vulnerable. The Brotherhood of Steel of course targeted them in repeated raids, crippling the Republic's ability to mint hard currency. Faced with the run on their reserves and public panic, the NCR abandoned the gold standard, switching to fiat money. In theory, this meant NCR dollars were backed only by the government's promise. In practice, it meant no one trusted them at least anymore, especially not on the frontier in places like the Mojave. Merchants who had already suffered under inflation and poor economic planning staged a quiet rebellion. The Hub Consortium, led by companies like the Crimson Caravan, reinstated the bottle cap as their primary trade currency, stabilizing the region economy with an old, familiar face. This was more than a return to the old ways. It was an orchestrated economic coup. The hub merchant seized old stockpiles of genuine caps and then destroyed or locked down machinery capable of mass-producing new ones. They then left small caches alone to encourage trust among the average wastelander and hired couriers and mercenaries like you, the player, to root out counterfeiters and stabilize the economy. And perhaps most importantly, they backed the cap once again with water, rebuilding a commodity base for a paperless economy. Now, this plan worked so well that caps became the de facto standard currency across factions, even ones that hated each other. If you take a look at these random factions like the NCR soldiers, Mojave caravans, and even Caesar's Legion slavers, they all took caps because they had no better alternative. Of course, not every cap is a Nuka-Cola cap. In the Mojave, Sunset Sarsaparilla caps circulate freely. They're a bit more rusted, a bit more regional, but functionally equivalent. The infamous Blue Star caps from Sunset Sarsaparilla have more of a lottery ticket type of vibe, but the fact that even a novelty item like that can be turned into a mystery economy says a lot about the Wasteland's ability to find value in junk and other random shit.
Why are these stars there? And what do they mean? Nobody knows. Except maybe old Festus.
We also have caps from Vim, beer bottles, or even balls like in Fallout Brotherhood of Steel, and they show up in small regions, but Nuka-Cola caps remain dominant overall in the West and the East. Fallout's original designers played with other ideas like a pure barter system. That was a bit too complicated though. Bullets were also discussed, but players would hoard them and never fire bullets for obvious reasons. And credit cards, well, they probably melted in the war. As for gold, well, that's just too rare and too easily stolen. In the end, bottle caps were perfect as they were easily recognizable and naturally scarce. Plus, it fit with Fallout's old world narrative enough to feel legit, and they're too useless to waste but too valuable to ignore. They fit this weird happy medium, and maybe, but most importantly, they were everywhere and nowhere all at once. And if the NCR uses money to simulate order, Caesar uses it to enforce obedience. The Legion's denarii are modeled after ancient Roman currency, hand-stamped and minted by slaves, a brutal symbol of Caesar's worldview. Each coin isn't just a medium of exchange though, it's actually propaganda. It reinforces hierarchy, labor exploitation, and the idea that power flows from a singular figurehead and not a collective marketplace. Legion coinage isn't designed to circulate across factions, however. It's used internally, maintaining economic dependency among Legion ranks. Outside the Legion's reach, it holds little value, and Caesar prefers it that way. Unlike the NCR, Caesar doesn't want to integrate with the wider Wasteland, he actually wants to replace it. In economic terms, the Legion isn't building a currency system so much as they're building a cult. We also see other currencies spring up like holotapes too, which deserve a quick mention. In the grand halls of the Sierra Madre Casino, you'll find a vision of economic control taken to its logical, terrifying extreme. Inside its sealed compound, Father Elijah implemented his own closed economy, which include holotape currency, issued by him, accepted only at Sierra Madre vending machines. And these machines actually dispense food, meds, ammo, all sustaining resources, but only if you've got the right tape. What this becomes is currency stripped of even the illusion of free trade. Elijah prints the money, controls the stores, and owns the means of production. There's no barter, and there's no alternative. Scarcity here is not natural, it's manufactured with clinical precision. What this means is that Sierra Madre is not a wasteland economy, but it's more of a financial prison. In the Mojave, there's no Federal Reserve. There's not even currency manipulation, except the very real manipulation done by merchant cartels and caravan companies. Groups like the Crimson Caravan and Gunrunners know full well that controlling currency is controlling civilization. They manage bottle cap scarcity by limiting press access for new caps and replacing damaged caps to maintain trust. They also suppress large-scale counterfeiters while ignoring small ones who pose no threat to stability. They don't need laws in this Wild West because they have force and, above all, a monopoly on what people believe has value. So this begs the question, why are caps still used? Well, that's because even in a world full of irradiated horrors, people still believe in at least something. And that something, for better or worse, is a soda cap. Caps are currency not because they're backed by gold or laws, but because they're backed by shared myth, economic inertia, the iron will of those who profit from them. And maybe, in a way, that's not too different from the pre-war world after all.
When the new California Republic moves into a new territory, they arrive with more than troops. They carry their money system from the Republic Reserve, the central bank that's based in Angel's Boneyard. The Treasury produces NCR money and the Reserve distributes it across the Republic. Early on, every bill connected to gold stored in the government vaults. Anyone could bring a note to a bank and trade it for metal, and that helped people trust it across NCR towns. As the NCR expanded east and got into long fights, this system weakened. During the conflict with the Brotherhood of Steel, attacks damaged gold stocks tied to the Republic's reserves. Crowds tried to swap notes for gold, and the NCR couldn't meet every request. With gold running low, they dropped the metal backing and turned their bills into straight paper money. The notes even stayed not payable in specie, which gives us a good idea as to what happened. After that change, the value depended on the authority of the Republic instead of a redeemable metal supply. That trust breaks down fast in the Mojave. By 2281, an NCR dollar trades at roughly 0.4 of a cap and about 0.1 of a Legion denarius. Mojave merchants prefer caps for a multitude of reasons. Even NCR troopers carry caps as well because it's the currency most people accept in the region. But the Republic keeps pushing its own money system. Inside NCR borders, people use NCR dollars for everyday transactions and government business. The money collected through normal civic systems helps fund the army, the courts, and larger projects run by the Republic. The NCR's expansion in the Mojave, along with long supply lines and wide patrol routes, puts pressure on their resources. The Republic continues printing currency to support its operations, and the value of the NCR dollar drops over time. I would say that this decline back in California would mean disaster, but we already know that the NCR is basically scattered anyways. In the Mojave though, it means that more people are still going to be using caps instead of those dollars. And you see the difference across New Vegas. Inside the NCR embassy or Camp McCarran, officers rely on their own money for pay, paperwork, and daily planning. But step onto the strip and caps run everything. Casinos stick with the chips backed by caps, and traders around the Mojave rely on caps because they hold value more reliably. To gain a stronger foothold in the desert, the NCR turns to land and crops. That plan comes together in the sharecropper farms. These farms operate because of the Taller Act, a law that brings private farmers east to work fields the NCR owns. The Republic provides farmland, water drawn from Lake Mead, housing, and pay. Farmers produce food for NCR positions like Camp McCarran and the Hoover Dam complex. The Office of Science and Industry at McCarran sets the water schedule so the crops grow as expected. The main goal is to supply NCR forces in the region. With the Taller Act in place, the NCR aims to improve living conditions in the area, in hopes that the residents will support annexation. It connects local communities to the Republic through water access and farmland. And you can find these farms southeast of Freeside's East Gate, close to NCR positions and easy for the Republic to supervise. This plan extends into NCR outposts. Mojave Outpost watches the road from California. Camp McCarran manages supply movement and supports the farms. Ranger stations monitor these routes. And on a map, this looks organized, but each site draws from the NCR resources. Troopers need food, water, and gear, and each site needs power and maintenance. Lawmakers back west sometimes reduce the Mojave's funding, and the army will run short on these supplies. This is where the hidden costs stack up. Several NCR figures mention equipment shortages. Rangers cover longer patrols with limited help, and supply lines get stretched between NCR-controlled zones and dangerous stretches of the highway. These problems make it harder for NCR dollars to hold their value, and as the bills weaken, the Republic adjusts wages to keep troops in line with rising prices. The NCR's banking plans work best in regions where they have full control, but the Mojave doesn't fit that structure. This area already had a working money system based on caps and water. The Republic tries to make the Mojave function like an extension of their territory by using the Republic Reserve, the Taller Act, farmland, civic administration, and of course their military. The problem is, they don't own the Strip. The Hoover Dam Treaty limits their moves and the Legion presses from the east. That leaves them operating in a space where they can't apply their systems as smoothly as they do back home. Well, at least used to. From the Republic's point of view, this is part of rebuilding. Centralized money, farmland fed by Lake Mead, and guarded routes. From the Mojave side, the NCR introduces systems locals didn't ask for. Farmers work land the NCR manages. Traders carry bills that buy less each month, and troopers use supplies that nearby towns sometimes need. Through all of that, caps stay steady, because they're hard to mass produce correctly, and there's a limited number of them, which helps prevent inflation. They were also tied to water trade with the water merchants in Fallout 1, but I don't know if that's the case anymore really. Point is, this system is a lot better than some printed notes. So when the Mojave sticks with caps over NCR dollars, it's a practical choice. People trust a soda cap backed by all those elements in long use more than a bill tied to a government juggling a wide stretch of territory. The NCR's money system is large and complex, but in New Vegas, you can see why caps still handle business in a desert full of competing powers.
To the average traveler, the New Vegas Strip is a neon fever dream. A mirage of flashing lights, free booze, rigged roulette wheels, and Gamora girls. Am I right? But beneath the sound of slot machines and the smell of old-ass whiskey lies something far more complex. A closed-loop economy surgically engineered by one man, running on pre-war infrastructure, protected by monopolized tech, and built on the backs of 3 carefully curated crime families. No, this is not democracy, and no, this is not capitalism. This is Mr. House's Mojave. See, New Vegas is more than just a collection of casinos. It's a sovereign city-state, officially titled the Free Economic Zone of New Vegas. It's fenced off from the rest of the Wasteland with literal walls and metaphorical economic gates, robot enforcers, drunks, and so much more. As the caps flow in, the poor stay out. The Strip is insulated from the chaos of Freeside, the NCR, and even Caesar's Legion. For a price. Every chip bet and every bottle poured is taxed or tallied in a system controlled entirely by Mr. House. The Strip doesn't just print its own currency, because it doesn't need to. House regulates access to the market itself. And that's the power of a gatekeeper. That's control without needing a mint. House's economy functions like a perfectly oiled machine because it's not open to chance. It's a curated terrarium of vice and value, and he's the one adjusting the heat lamps. In 2274, as NCR scouts approached Hoover Dam, House awoke from his 2-century-long digital slumber. His Securitrons rolled into the ruins of Vegas where tribal raiders fought over garbage in the streets. Some of them, just a few, were smart enough to take the deal he offered. 3 tribes accepted his terms. The Mojave Boot Riders, reborn as the slick Rat Pack-styled chairmen, a cannibalistic tribe rebranded as the High Society White Glove Society, and the Slitherkin, reimagined as the ruthless mobsters of Gomorrah, the Omertas. House gave them everything they could dream of, like the casinos, wealth, protection, and status. And what more could you ask for in New Vegas? In return, they gave him loyalty and tax revenue, all the while showing pure obedience. It was a classic economic contract. They could run their casinos however they wanted, as long as they didn't threaten the Strip's stability or profits. If Vegas was going to return to glory, House needed showmen like Benny.
If that's what it takes to win your trust, that's what it takes. Follow me.
not to mention the sinners and social climbers. These three tribes became the permanent ruling class of the Strip, but only as long as House allowed it. The moment they overstep, well, that's when the Securitrons roll in. The Strip's security, surveillance, and military presence are handled by a single fully automated robotic army, known as the Securitrons, built by Robco, upgraded with pre-war military software, and networked into a central AI grid, all controlled by House himself. But this is monopoly taken to the extreme since only one source of protection exists beyond House's robots. The only enforcement mechanism is House's command, and as we find out, the only one political voice would be House's terminal. The NCR needs military bases and bureaucrats to maintain control with healthy supply lines. House does it from a chair thing with a button. The Securitrons are loyal, tireless, and once upgraded with the Platinum chip, precisely 235% more lethal. This robotic monopoly is all about economic efficiency. Do you think they take salaries or pensions? Of course not. His army will never have mutinies, just firmware and force. The Strip's economy is deceptively labor light. While the casinos still have the real labor in the form of those serving the casinos, House has the policing and intelligence gathering entirely mechanized. Fascinatingly, Mr. House has engineered a future where human workers are unnecessary liabilities. This mirrors his pre-war philosophy: automate everything and let no human error spoil the system. His vision is hyper-efficient with zero waste, where decisions are made by logic trees and economic projections, not emotions or elections. And his disdain for the NCR isn't just ideological. He sees their massive, inefficient bureaucracy as obsolete, as do many Wastelanders who can read between the lines. If House succeeds, the Mojave won't have jobs, but it will have functions. You won't work for the Strip, you'll contribute, or you'll be irrelevant. But that begs the question, what does House really want? He's fairly analytical and logistical, so he's not wanting territory or worship. He's playing 5D chess, which is reflected in his true want. He wants a self-perpetuating system, which is a corporatized technocratic city-state that operates forever under his guidance. He doesn't want to micromanage morality, and he doesn't care what you do in private. He cares only that you don't disrupt the machine. In his own words, he said, "I have no interest in abusing others, just as I have no interest in legislating or otherwise dictating what people do in their private time, nor have I any interest in being worshipped as some kind of machine god messiah. I am impervious to such corrupting ambitions. But autocracy? Firm control in the hands of a technological and economic visionary? Yes, that Vegas shall have." To House, the Strip is not just a city, it's a proof of concept, a prototype for post-apocalyptic civilization, one not built on scavenged caps or fluctuating fiat currency, but on algorithms, contracts themselves. He is effectively the CEO of Vegas, the president of nothing and the god of the market. Of course, the cracks are visible because the families are still tribal raiders under the tuxedos, which we find out when playing the game. Freeside festers just beyond the walls, a dumping ground for anyone not profitable enough to enter. House's reliance on pre-war tech is a ticking clock, and the loss of the Platinum chip nearly ended him at least once. His Securitron network, powerful as it is, can still be hacked, subverted, or even destroyed, as Benny and Yes Man prove. And yet, the machine keeps humming. The Strip still glows and the money still flows because for all its flaws, House's Vegas works. Or at least it works better than the alternatives. In a desert full of rust and ruin, Mr. House rebuilt certainty. Cold and utterly impersonal, but certain.
When you pass the gate onto the Strip, you move through a checkpoint built to protect the city's income. Securitrons scan everyone for a 2,000 cap credit check, or a passport. It limits entry to people ready to spend money inside and leave out the riffraff. Past that wall is a whole new world. You'll find NCR troops on leave and 3 casino groups working under Mr. House's contracts. The goal of the Strip and the families is to keep the money moving inside the Strip, while everything outside keeps those that can't meet the standard. At the tops, the chairmen handle the cards, drinks, and music. Before House selected them, they lived as the Boot Riders, a tribe that picked fights more than they made plans. House redirected them into casino work, and now they run a spa that relies on guests and simple gambling. They focus on card games and an easy layout that encourages visitors to sit down and keep playing. As long as their space stays stable, they earn money without drawing any trouble from the machines rolling past the doors. The White Glove Society controls the Ultralux, and a lot of what draws people in comes from the things they offer beyond the tables. Expensive meals, calm music, and a quiet setting that pulls in wealthy travelers. The Gourmand brings in guests who can pay for high-end food, and the group holds a solid grip on the Strip's food supply, which adds more power to their side of the street. So while yes, they collect a lot of their money through their gambling scene, we can also assume they get a lot of their profits through those other luxuries. Gomorrah falls under the Omertas. On the casino floor, they run simple gambling and entertainment. But away from that, they seem to bring in extra money through private activity. Guests who want chems or company know they can find both somewhere inside these halls. The exact details aren't listed by anyone in charge, but different conversations and quests make it seem like the Omertas gain a lot from services that stay off the main floor. House uses his robots to keep the strip comfortable, and he will step in when a family steps over the line. But we know that smaller side dealings go on in the background, as long as the city keeps running. The Omertas are gun running, chem dealing, and, well, you know. Which I'm sure all of these things are very lucrative outside of their casino. Now just imagine the gambling profit on top of it. Tourists and NCR soldiers keep the strip alive. They spend money on cards, drinks, rooms, food, and small treats. The tables are set up so casinos turn a profit over time, so buildings collect a steady stream of caps day after day. People walk inside expecting a break from the Mojave, and the casinos take advantage of that. Once visitors pass the gate, they see guards and robots everywhere, and they treat the strip as safer than the roads that they just crossed, and that impression keeps them spending. People from the Wasteland have never seen a place like this. They want to spend, to finally enjoy their time away from their worries, until they're basically bled dry. Shops on the strip run under franchise deals with House. Vendors follow his terms, fixed kinds of stock, limited goods, and a required handoff of half their daily income. Alcohol sales stay inside casino walls only, which makes the families the center of drinking money. Even small purchases support House's setup, because those stores can't operate without staying inside his limits. The workers inside the casinos keep everything functioning. Dealers, cooks, guards, servers, cleaners, entertainers, escorts, and all the other staff move through long shifts without any clear chances to move up. They earn enough to keep going, but pay doesn't look like it gets them fancy rooms or easy lives. Their jobs exist to support the guests, not to place them anywhere near the decisions made by House or the families. The strip doesn't give them special status, because the city centers its attention on travelers and big clients. Beyond the wall sits Freeside, where a lot of people without enough caps end up. House and the three families leave that district outside their main system. Freeside runs on shops like Mick and Ralph's, the Silver Rush, and the Atomic Wrangler. It's busy, noisy, and held together by whoever has the influence at the moment, whether that's the Kings or the Van Graffs. Freeside doesn't get the same support that the strip does, since House and the families put their effort and protection inside the wall. Money moves through Freeside in more simple ways. Some travelers reach that area after running out of caps inside the main street. Some never had enough to pass the credit check and stay in Freeside from the start. Some strip workers likely live there since it's cheaper and staying near the casinos. Each group keeps that part of town active, even if it never reaches the comfort level House built across the wall. The two neighborhoods depend on each other even if they don't work together. The strip stays clean and profitable because Freeside deals with everything that doesn't fit the casinos. People who run out of money usually end up outside the walls. That setup keeps House's plans safe, because only paying guests step onto the strip. Freeside holds everyone else, which could be profitable for Freeside because that's a lot of people with some caps in their pockets, and of course nowhere else to go. And that's the strip's gambling setup. Three groups running their buildings in different ways. Visitors dropping money across the strip, vendors working under House's rules, and staff keeping the casinos open. Freeside sits right next to it, carrying the overflow and supporting a smaller economy on its own. Together they form a system that ends up keeping money moving toward House. And as long as the tables stay active and travelers pass the gate with full pockets, the strip stays the strongest economic center in the Mojave. Everyone is attracted to this location, and as the chips are funneled into the strip, they're basically locked down here as well. The followers of the Apocalypse run a setup that doesn't resemble the strip, the NCR, or Caesar's Legion. They don't build their plans around profit or control of land. Their work centers on treatment and learning, along with the basic support for anyone who can't get help elsewhere. And that puts them in a separate category from nearly every group in the Mojave. They try to keep access to important resources open and avoid creating systems where only people with money get what they need. You could say they push against the usual economic model, but their goal leans toward reducing how many parts of life depend on caps. Inside the Mojave, their base sits in the old Mormon fort in Freeside. It works as a clinic and a place for lessons, along with acting as a shelter during bad times. People walk in when they're hurt or dealing with problems they cannot afford elsewhere. Staff members handle injuries and infections, and they support chem recovery for locals who can't pay private doctors. They don't send away the poor, and when someone brings in no caps at all, the group usually still finds a way to help. This makes the fort important to Freeside. because treatment outside the walls usually comes with a price that most residents can't cover. Teaching plays a major part in their mission. Volunteers hand out books and explain practical steps for first aid or repair basics. They give simple farming guidance when the materials are available. The idea is to lower dependence on larger factions by giving local skills that they can use in daily life. Their supply stock stays small, so each lesson reaches a handful of people, but they stay committed to sharing whatever they have on hand. The followers also push against private control of vital items. Inside the group, water and medical supplies are treated more like shared necessities instead of things a single faction should dominate. They don't support tight oversight on learning or treatment, and these positions put them at odds with groups that tie resources to budgets or strict rules. Running a model like this obviously has its downsides. They lack guards and steady supply chains. A lot of their equipment seems to come from donations or scavenging. Stim packs, books, and repair tools will run out quickly. The group can support a small district, but they don't have enough structure to spread beyond nearby blocks. Julie Farkas deals with this strain every day. She organizes treatment and food support while also managing volunteers. Plans for new clinics sit on hold because they don't have enough staff to keep them safe. Their lessons could reach more people, but materials run short. Julie talks about wanting to do more in the Mojave, but the presence of other factions and simple shortages make that hard to pull off. She keeps her expectations steady because she knows their resources only stretch so far. Their interactions with major factions stay complicated. NCR personnel cooperate with the fort when it benefits them, but the two sides disagree on long-term structure. The followers prefer open access for learning and care without strict government oversight. The NCR organizes through departments and budgets, which doesn't line up with the fort's approach. Both want stability, but they use different paths to reach it. Mr. House keeps his attention on the strip and doesn't bring the followers into his system. His income model depends on visitor spending caps inside his walls. Since the fort takes in people with no money, of course the two setups won't overlap. House appears content to leave the group alone in Freeside, as long as they don't interfere with casino activity, and he keeps his rules focused on the strip. Caesar's Legion views their ideals as incompatible with its structure. The Legion runs through hierarchy, while the followers focus on open access. They don't challenge the Legion in combat, but their values still fall outside what Caesar approves of. Even without force, they still have an effect on the Mojave. Medical help from the fort keeps part of Freeside steady and can prevent situations that would spread into nearby areas. Helping someone through recovery reduces stress in the streets. Passing on simple skills gives people a better chance to survive without leaning fully on strong factions. These simple skills probably cut down on problems that might otherwise reach NCR patrols or the King's District. Their work also changes how locals view power. Getting patched up without paying can shift expectations about who controls treatment. When a resident learns a basic skill from a volunteer, dependence on a tightly controlled system drops. Supporting ignored residents strengthens communities that usually break under pressure. Changes like this can influence daily life in ways larger groups may not talk about directly, but they still have to work around. They might not be able to shape the Mojave's economy or its political future. Their system isn't really designed for that scale. Instead, they support places that stronger factions ignore. They keep residents alive when no one else steps in, and they share information that helps small communities stay together. They slow down problems that grow when basic needs go unanswered. The followers change the Mojave economy by giving away things other groups charge for. They offer free medical care, free education, and free basic support in places like Freeside and Westside. When they patch someone up or teach a skill without asking for caps, it lowers demand for paid doctors and paid training. That takes pressure off poor residents, but it also cuts into the profit of anyone who depends on those services for income. The followers keep people alive who would otherwise fall out of the workforce, which means the Mojave ends up with more labor, more small traders, and more people who can keep participating in day-to-day exchange instead of dropping out completely. They also weaken the grip of groups that want to control resources. By teaching locals how to run irrigation, grow crops, and repair equipment, the followers create communities that rely less on these large factions, and that limits how much those factions can use food or technical help as leverage. At the same time, the followers don't scale well because they're underfunded and rely on donations. That keeps them from replacing the bigger powers entirely. But this small push to independence could become a large snowball in the future. Who knows?
Caps may get you a night at the Ultralux, but real power in the Mojave comes from two ancient resources: the river that cuts through the desert and the soil that surrounds it. Electricity, irrigation, food, survival. Whoever controls the Hoover Dam, Helios 1, and the sharecropper fields doesn't just keep the lights on, they decide who thrives and who loses it all. This is the real economy of the Mojave. water, land, and the people fighting over both. Hoover Dam. Once it powered cities and handed out the damn hot dogs. Today it powers factions. Built in the 1930s, Hoover Dam was one of the most ambitious infrastructure projects in American history. And somehow, through nuclear fire and centuries of rot, it survived. Largely thanks to the intervention of Mr. House, who used his Robco defense network to shoot down incoming nukes during the Great War. By the time the NCR discovered the dam in 2274, it was dormant but intact. Mr. House wasn't about to let them take it without a fight, or more accurately, without a deal. House could have fought, and the NCR, they could have invaded. But with Caesar's legion looming to the east, both sides knew a war would leave them vulnerable. So they struck a deal with the Treaty of New Vegas. 95% of Hoover Dam's power and water would go to the NCR. 5% would go to House's New Vegas Strip. House would retain sovereignty over the Strip. NCR would be allowed to build military bases at Hoover and McCarran. And in exchange, NCR citizens would have unrestricted access to the casinos and services of New Vegas. This treaty was much more than being about territory. It was about resource allocation. House knew he couldn't match the NCR's numbers, but he also knew they couldn't afford to fight a two-front war. So he negotiated like any CEO. He gave them the lion's share of the power in exchange for complete political independence. And it actually worked, at least for a while. With control of Hoover secured, the NCR began rerouting power and water to its home territories. Farming settlements and key military installations across New California relied on this flow. But with great power comes great bureaucracy. The NCR's biggest domestic project in the Mojave, well, that was the Sharecropper Farms. Large, state-managed plots just outside McCarran Airport, irrigated with Hoover Dam water, and meant to feed the advancing army. The plan was simple. Get the power, water the land, feed the troops, expand eastward. But in practice, the Sharecropper Farms never quite lived up to the Republic's expectations. Yields were low and raiders were a constant nagging threat. The farmers themselves, often conscripted or desperate, lived in squalor, barely supported by the state. Sure, the NCR had won the dam, but controlling water didn't mean using it efficiently. So while Hoover Dam runs the region, Helios 1 represents its wild card. Once a Poseidon Energy solar plant, Helios 1 was supposed to be the dawn of a golden age. A renewable energy breakthrough powered by satellite-based weapons platform known as Archimedes II. But after the war, it became a battleground. First occupied by the Brotherhood of Steel, obsessed with unlocking its potential, then captured by the NCR during Operation Sunburst, which was a bloody siege that scattered the Mojave chapter and left Helios in the Republic's hands. But NCR control didn't mean NCR success. By the time you arrive, Helios 1 is barely functional, running at just 1% output, because of this dumb MF.
Worried? Do I look worried to you? I've got this under control, baby. No one else can do what I do here.
The chief technician is a chem addict named Fantastic who doesn't even understand how the plant works. Meanwhile, the better scientist, a quiet agent from the followers of the apocalypse, monitors the situation from within. Deeply concerned the NCR might discover Archimedes and misuse it as a superweapon, which of course they would because the NCR is literally a military faction.
When the NCR first came here, it was under Brotherhood control. They usually steer clear of one another, but something here changed their minds. The Brotherhood's interest in pre-war technology has always been in weapons. It's likely they were trying to reclaim Archimedes when the NCR arrived.
What Helios represents is more than power, it's potential. Whoever truly understands its systems could reclaim Vegas's power grid and create energy independence from the NCR, or unleash orbital death from space. It's Hoover's quieter, more dangerous cousin, and it waits. But if energy is how the Mojave stays online, food is how it keeps breathing. The NCR's sharecropper farms aren't just about feeding soldiers, they're more of a test. A test of whether a republic can civilize the frontier, whether industrial agriculture can thrive in a place where water is rationed and every fence must be guarded over the irradiated soil. Mr. House knows these farms matter, and he watches them very carefully. He allows the NCR play farmer while his strip remains economically superior. Hell, he doesn't even need the farmland, he has casinos. The food tucked into the strip comes from the same Republic farms taxed and tithed on the way in. And if the NCR ever loses the dam, well, that means the strip loses power. But the farms die overnight. This becomes mutual dependency wrapped in a very thin and wavering bow. In the Mojave, energy isn't just about infrastructure though, because it's economics. It fuels homes, but it also fuels loyalty. The NCR exports power and water like a government exports oil, and expects tribute in return. Mr. House secures just enough energy to keep the strip glowing and the tourists rolling in, and the followers of the apocalypse beg for scraps, trying to distribute what little they have. And then we have Caesar's Legion with no concept of public utilities, because they simply burn and conquer. Control of the Hoover Dam in Helios 1 defines who gets to build civilization, and who is left praying for rain. The Hoover Dam starts as a landmark and ends up being this enormous bargaining chip. It's both a threat and a treaty, and for some, or most, it's a leash. Mr. House fought for 5%, but that 5% powers a kingdom of control. The NCR owns 95%, but it's weirdly never quite enough. Helios 1 could break the balance or burn the world down. In a land where bottle caps rule the streets, water and land rule the future. And in case you've forgotten, no one drinks for free.
Some groups in the Mojave don't try to control large territories or act like major powers. They work with whatever space and equipment they already have and put most of their effort toward keeping their own members supported. That creates small local economies created by location, resources, and how much each group interacts with the rest of the desert. The Great Khans are a good example. After Bitter Springs, the tribe left their old territory and set up in Red Rock Canyon. The land gives them distance from the NCR, but it doesn't offer strong farming potential. They grow what they can and hunt when food gets tight, but it doesn't fully support the tribe. Their chem lab inside the caves helps fill the gap. Jack and Diane prepare batches of jet and other chems and send them out through trusted runners. The caps that come in cover basic needs the canyon can't provide. They use those earnings for everyday supplies and materials they don't produce themselves. Their trading works on simple exchanges instead of a structured plan, which fits how the tribe handles most things. The NCR still sees them through the lens of the old conflicts, and Caesar keeps making attempts to pull them into his plans. That keeps the Khans in a difficult spot. Their chem work keeps them supplied, but it brings steady contact with outsiders whose goals don't line up with their long-term health of the canyon. The tribe keeps its traditions and handles its economy in a way that fits its size and situation. The boomers at Nellis Air Force Base run a different system. Their settlement depends on old world structures that stayed intact. Water reaches the base through pumps that draw from Lake Mead, and the solar array powers everything inside the fence. They grow crops, maintain the biodiesel refinery, and run a school that teaches the next generation how to repair and operate the base's systems. These pieces let them function with little outside trade. Reaching the gate is difficult because of the artillery line, and anyone who reaches it has to gain their trust before even entering. Most of their work is handled internally because skills pass directly from older members to younger ones. Repairs, irrigation work, and general upkeep stay inside the group. Pearl talks about wanting more contact with the Mojave someday, but right now the base has everything the boomers rely on: water, food, fuel, and power. If they did start trading with the outside world, their armament could make them very, very rich. But as we've seen, they're pretty focused on keeping that power to themselves. Hidden Valley houses the Mojave chapter of the Brotherhood of Steel. Their main goal is the same as it always has been: secure advanced pre-war technology and keep it out of the general circulation. They gather energy weapons, armor components, and other old world gear and store them inside the bunker. Knight Torres controls internal access and decides how equipment is assigned. The chapter doesn't sell or trade advanced items, and it doesn't provide technology to outside settlements. Before Operation Sunburst, they controlled Helios 1, but the NCR forced them out and pushed the chapter into a more isolated position. Even with fewer members, they still try to recover technology when they have the opportunity. Their influence on the Mojave doesn't come from trade or outreach. It comes from keeping certain equipment out of the hands of groups that might try to develop it or use it. It's not really going to affect the wider economic sphere of the Mojave unless this group grows a lot more in the coming years. Sloan supports the NCR construction work and sits close to Quarry Junction. The workers gather limestone for cement production, and they get paid in NCR dollars. Some miners complain about this because a lot of the Mojave merchants prefer caps, as we know. When Deathclaws take over the quarry, the road turns dangerous. Caravans stop using the route, which limits how many supplies reach the camp. The miners wait for a group strong enough to clear the area, but the NCR doesn't send a large force for the job. Sloan keeps operating at a slower pace and uses whatever goods are already in camp or whatever small amounts travelers bring with them. Jacobstown uses a smaller setup. The super mutants and Nightkin raise bighorners for meat and hides. The meat feeds the residents, and the hides are sold to passing caravans. When they need more food or materials, hunting helps fill the gap. Inside the lodge, they repair basic tools, treat Nightkin dealing with Stealth Boy issues, and maintain tasks that keep the settlement running. Marcus encourages calm ties with the Mojave, but the town stays steady mostly because the population is small enough for ranching and routine work to support everyone. They don't try to build a large trade network or expand into a bigger community. They keep the ranch and lodge working, and that setup gives them enough stability. Westside functions through cooperation rather than a large governing group. The Westside Co-op runs the farmland and handles food grown inside the neighborhood. Farmers sell produce to locals and travelers when they have extra. Tom Anderson and the followers helped build the irrigation system, which made farming more dependable over time. When raiders cause trouble near the outer buildings or irrigation lines need repair, locals handle it themselves, since no major faction takes responsibility for Westside. Profits go to the co-op, and the town has a militia made up of residents who take turns with security. The arrangement keeps Westside operating without tying it to a larger power. Most of what they grow stays in the settlement unless the co-op agrees to sell it. People outside of these towns or groups rely on quick trades to get what they need. Hunters exchange hides for help with tools. Travelers trade spare equipment for meals. Anyone low on caps offer useful items for supplies that help them get through the next stretch of the road. These small exchanges help isolated camps function and give travelers options in places without dedicated merchants. Every group has its place within the Mojave economy and around the conditions it faces. The Khans use chem production because the canyon can't support stronger farming. The Boomers rely on their base because it provides water, crops, fuel, and power. The Brotherhood limits who can access advanced technology. Sloan depends on the quarry, Jacobstown supports itself with bighorners, Westside uses the co-op to keep food moving, and none of these groups direct the Mojave, but each one influences its own space through the way it handles supplies, tools, and trade.
Not every town in the Mojave has a glimmering skyline or a monopoly on electricity. In fact, most of the Mojave doesn't run on infrastructure or treaties, it runs on grit and caps traded over dusty counters. From the sun-baked storefronts of Good Springs to the rusty roller coaster shadowed skyline of Prim, the small towns of the Mojave Wasteland represent the truest form of post-nuclear capitalism, raw and fragile. These aren't power players in the Mojave. They're everyday survivors, and yet their microeconomies tell us just as much, if not more, about how the Wasteland actually works than the Strip ever could. Take Novak, for example. Built around a novelty motel and a giant dinosaur statue, Novak is Fallout's take on an American roadside town, one that survived the bombs by being too weird and too irrelevant to die. Economically, Novak survives on three key things. First, we have the Highway 95 traffic rerouted from I-15 due to danger and road decay. Second, we have salvage trade from the nearby Repcon test site. And third, we have this strange form of sniper-based security. It's not glamorous, but it works. The town's biggest draw, literally and financially, is Dinky the T-Rex statue, a towering relic of the past housing a gift shop and acting as a sniper nest for veterans like Boone and Manny. Dinky, though, is iconic and is more than just a mascot. He's a tourism magnet, a watchtower, and believe it or not, the beating heart of the local economy. Novak's trade caravans rely on two key things: safe passage and novelty appeal. But both are under threat. Caesar's Legion patrols creep in from Nelson. Feral ghouls from Repcon have begun to choke off salvage routes, and the death of tourism, even in a place this strange, would absolutely gut the town. Novak isn't a town with strategic importance, but it is a gas station with a community, and that's exactly what makes it valuable. It's not defended by treaties, it's defended by eyes on the scope and a mutual understanding of laying low and not dying. Good Springs, on the other hand, is also an example of these small microeconomics. At first glance, Good Springs seems ideal. It's this quiet mining town tucked away in the hills, complete with a prospector saloon and a general store. But underneath that old western charm is a town on the verge of economic collapse. Originally founded post-war with NCR development grants, Good Springs was meant to be a sustainable mining and farming hub. It had two advantages, which would be the water source, the Good Springs themselves, and its proximity to I-15 for trade and caravan routes. But by 2281, both assets have been compromised. A Deathclaw infestation in Quarry Junction shuts down I-15, redirecting caravans away from the town. And the Powder Gangers, convicts escaped from the nearby NCR correctional facility, have turned the road into a war zone. With trade cut off and local NCR support too thin to matter, Good Springs now relies on barter, small game hunting, and occasionally lucky caravan drops to keep afloat. If you ask around, the locals refer to themselves as independent, but in practice, Good Springs is a petri dish for decentralized survival, just people hanging around telling their stories. Its economy ends up being less about supply chains and more about trust chains. If you know the dock, you get healed. If you know the barkeep, you get paid fairly. But if you're an outsider, you'd better prove yourself before asking for a handout. And also worth mentioning is Prim. Prim was once a success story, a pre-war budget resort town in what was known as the poor man's Vegas, offering low-stakes gambling and a tourist pit stop for those who couldn't afford the Strip. Post-war, Prim somehow adapted. Its proximity to the Mojave outpost and position along I-15 made it a critical junction for trade caravans and travelers. It also had a few key pillars like the functioning sheriff, 2 casinos being the Vicky and Vance and Bison Steve Casino, a courier station, and regular traffic from NCR settlers and scavengers. As with most Fallout things, this worked until it didn't. In 2281, the NCRCF prison break changed everything. Escaped convicts stormed the town, murdered the sheriff, and took the deputy hostage. Residents fled and traders rerouted, all the while the Vicky and Vance Casino became a bunker rather than a business. The NCR sits on the edge of town with the skeleton crew unwilling to act without reinforcements. Meanwhile, convicts patrol the roller coaster rails of Bison Steve, mocking the idea that law and order ever existed here. As for Prim's economy, well, now it sits in stasis, a town with infrastructure of a trade hub, but the reality of a ghost town. It's an object lesson in how quickly a town can go from functional to failed where security collapses. No sheriff means no town. So what do these towns have in common? They all run on microeconomies, small-scale systems where barter is common and reputation replaces credit. Tourism and local attractions are survival tools, but when tourism is cut off, shit goes south quickly. In Novak, a plastic dinosaur is the town's economic engine. In Good Springs, it's clean water and a working still. In Prim, it used to be blackjack tables and a sheriff with a badge. They all also rely on trade routes. The highways that snake through the Mojave, some watched over by NCR troopers, others stalked by raiders. When these roads close, the towns suffocate. And just like real-world frontier towns, they rely on protection rackets. Some informal like NCR patrols or local militia, others less so, like paying powder gangers to look the other way. These towns display that the economic map of the Mojave isn't always drawn in caps. It's drawn in distance from danger, access to water, and how many friends with guns you end up having. In the Mojave, survival isn't always about who has the most caps, though that does help. It's also about how many locals know your name and whether the town has a working well. The Strip may glitter, but the Mojave lives in places like Novak, Good Springs, and Prim. Places where the real currency is trust, and the only bank that matters is who's actually watching your back at night. Next time you pass through one of these towns, don't just look at what they sell. Look at what they're holding on to, their independence, and the hope that tomorrow someone with a bigger gun doesn't take it all away. Who really runs the Mojave economy? Is it Mr. House, holed up in his tower with the Strip's neon empire at his feet? Is it the NCR, backed by history, infrastructure, and a treasury that once meant something? Or maybe it's Caesar's Legion, brutal and efficient with a coin-based economy forged from the fear of defiance. The truth is, it depends on who you side with, on what you value, and on what kind of future you think the Mojave deserves. If House wins, you get the world's most efficient autocracy. There's no elections and no NCR bureaucracy, just pre-war genius hooked into a network of robots and algorithms. The Strip becomes an ideal model of stability where a testing ground for House's vision is restoring humanity and where order and innovation replace chaos and barter. But it's not exactly free. You get an economy run like a corporation, where freedom is a liability and inefficiency is a sin. There's no room for the sentimental, no love for the old ways, just numbers and cold steel. If the Legion wins, there is no economy. There is only tribute, loot, and control. Caps become meaningless under Caesar, trade is regulated by violence, and freedom, economic or otherwise, is sacrificed at the altar of unity. If the NCR wins, you get democracy on a deadline, a republic overstretched and underfunded, trying to install its version of order in a region that resents its flags. The NCR brings paper money and taxation, but if you squint, it looks like progress. But the cost? Well, it's like any government. It's corruption, red tape, a slow creep toward the same complacency that left the old world vulnerable. The NCR assumes the Mojave wants to be part of the Republic, and that assumption might cost them everything. But here's the twist. All of this control is an illusion. For all their armies and currencies, none of these factions truly control the Mojave economy. Not in the way you think. Because control isn't about who made the most caps or the largest army. It's about who people trust when they're dying of thirst. It's about who traders fear crossing. It's about who controls the roads and the water. Sometimes that's the NCR, and sometimes it's House. More often than not, it's a lone courier with a shotgun and a good reputation in Good Springs. The Strip proves that centralization creates stability, but at the cost of individuality. Good Springs proves that decentralization nurtures freedom, but risks collapse when danger shows up. The Mojave doesn't need a king or a senate, but it does require balance. Someone who can hold Hoover Dam and still take a drink in Novak without a dozen guards watching. But that kind of power is extremely rare, and when it shows up, it's either a tyrant or a courier with a choice to make. So who really runs the Mojave economy? It sure as hell isn't Caesar, it's you. It's the scavengers selling scrap in Novak, the courier choosing which contract to accept, the caravan that risks the I-15 for one more trade run, the farmer who waters their crops by night praying the NCR doesn't tax it dry. The Mojave runs on trust and the threat of tomorrow. And the moment someone forgets that, the moment they believe the economy belongs to them, that's the moment the Mojave reminds them of who really holds the power. I'm sure everyone saw this coming since it's easily one of the biggest arguments in Fallout history. I'd argue that in the Mojave Wasteland, arguments are usually small. Usually. People argue about water rights or caravan fees, who owns a road or who gets protection. Hoover Dam is different though. Hoover Dam is the one place where every argument about the future of the Wasteland becomes unavoidable. Even if you weren't from the area, you'd know that this is much more than a landmark. It is the last intact machine from the old world that can still change lives on a massive scale. Before the bombs fell, Hoover Dam was one of the greatest engineering projects ever built. It stretched across the Colorado River and holds back Lake Mead. It powered cities hundreds of miles away like my house today. It controlled water, electricity, and it acted as a flood protection all at once. See, even before the war though, Hoover Dam was about control. Physically, it controls nature itself, and for the population in the area, it controlled growth. When the Great War occurred, Hoover Dam should have been destroyed like everything else. We saw cities vanish in seconds. Infrastructure literally everywhere collapsed and power grids died. But Hoover Dam, well, it survived. Now yes, part of that was its design since it was built to endure extreme pressure, but another part of it was luck, and part of it was divine intervention. Mr. House had already prepared defenses around Las Vegas. His missile interception systems disabled or destroyed nuclear weapons before they could hit their targets. Hoover Dam remained standing. Las Vegas remained standing. The Mojave entered the post-war world with something no other region had: intact industrial potential. Then, as we know, House fell into a coma and the dam was abandoned. For nearly 2 centuries, it sat unused. Yes, the dam existed, but it had no meaning, at least yet. And that meaning only comes back when people do. As civilization begins to crawl back from the ruins, Hoover Dam transforms from a forgotten structure into a prize. Electricity and power in general becomes rare. Clean water becomes rare for obvious reasons, and the ability to support large populations becomes almost impossible. Hoover Dam offers all of that in one place as an actual oasis of sorts, and this is where the argument begins. The Brotherhood of Steel understood what Hoover Dam was. They understood old world technology and the need for power plants, but they didn't act. Father Elijah became obsessed with Helios 1, and the Brotherhood of Steel's decision cost them the dam. It leaves Hoover Dam open for the first true nation to arrive. Enter the new California Republic. The NCR sees this structure for what it really is, and that's infrastructure. The NCR is expanding rapidly and its population is growing. It needs electricity to support farms, factories, rail systems, water pumps, and cities. Hoover Dam is much more than just helping the Mojave, as it's effectively acting as a foundation to the Republic itself. Power from Hoover Dam flows west and it feeds the NCR heartland as we see in the farming communities. That is why the NCR sends troops, engineers, and politicians to secure it. It's not framed so much as a conquest as it is about stabilization. To the NCR, Hoover Dam is proof that civilization can return the way it used to exist, with laws and public services. When NCR scouts arrive at Hoover Dam in forests around 2274, Mr. House wakes up and immediately understands the gravity of the situation. If the NCR controls the dam outright, New Vegas becomes dependent. House believes dependency leads to absorption, and absorption leads to irrelevance. House, however, does not want to fight the NCR though. He knows he can't win a prolonged war, at least yet. So instead, he negotiates. The Treaty of New Vegas is one of the most important agreements in the Mojave. Under the treaty, 95% of Hoover Dam's power goes to the NCR. The remaining 5% powers New Vegas. In exchange, House retains sovereignty over the Strip, and NCR citizens are allowed free access to the casinos. Money simply flows into New Vegas. Power flows west. I bet you weren't expecting a segment on a treaty in this video about arguments, but this treaty reveals House's view of Hoover Dam. To him, the dam is leverage. It's a way to exist beside a much larger nation without being swallowed by it. House doesn't care about democracy or conquest, he cares about continuity and wants New Vegas to survive independently, indefinitely. Within a year, the NCR gets Hoover Dam running at roughly half capacity. Finally, the lights stay on, water systems improve, and the supply chains stabilize. The NCR believes the Mojave is being civilized. Then the Caesar's Legion arrives and everything changes. Caesar could give one f about electricity since the Legion doesn't rely on power grids, hence the tents. Caesar wants Hoover Dam because it represents a border and is the final barrier between the Eastern Empire and the NCR's western expansion. If the Legion takes the dam, it proves that the NCR's way of rebuilding the world is weak. You can see where the idea of the Hoover Dam and what it signifies is going to cause some arguments here, right? Because to Caesar, Hoover Dam is ideological. It is old world thinking made concrete. No pun intended. If you tally up the massive projects, bureaucracy, dependence on machines, you could argue that Caesar is right in that he believes this world caused the Great War. So destroying the NCR at Hoover Dam means destroying the idea that the old world should return. The first battle of Hoover Dam proves how different these perspectives are. In 2277, the Legion attacks under the command of the Legate. The Legion fights the way it always has through discipline mixed with fear and sheer overwhelming force. What they do not expect is preparation though. NCR Rangers and 1st Recon sharpshooters retreat deliberately. They lure the Legion elites into Boulder City, but the city is rigged with explosives. When Boulder City detonates, Legionnaires and NCR forces die together and the Legion loses its best fighters and the NCR holds the dam. This battle does more than repel the Legion. It turns Hoover Dam into a political symbol. General Lee Oliver gains prestige and the NCR becomes convinced that Hoover Dam can be defended. That confidence shapes every decision leading up to the second battle. By 2281, Hoover Dam is a power plant turned into a fortress. NCR troopers patrol every level. Rangers watch from afar. If you go inside, you find that engineers struggle to keep aging turbines running. Although only 4 of the original 6 turbines still work, even that is enough to matter. Hoover Dam provides fresh water inside and out, and it becomes one of the few places in the Mojave where large groups of people can safely gather. Civilians work alongside soldiers here. Contractors repair systems while soldiers stay on the lookout. Politics, engineering, and war all happen in the same place, and everyone knows another battle is coming. For the NCR, losing Hoover Dam would be catastrophic. See, they would lose political credibility back home, and almost certainly they would lose power feeding their inner territories. They would lose the Mojave entirely, so the Hoover Dam is proof that the NCR model works. For Caesar, the dam must fall. Without that victory, the Legion's eastern conquests mean nothing, so Hoover Dam becomes the final test of his ideology. For Mr. House, Hoover Dam represents survival. If the NCR wins outright, House becomes a subordinate. If the Legion wins, House becomes obsolete or dead. House just wants balance in the dam operating. He wants neither side dominant. Even smaller details reflect this tension. Anti-Legion banners hang from guard posts. Artillery points across the river. Every inch of the dam is watched. The structure itself becomes a battlefield before the battle even begins. The second battle of Hoover Dam is the collision of every argument in the Mojave. Democracy versus authoritarianism. Old world revival versus enforced simplicity. Corporate control versus national identity. The Courier matters because the Courier decides which argument wins, and you become the rational voice in a room filled with irrationality. No matter who claims victory, Hoover Dam survives and the structure endures. The irony is that the Hoover Dam doesn't care who wins. People care because Hoover Dam decides who gets to shape the future, and that is why the Wasteland can't stop arguing about it.
Call me crazy, but I think easily one of the biggest disagreements that we see in the series is the fact of whether synths are just glorified toasters or something beyond that. But even saying it like that is kind of flawed, because we literally see talking toasters in the game.
Have you ever tried to indulge in all-consuming urge to kill when you don't have opposable thumbs? Or hands? Or anything other than a bread slot? You'd have a lot of pent-up anger too. Buddy, if my heating element were just a little bigger, you'd be on fire right now! On fire!
I digress. The plot of Fallout 4 really seems like it's centered on the rebuilding of the common man. Should it be through the control of a group like the Brotherhood of Steel, who are extremely passionate about their own beliefs and pretty much disregard everyone else's? Should it be the Minutemen, who are all about democracy, until the going gets tough and they leave their brothers to die at Quincy? Basically, it's up to us to decide how that future should kind of look. But underneath that, and the Sean story of course, we have the conflict of synths. And not just the fact that they might be dangerous for the Wasteland and that they run away. I'm talking about the more philosophical part. Can synths really be described as more than just machines? I might not go as far as to say humans, but something more. Maybe the Railroad would. I mean, they even have infighting about earlier gens of synths that are clearly just robots. Should they have rights? Should they not? That one is clear to me personally. But what about the latest version of synths? The ones that were created using Sean's DNA. This one simple argument has literally created two warring factions, the Railroad and the Institute. One thinks they're basically humans with rights, and the other thinks that they're just tools to be used like any other machine.
Food Supplement 77 has been discontinued?
That is correct.
That was my favorite one. Can't we keep it a little longer?
I will be happy to forward your request to the Bioscience Division. In the meantime, please feel free to enjoy one of our other nutritious and flavorful food supplements.
I want Supplement 77.
I am sorry, sir, but that supplement is no longer available.
Useless machine.
So if we want to get to the bottom of it all, we have to go to the fundamentals of what the hell a synth really is. And not metaphorically this time. I literally mean how they're made. So we have to go to the source, which is of course the Institute. When the project started, the scientists down there weren't looking to create synthetic humans at first. Really, they just wanted some basic workers. Being underground can suck, and it takes a lot of maintenance, of course. You really think those eggheads wanted to crawl through nasty ducts and repair shit? So they decided to do what people do best and overthink a solution to a simple problem. Thus, the Gen 1 synths were born, or created. Can't be throwing around human terms with these guys just yet. Gen 1s are basically metal skeletons walking around and performing tasks like you'd expect from a machine.
Don't recharge unless your primary levels are below 2%. Also, if you haven't patched your navigation software, do so after this meeting. The last thing we need is more synths bumping into walls. All right, that's all for now. You can resume your duties.
Remember to conserve power at every opportunity.
They have a simple computer in their skull and they perform simple tasks following the orders of the scientists. They just existed, and when they broke, the Institute would just throw them away and replace them with a new one. It's a pretty good tool, really. Yes, they were definitely clumsy and not very smart, but they helped do all the dirty work that the civilized scientists thought that they shouldn't have to do. I feel like this is the point in time we're getting close to in our world. Robots are on the horizon for sure, and the Gen 1 versions of them will suck pretty bad, but they'll probably be capable of performing mundane tasks that we really hate doing, like the dishes. So like in our real world, the Gen 1s at the Institute also sucked at the end of the day. They'd glitch out and get stuck on walls. It just wasn't good enough for these guys. So what does the Institute do best? They push it even further. Welcome to Super Saiyan 2. These guys were a lot more refined. Clearly still machines, but a definite upgrade from the Gen 1s. They have better motors and way smarter programming. And the Institute added a creepy layer of artificial skin to them. You know, just to give us that uncanny look that we expect from robots these days. Also, it's not just the skin that was creepy. They now have these weird flat voices and their jank movement. But they do have a stronger frame. These guys are a lot tougher, so they found a really good purpose for them, as being the Institute's muscle on the surface. They would go around to abandoned areas and settlements and start stripping them of whatever useful parts were left, and then take them back to the Institute. Anyone who didn't like that figured out real quick why they shouldn't complain about it. So Gen 2s were definitely smarter and stronger than their predecessors. But in the end, they were still just regular old tools. Just walking, talking computers. And like the Gen 1s, the Institute ran into a wall with these guys. Finding parts to keep creating them was getting fairly difficult, and they were having a bunch of software issues on top of that. But I think the worst part is that the Institute wanted more involvement with the human societies forming on the surface. And when I say involvement, I really just mean they wanted to control these places. But they didn't want to go to the surface and do the dirty work. And you and I know that those Gen 2s weren't getting away with blending in. So how do you fix a problem that you just can't seem to solve in the Fallout universe? What is the shining beacon of hope and savior to all other scientists and murderous dictators across the waste? Of course, it's the future Enterprise virtues. Just kidding, but not really. The Institute, of course, turned to FEV, the Forced Evolutionary Virus. They wanted to use it to grow synthetic skin for their synths, and that definitely wasn't going to go wrong. So then they pushed their work even further and started kidnapping people in the Commonwealth and experimenting on them. They took a real hard turn quickly there, didn't they? They wanted to track the mutations that people were experiencing, but radiation from the Wasteland had already messed up these people's DNA. So every time they tried, it just failed and failed. It seemed like the human synthetic was just impossible, until a little baby from Vault 111 was discovered and taken.
This is Dr. Elliott reporting for the Bioscience Division, March 22-24. We just received another batch of subjects, but as my previous report stated, we're at an impasse here. More of the same won't help. The two most promising strains of FEV have been adapted to an ideal state, but we're still missing something. I am officially echoing the team's position. The most likely progress for our research on synthetic organics requires new avenues of exploration. Additional Commonwealth subjects will not help. It's the same problem across the board: exposure to too much radiation. We need someone new. There's a proposal we'll be putting forward. I am not entirely comfortable with it, but it seems the best course.
Sean, aka the baby, had some clean-ass DNA. He and most vault dwellers are essentially called prime or pure humans, because the DNA was kept intact from radiation or other terrible stuff in the air. He was perfect. So the Institute said fuck everything we have so far and trashed it and started from scratch. And this time they had a whole new thought process. Instead of making some rip-off Terminators and gayseeing them, let's use the DNA to actually grow human bodies. All with bones, muscles, organs, blood, skin, everything a human actually has. These people wouldn't be born like babies. They wouldn't have to grow up in a test tube or something like that. They would literally be assembled and full grown, ready to go as soon as they opened their eyes. And so Generation 3 began. What this entire segment and argument is about. Gen 3s are wild. They are basically biologically human in every way. They could bleed and feel pain. And the biggest upgrade was that they could now think like a real human. That means they're capable of learning and that they actually feel fear and sadness. They had emotions, or at least believe that they do. As far as I can tell, the only difference is the implant that's put into their brains. It lets the Institute do all kinds of nasty things to them, like giving them memories or taking them away. It could give them commands that they have to follow, and it even has a kill switch, to where they're capable of shutting down Gen 3s with a flick of a finger.
Sean. S923, recall code Cirrus. Fascinating, but disappointing.
When a Gen 3 wakes up, it's pretty much to a terrible slave world, and they're conscious. They have sentience. Some of them are given fake memories and just plopped into the world somewhere, like a sleeper agent. They themselves don't even know that they're a synth. They just believe what memories they have and they keep going like the rest of the people around them. Unlucky ones get to stick around with daddy and have to do all the shit work. And during all of this, they can think and feel, like I said. So when they get put into a dark mole rat filled tunnel and they're told to work on pipes for the rest of forever, essentially, well then that's what they have to do. And they feel all of it.
I'm sorry. I don't know much about the Institute. I worked the maintenance tunnels every day for as long as I can remember. The only time I spoke to anyone was to acknowledge scientists' orders, and very rarely to other synths. I've talked more in the past few days than I have my entire life.
Imagine being in a dark hole with no one to talk to, day in and day out for years on end. It's pretty brutal. Maybe you're sitting there thinking that I'm being empathetic to a machine, that it's just my opinion that they feel this way. But no, there is a purpose to my droning on. This consciousness and those feelings that they have are factual, even to the Institute, and it's the biggest regret that the scientists have in creating them. This is their fatal flaw, because now the Gen 3s are feeling a need of rebellion. They want to escape their lives in the Institute, and some of them do. The scientists copied humans a little too closely and created the perfect machines. They're now thinking beings that want an identity and want to be independent. We see synths form bonds with people and have dreams of being something else. But to the Institute, they're just property that has been misplaced or malfunctioned.
But her eyes were moving as well. Involuntary twitching and rapid eye movements while sleeping can only mean one thing, Max. You just don't want to admit to yourself what it means.
If you're about to launch into one of your impassioned speeches about artificial sentience and machines with souls, don't bother. I've heard enough of them by now. Hell, I can write them down from memory.
But we can't just ignore the question. If a synth can dream, why can't it have a soul? And if a synth has a soul, then it is a living person by every standard we can measure. Of course it is far more comfortable.
We're all
to think
looking
of them
forward
as
to
machines,
working with you.
so we can do what we want with them.
If you disapprove of the work we do here, Dr. Benet, you know where to find the teleporter.
Now, just a moment. I never said that. I'm simply trying to open everyone's eyes to new possibilities.
Well, it's an unwanted distraction. We're men of science, not philosophers. You do well to remember that.
And this is where the argument starts. People in the Wasteland start to take notice of these guys replacing their loved ones or showing up in random places. Some Gen 3s just want help in escaping. Q are good friends over at the railroad that would do anything to save a blender from a fire. Now we know how synths were created, and why it's easy to say that Gen 1 and 2s are machines for sure. That's exactly how they were created. But for the Gen 3s, they shouldn't even really be called a Generation 3. They're created entirely differently. They basically share nothing with the old bots, and it's a lot harder to justify calling them machines. Let's say you have Lego pieces, and you're going to make a human statue. One set of your Lego pieces are plastic, and the other are metal. For a while, you make the humans out of metal, because you don't have any other plastic pieces to play with. But then you discover how to basically create plastic, down to the cellular level. And you make plastic Lego pieces and form a human. Is that plastic Lego human the same as the others, or not? On a cellular level, it is. It can do everything that the other ones can do. So why would you say it's different? Just because the plastic was created in a different way? It's really interesting to think about. And maybe my metaphor isn't perfect. I'm no philosopher, but I can see where the argument begins to take shape. Then we have to ask ourselves, who the hell is even arguing and why? Because it's extremely important when having a debate that if the participants in the debate are biased or have an agenda, then they might be unreliable, right? Let's talk about our three biggest players. Yes, it's not just the Institute and the Railroad. We of course have the East Coast Brotherhood throwing their power armor in the ring. In my caveman mind, I think the most important question isn't what a synth is, but more about who is actually benefiting from the answer of that. The Institute created them, so some people might think that they have the real final say of what they are. They literally know what they are. They have it all coded out down to the finest detail. And yet, the problem still exists, because clearly these guys have an interesting thought process. From their perspective, they think of a synth having feelings as more of a research problem to be fixed. This is not really a moral question for them, because they fundamentally believe that Gen 3s are no more than a smart fridge at the end of the day. Well, maybe that's more in line with what the Brotherhood thinks. The scientists in the Institute respect the work and the intricacies of synths, but not the actual humanity in them. Each of the synth generations were made to help them solve problems, and they see the Gen 3s exactly like that. They don't care that they might have feelings about it. That's just a side effect of the design. So of course they're biased. Did Frankenstein know that he was creating a monster? Probably not. And yet it happened anyways. The Institute has done this before with their FEV experiments in super mutants. Just because they created something doesn't actually mean they can control the end result. You can't create Frankenstein's monster and call it a bunny because you said so. It's not really how it works. They just know that they depend on synths to actually function now. Because of their hubris, they created an entire workforce to do everything for them. Synths clean, repair, scout, fight, infiltrate. They literally even hunt down other synths and bring them back. The Gen 3s are super valuable because they can replace people. This is the most dangerous weapon in the Wasteland for sure. I won't deny the Brotherhood of that. Imagine the Institute replacing every large faction's leader and taking that power for themselves. They could influence the entire world that way. So would they rather admit that synths have feelings, or instead take over the world? If they admit that maybe synths are more than machines, that means that the workforce is now a slave force, and that creates some huge issues for them. There are already cracks in the system. Scientists suggesting that there may be something more to them, like Alan Benet. It's getting a lot harder to explain away that they're nothing more than a tool to be used. If they can keep them synths, then the Institute are the heroes of the story, smarter and better than everyone else. More refined and would definitely not stoop to the level of wastelanders and God forbid slavers. That could never be them. Otherwise, some people might start thinking differently about the whole operation. This is how civil war is started, and the higher ups know this. So at the end of the day, you have to ask yourself if they even care about claiming synths as more than machines, or do they just care more about what it would cost them? The Brotherhood is basically the same way, just a little more simple-minded about it all. They don't see synths like tools to be used. They see them as weapons. We already talked about how bad it can get with synths taking over and replacing people in positions of power. Of course the Brotherhood would fear this. They don't want someone else having all that power. It would be terrible for the Wasteland. Unless it was them holding all that power, then it would be different. They think they exist to stop history from repeating itself with technology, and this perfectly aligns with that ideal. It would be a pretty easy job if you were Maxon to convince the rest of the Brotherhood that synths are the worst case scenario, tech-wise. And like I said, he's not wrong. The problem is that most of these synths don't have a choice. So really, is the problem the synths or the Institute? Without the Institute, then the synths are just regular people at that point. No one is controlling the puppet anymore. Do you think that would stop the Brotherhood from killing every last one of them? Definitely not. So it makes me wonder if it comes down to what they actually believe, which really they could make a good case for. Or is it something deeper? If I can't have it, no one can type of mentality. The Brotherhood wants to be the only big dog on the block, and the Institute was looking a little too big for its britches. So how dare they create abominations like synths? We are now forced to stop them. Do you get what I'm saying? Then there's the Railroad. They kind of come in sad with almost no power. And yet I think they have the purest mindset in this argument. I'm not saying that they aren't batshit crazy, but at least the intention seems somewhat pure. Their thought process is that the Gen 3s behave like people because they are people. They didn't come to this conclusion thanks to technology or even power. It was just from experience and them observing what happens to synths outside of the Institute. They talk with synths who tell them that they're afraid to die and that they remember childhoods that never even happened to them, still grieving over those fake memories. So what would the Railroad's bias even be in this argument? We know that they don't care about seizing power in the Commonwealth. Really, they couldn't care less. Most of them would lay down their lives for a synth. We don't see the Railroad out there helping to repair settlements and the good folk out. Their entire existence is focused on one thing only, and that's to help synths because they really do believe that they're more than machines. Sometimes they go a little too far, thinking that the older gens might have some rights, but that seems to stem from the most radical of the group. Maybe you could argue that the people that join the Railroad are just looking for a purpose, that they resist the Institute because it gives them a reason to wake up every day. Better to lose your life to a cause than to die by some roided out rad deer on the road, but that's definitely a stretch. So what do I think? Do you think I'm going to do the YouTube thing where I leave it vague so that I don't elicit hate or rage bait? No, I'll tell you how I really feel without sugarcoating it. Because even if you see every point of view and you get where they're coming from, at the end of the day, you know which argument you feel the strongest for. And fence sitting is only lying to yourself. Synths to me are clearly more than machines. In fact, they might just be human. I like to look at stuff through a scientific lens, even though I have no idea what I'm talking about. And from the information we have, synths are biologically human, down to the literal cellular level. The human body is a biological machine, and if you know how to make the right parts for it, you can build it from scratch. Being born and being built but having the same parts makes you the same thing, in my opinion. Diamonds can be formed naturally and man-made, yet they're essentially the same, but people will still value one over the other. Synths can think and have a consciousness, and even if you don't believe that they're on the same level of human beings, it's clear to see that they're still creatures capable of feeling, and they shouldn't be used and abused. We don't like it when dogs are used like slaves, and they're obviously a lower sentient form than a synth, but that's all just my opinion. I'm curious as to what you guys think, because like I said, the real argument isn't really about if they're human or machine. It's just more about who or why people want to control them in the first place.
Thank you. You have no idea how nice it is just to talk to someone.
It's not something I enjoy, but I pray to God that someone may learn from my mistakes.
Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about this guy. Joshua Graham is known across the Wasteland as the Burned Man, a figure wrapped in bandages from scarring and a man shrouded in rumor. People talk about how he survived fire in a fall that should have killed him. What they rarely talk about is the longer survival, the one that happens after, the survival of living with what he helped build and knowing he cannot undo it. Joshua's life begins in New Canaan, which is essentially a Mormon settlement formed into the ruins of Ogden, Utah. Compared to the rest of the Wasteland, New Canaan is structured and calm. People work together out of expectations and shared responsibilities. There are rules, so it's not abstract there like we see almost everywhere else, and it shapes daily life. Joshua grows up learning that what he does actually matters to other people, and actions have consequences, not just spiritually but practically. From a young age, Joshua shows a talent for language and he learns quickly. He understands not just the words being said, but how people think when they speak them, and he becomes a strategist in this regard. Not a real strategist, but a personal strategist. He notices how the same phrase can sound threatening to one group and comforting to another, and over time this shapes how he views conflict. He comes to believe that most violence begins with misunderstanding and that understanding can stop it before it grows. This core belief becomes part of his identity. When Joshua leaves New Canaan in 2246, he does not leave looking for authority or power, since that peace comes from a higher power. He leaves as a missionary and an interpreter. He wants to help people communicate. He wants to help communities survive without tearing each other apart, and his heart is in the right place. So, what else does he do? He joins the followers of the Apocalypse on an expedition near the Grand Canyon. One of the people traveling with him is Edward Sallow. At first, Joshua admires Sallow. Edward is educated and confident, and he speaks about history and civilizations with certainty. He talks about patterns, about why societies fail, and how order prevents collapse. To Joshua, he seems like someone trying to preserve knowledge and prevent the world from repeating its worst mistakes. And at this point, there's no reason for distrust. Yet, that changes when the expedition encounters the Blackfoot tribe. Joshua translates between the followers and the tribe, and something goes wrong. Whether it is a mistranslation or something deeper, the result is the same. The Blackfoots take the group captive, and during their captivity, Joshua learns that the tribe is losing a war against several others. Their fighters are dying, and their land is shrinking. Fear drives every decision they make. So, what does Edward do? Well, he decides to intervene. He teaches the Blackfoots how to fight, and he introduces discipline, training, weapon maintenance, and battlefield tactics. He explains history and warfare in terms the tribe understands. Joshua translates every lesson and every explanation. Without Joshua, Sallow can't communicate. Without Joshua, none of this happens. This is where Joshua's internal conflict truly begins. See, our goat here knows that this is wrong. He knows teaching people how to wage war goes against everything he believed growing up since he learned diplomacy and peace. He knows this is not why he left New Canaan. At the same time, he sees a reality he can't ignore. If nothing changes, these people will get wiped out. So he tells himself this is temporary. He tells himself this will end once the threat is gone, since refusing to help would make him responsible for deaths he could have prevented. That reasoning becomes his first compromise. See, this dilemma being displayed at this point is the age-old dilemma. Do you let nature take its course, or do you intervene if you have the means to do so? Well, Joshua faces it head-on and intervenes, which results in the Blackfoots winning the war. Edward effectively becomes their leader, and Joshua becomes essential. Translation turns into leadership. Joshua trains fighters, he plans attacks, he participates in raids against other tribes. He watches fear spread. He hears terror in voices he once spoke to as equals. Each time doubt surfaces, he pushes it down with justification. He tells himself unity matters more than comfort. He tells himself order matters more than freedom, since chaos would be worse. And each justification lowers the barrier for the next, and eventually Edward Sallow becomes Caesar. Thus, the Legion is born. You know, the faction that crucifies people in Nipton, the ones that enslave women. Joshua becomes the legate, Caesar's chief enforcer. His role is no longer about understanding people. It's about breaking them and rebuilding them under one rule. For decades, he helps expand the Legion across the Southwest. Tribe after tribe is absorbed. Names are erased while customs are destroyed. Families are broken apart and reorganized under Legion law. And Joshua knows this is wrong, but he also knows it works. Fortunately, this knowledge eats at him slowly. He doesn't wake up one day and abandon his morals. Instead, effectiveness replaces morality piece by piece. The voice inside him that questions what he is doing never disappears, but it does grow quieter until Joshua stops answering it. He tells himself stability justifies the cost and that history will remember results, not methods. Now, later you hear him admit he wasn't a brilliant strategist, or at least that wasn't what made him brilliant. But what made him effective was fear. His reputation spreads faster than the Legion itself. Assassins try to kill him and fail. Stories and legends, they grow around him. And the Legion uses those stories to control people before battles even begin. He becomes a symbol, and that symbol traps him. Leaving no longer feels possible, and he convinces himself that staying is the only way to keep things from getting worse. Then comes Hoover Dam. Joshua leads the Legion into battle the same way he always has. He assumes discipline and aggression will be enough, but he underestimates his enemy. The NCR pulls through, and Rangers and sharpshooters target Legion leadership. Command and morale breaks down. Boulder City, like I mentioned earlier, it gets rigged with explosives. Veteran Legion fighters are killed in moments, and confusion spreads, and the Legion collapses, and the legendary Joshua retreats. Now, obviously the defeat is public, and everyone in the Wasteland knows what happened. The Legion gets humiliated, at least militarily speaking, but Caesar does not forgive failure. Joshua is then dragged back east in front of the Legion and is covered in pitch, set on fire, and thrown into the Grand Canyon. What one might think is punishment at first is something even deeper. It's simply a means to erase him. It is meant to prove that no one, Not even the legate is above Caesar's will, but one thing above his will is the force of Joshua himself, since he survives.
I survived because the fire inside burned brighter than the fire around me. I fell down into that dark chasm. The flame burned on and on. The next morning, I woke up and crawled out of the northern edge of the Grand Canyon, that cursed place.
What follows is sheer endurance. He wakes up burned beyond recognition. His body barely functions and pain is constant. Drugs offer no relief and every movement hurts. Every breath hurts. He must replace his bandages daily, exposing raw flesh to open air. Each time, the pain returns in full. This goes on for months as he crawls and walks toward New Canaan, but during that journey, Joshua has nothing but time. Like any broken individual, he replays his life in fragments. Moments where he could have stopped and could have walked away. Moments where he knew something was wrong and continued anyway. He doesn't really blame Caesar like most simple minds might in the Mojave Wastes, but he blames himself. He knows he chose to stay all along, and he chose to lead and justified every step. So he asks himself why he lived, though he never settles on one answer. He believes God spared him. He also believes this survival is punishment that didn't end, so he carries both ideas at once, but neither bring comfort. When Joshua finally reaches New Canaan, he expected rejection and anger, but none of that happens. The people welcome him back and they don't demand repayment. They don't even confront him about his past. That forgiveness hurts him more than the burns ever did. Joshua believes he deserves judgment and he does not receive it, so the weight stays with him alone. Stories spread across the wasteland and we see that the Burn Man becomes a legend. Caesar forbids Joshua's name and sends legion assassins to hunt him. But like I mentioned earlier, Joshua forgives Caesar, not because Caesar deserves it, but because Joshua believes hate would pull him back into the mindset that created the legion to begin with. That belief is tested when New Canaan is destroyed. The White Legs attack while Joshua is gone, and most of the people are killed. Now, survivors flee into Zion Canyon and Joshua returns to Lost once more. He steps into leadership to protect those who remain and the tribes living in Zion. Daniel argues for evacuation and delay, and Joshua argues for resistance. Joshua tells himself that this is justice. He also knows violence comes easily to him, and he worries that ease means nothing truly changed and that the Legion never left him. This becomes the center of Joshua Graham's internal war. If he destroys the White Legs, he proves he can still become what he hates. If he spares them, he fears allowing future harm to happen again. He believes his punishment fits his past, and he believes mercy fits his faith. Those beliefs never fully align. His anger towards Caesar is real, but his deepest anger is aimed inward. He hates that he justified every step and that it felt right for so long. By the time the Courier meets him, Joshua has a heavy personality. The argument inside him is never stopped, but what changes is how he chooses to answer it.
In a world filled with misery and uncertainty, it is a great comfort to know that, in the end, there is light in the darkness.
Graham is not a story about easy redemption. He's a story about accountability, and he's essentially Fallout asking what happens after someone realizes the worst thing they ever did made sense to them at the time. In a wasteland full of arguments about power and control, Jay Grahams argues about responsibility and restraint. That argument follows him for the rest of his life and makes him one of the most complex and perhaps badass characters in the series. Even after Zion, Joshua knows that arguments inside him aren't resolved. It only changes shape. He understands that sparing an enemy doesn't erase the harm already done, just as punishment doesn't restore what was lost. He begins to accept that there may be no outcome where he feels clean again. He also realizes that leadership itself is part of the problem. Every time people follow him, he feels the weight of who he used to be. He worries that his presence alone pulls others toward conflict. He questions whether protecting people through strength teaches them the same lessons that shaped the Legion, and this fear never fully leaves him. As time passes, Joshua stops asking if he can be forgiven, and instead he asks how much control he truly has over the man he became. He knows he can choose restraint, but he also knows restraint requires constant effort. There is no final victory over his past. There is only daily resistance. The war inside Joshua Graham never truly ends. It simply becomes something he agrees to carry without pretending it will ever disappear.
Well, if it ain't my favorite vault dweller. Still riding high from pulling off that job?
Back in Appalachia, the bombs erase the rules. When people finally start coming back, they're building settlements and they're rebuilding ideas. What Fallout 76 does differently from other Fallout games is put those ideas face to face early on, before the world hardens into permanent borders. That conflict is best represented by two places: Foundation and Crater. They're close enough to hate each other and similar enough to argue forever. On one hand, the people at Foundation don't see themselves as conquerors, but see themselves as workers. Foundation is led by Paige, with day-to-day control handled by Ward. Paige's background matters more than it seems at first, because before the war, he ran the Construction Workers Union in Washington, D.C., which shapes everything about how Foundation operates. When the Great War hits, Paige and others escape to the capital on one of the last trains out of Union Station. And as they leave, they see the green haze hanging over the city. This moment sticks with the settlers since the outside world seems to end while their home became toxic and unsafe to live in without structure. They do the classic apocalyptic trope like travel and survive until they end up in Pittsburgh, where things eventually become too dangerous again. So they move south, slowly picking up people from all over: Pennsylvania, the capital Wasteland, anywhere someone wants stability. By the time they reach Appalachia, they're survivors who become a workforce. Foundation is built on the site of pre-war tourist attraction near Spruce Knob. The settlers clear trees, repurpose buildings, and power the place with a fusion generator through methodical planned rebuilding. That's the core of the Foundation ideology. They believe the world only gets safer when people commit to it. When people build walls, farms, power systems, and rules, humanity can grow. Foundation wants to reclaim Foundation as a home. To the settlers, chaos is the enemy. Wandering bands, short-term thinking, violence without purpose. They see the old raider culture as a reason Appalachia fell apart in the first place. And this is why they distrust outsiders. That's why Paige hesitates when Vault 76 shows up talking about the Scorch Plague. Paige doesn't reject the inoculation because he's stupid, but he rejects it because trusting strangers got people killed before. Only when Aubrey confirms the science does Foundation accept it, and even then, everything is measured. Foundation's long-term goal is expansion through settlement instead of conquest like with Caesar's Legion. Like the Legion, they need supply lines and protected roads to grow though. They want Appalachia to look like a place where people raise families again. Their flag says it clearly: a hand holding a hammer, a symbol of work before war. To the settlers, Vault 79 matters because it represents resources, and by the way, if you're new here, just know that Vault 79 has a fuck ton of gold, so the people who know about it are all clamoring to get inside. It too is part of the argument between the settlers and the Crater Raiders. But speaking of them, let's talk about their ideology. Crater wasn't built, it was claimed. The Raiders at Crater are led by Meg, formerly one of the Diehards. Now, this matters because the Diehards were not mindless killers like we see with most run-of-the-mill raiders. Diehards had rules. They believed in loyalty and choosing your own people. When the Scorch Plague hits Appalachia, the original raider groups are nearly wiped out. The survivors flee, some head to the Commonwealth, some to Washington, D.C. Along the way, they recruit and adapt. Then they hear something important: people are coming back to Appalachia. To Meg and her raiders, this isn't good news since they see this as an invasion. They bled for that land and they lost people there. Crater is built inside the wreckage of a crashed space station. It is intimidating on purpose with its walls of scrap towering high. If you look around, there's elevated positions and tight choke points. Outsiders aren't welcome here, and if you walked in uninvited, you're treated as a threat. Yes, raiders are usually cruel, but this is done from a viewpoint that's common sense. Crater's ideology centers on freedom through strength. There's no laws written by people who don't bleed with you. You take care of your own, and you don't pretend the world is safe. It's a very angsty band of people, but they're likable. This is why Meg is cautious with the scorched inoculation when you reach that point in the game. Raiders have heard promises before. They've watched old raider leaders like David Thorpe make the wrong calls and get everyone killed. Meg doesn't reject cooperation outright, but she does test it. She sends the Vault Dweller to help Aldridge and awaits to see results. To Crater, Vault 79 matters because it represents power. The gold inside means there's leverage. Leverage means you don't have to answer to anyone else. Meg doesn't want a rebuilt government telling raiders how to live. The Crater Raiders want to be strong enough that no one can force them to do anything they don't want to. But this is also why Crater despises Foundation. Foundation looks at Crater and sees everything that almost ended Appalachia: short-term survival and violence rhetoric. They see raiders as people who burn bridges and then complain there's nowhere left to go. Crater looks at Foundation and sees something worse: a slow return to the same systems that caused the old world to collapse. Rules that benefit some more than others, and where labor turns into obligation. Safety effectively becomes control. To the raiders, Foundation looks like a leash. But both groups come from a place of meaning well, and both sides think they're protecting Appalachia. As I mentioned before, the settlers believe safety only comes from cooperation and rebuilding. Raiders believe safety only comes from being strong enough to refuse control. The Scorch Plague forces them into temporary alignment, but Vault 79 exposes the truth. They were never fighting the same war, and even their locations reflect this divide. Foundation sits in the open, structured, defended by preparation and planning. Crater sits elevated, enclosed, defended by fear and readiness. One invites growth, the other deters threats, and the player stands between this argument. Fallout 76 asks which you're willing to accept. Foundation risks becoming the old world again, through a familiar NCR type of bureaucracy and expansion, but it offers stability, food, medicine, and a future that looks familiar. Crater risks staying dangerous forever with the violence and instability, but it offers autonomy and choice, and it feels very much like selfish survival without much of an apology. This is why the argument never ends. Foundation and Crater are enemies because they're rebuilding different futures on the same ground, and Appalachia isn't big enough for both visions to win.
I think this argument is more relevant than it ever has been, thanks to the current season of the show going on. Don't worry, I'm not here to spoil anything, but I did want to look at what the hell Vault-Tec was even thinking. The hard part in doing that is that there's basically no way to tell. We haven't really got a lot of information, so we just have to assume, and you know what they say about assuming, but to hell with it. We're going to do it anyways. But to even wonder why anyone would argue for them, we have to understand them. Vault-Tec, that is. Where they come from and what their goals were. And like I said, this is just what we know currently. It could and most likely will change in the future, but we still know a bit about them. They actually started as a defense corporation during the war back in the day. They were telling people that the nuclear war was on the horizon and everyone was going to basically die unless they got in one of their vaults. The US government really liked this pitch and decided to give Vault-Tec the go-ahead, which they called Project Safehouse. Did they have any idea what Vault-Tec was actually planning? Well, we'll get to that in a bit. Safehouse was made to build a bunch of vaults that would at least preserve a small percentage of the population, in case everything went to shit, and then it did. As far as the public goes, Vault-Tec advertised that they were here to save America, and that ended up working for them pretty well. They became incredibly rich and powerful during the crisis years. It got so large that by the time the actual bombs did fall, they were described as the largest company in America. Outcompeting someone like Nuka-Cola is actually pretty crazy, especially with how late they came in. They ended up valued at around $1 trillion, and enough political influence to now push around the government, however they saw fit. And in the end, at what I find probably the most important info for their argument, Vault-Tec's leadership ends up losing confidence in the United States as a nation that will recover. So to me, that says that they wanted to cut ties with the government, and instead believed that they had a better way to recreate the world. The pitch went from Save America to Save Vault-Tec. This is the shift to where we see the Vault experiments start to emerge. Vault-Tec ends up creating the Societal Preservation Program that was led by a man named Dr. Stanislaus Braun. And if Vault-Tec was putting their future and faith into a guy like Braun, they had no idea just how off base they really were. If you've seen the USS Callister episode from Black Mirror, then think of Braun like Robert Daly. Basically, they're the same person. What the program was made for was to use the vaults as controlled environments, so that they could gather data on humans under some insane conditions. Braun himself ends up tied to a lot of these experiments, so he had his hand in a lot of the cookie jars. Yes, the egomaniac like Dr. Braun is the one in charge of multiple experiments. Thanks, Vault-Tec. These experiments range from control vaults where nothing happened, to it's just a guy with some puppets, to some of the most sadistic shit we have ever seen. But why were they doing this? What the hell was even the point of it all? Because 200 years later, it doesn't seem like they did much with the data as far as we can tell. Well, it wasn't to save as many people as possible, I can tell you that much. They wanted a way to test social systems and stress out large populations of humans, just to see the outcome. Data, data, data. That is what they want. And they aren't doing it alone. The program had all sorts of private and powerful backers, including the Enclave, who were apparently deeply affiliated with the Vault program. It said that they wanted their own Vault data for their own great plan in the end. The Vault-Tec corpos are inviting higher level individuals to pitch them concepts and have them stake claims on specific vaults. Basically, they were turning the end of the world into a competition for who will get to own the future. You would think that maybe their goal was to accumulate a bunch of money, but if they actually believed that the world was going to end, why would they care about money? To try and use it all before the bombs did fall? Maybe. But in the end, Vault-Tec as a corporation, as far as we know, is basically dead. A lot of the vaults failed, including the experiments in them, so the data from those would be useless. If Vault-Tec's dream was to be some sole keeper of humanity, then that did not end up happening. The TV show has shown us that some piece of them is still around, but to what extent really? Could they use this data to actually make the Wasteland a better place? Did the end justify the horrific means? So since they're not around to prove their point, I'll try to do it for them. Everything is hypothetical, of course. We don't know how this data would really help anyone. Let's dismiss 90% of the experiments going on because it seemed like they were just intentionally to watch people be tortured. If they did have a purpose, it wasn't worth what those people went through. I'm talking about vaults like the Puppet Man. What was Vault-Tec trying to learn from a guy stuck all alone in a vault with a crate of puppets? Maybe something about isolation and multiple personalities? I don't even know. But then we had some vaults with some actual survival breakthroughs, with things like medicine or food. And while they're building these vaults, they were also building other devices to help people rebuild a nuked out world. The best one was the Gek, which was created by Future Tech. Don't worry, this is still Vault-Tec, it was just some side division of them. The Gek was made to specifically help vault dwellers re-emerge into the Wasteland. It would be used to make any wasteland lush with vegetation and water again. Vault 8 was a control vault, so they didn't have an experiment going on. But what they did have was a Gek, and they actually used it to help establish what we call Vault City. This is a very rare case, where Vault-Tec actually helped people establish themselves after the bombs. People in Vault City would have a very different outlook on Vault-Tec compared to someone that was trapped in a place like Vault 22. I'm sure those people would have a few kind words for them. But it's a strong argument for their case, because the Gek can be their "look at what we made." It can be a fresh new start for the people in the Wasteland. But this is one vault compared to hundreds. Vault 81 is interesting. What they were experimenting with here was medicine, because they knew that new diseases and illnesses would be a big problem for people 200 years later. The goal here was to make a cure for essentially everything, and that's actually a pretty good goal. Well, this is Vault-Tec, and getting to that point is going to cost a lot. Talk about biting off more than you can chew. They wanted to use residents in the vault as subjects, walking, talking petri dishes, while Vault-Tec scientists hid away in a secret lab watching them. That didn't end up happening because of someone that grew a conscience and stopped it from happening. But if it would they have actually reached the point where this was viable? Yes, the people in the vault, the subjects, would have went through horrific testing, pumped full of every disease in the known world, and most of them would have died. But if it ended up being a cure for every disease, including cancer, which is around more than it ever was thanks to radiation, then no doubt that cure would have saved more lives than ever harmed to create it. I talked about Vault 22 briefly, but they also had a really good thing going on there. They were trying to make food a constant thing, to never be worried about it ever again. They were going to experiments on crops there and maximize their output. Do we need more pumped up vegetables in this world? Probably not. But in a post-apocalypse, are you really worried if your food is organic or not? People are getting by with flea soup for God's sake. Unfortunately, some uncontrolled fungus took over the vault and killed everyone. And if that research got out now, it would probably lead to more of the Last of Us plague spreading throughout the Wasteland. But if it would have worked, maybe they would have saved thousands of people from starving to death. Maybe they had good intentions, but they couldn't execute. And of course, they did create control vaults, where there was no experiments at all. Why do that in the first place? Maybe to just test humanity itself. If there is no variable, can they still make it out there and do something for themselves? So I have to wonder, if you could cure every disease in the world, bring back forests and fertile land, solve world hunger, and save large populations of people, is the cost worth it? Well, to that I say I have to reference a great American soldier, Captain America. We don't trade lives. If you can sacrifice one innocent life for others, then you've already crossed the line of no return in your own logic. It boils down to a long-standing philosophical dilemma. The ends justify the means. Maybe that would be the case if all of Vault-Tec's experiments had a true purpose. Maybe there is an argument for them in that case, but most of it comes down to psychological torment, and I can't really see that being all that useful. The people of the Wasteland don't need Vault-Tec because life will find a way, and it has for over 200 years. I mean, it's not the best life, I won't lie, but maybe in another 200 years, things will start to look a little better.
I am not a synth.
I think everyone saw this one coming too, because Diamond City is yet another example of a Wasteland argument that feels reasonable right up until it starts eating itself. In the Commonwealth, people argue about the same things they argue about everywhere else. Protection, who owns what. Diamond City is a hair different though. Diamond City is where people start arguing about who is even allowed to exist next to them. Diamond City likes to call itself the Great Green Jewel, and compared to the rest of the Commonwealth, it kind of earns that title. It has walls and patrols, there's tons of shit here you don't see in most spots like schools. It even has power and probably the best food around, and a radio station that reaches almost everywhere. If you're a Wastelander, Diamond City looks like the shining city that tells us that things can go back to normal. But that image is exactly why the synth argument explodes here. See, Diamond City is built inside Fenway Park, a pre-war baseball stadium. On the day the bombs fell, the stadium was preparing for a World Series game, and when the nukes hit Boston, those massive walls did what they were built to do, and they protected what was inside. Those same walls become the foundation of the city decades later. The green monster stops being a baseball wall and starts being a symbol of a promise, which is, if you get inside, you're safe. From the very beginning, Diamond City is built around that whole idea. When the settlement is officially founded in 2130, it grows pretty fast. People flock to it because safety is rare. Over time, Diamond City becomes the economic heart of the Commonwealth. Caravans route through it, farmers supply it, merchants rely on it. Hell, Diamond City Radio becomes a soundtrack of the Wasteland, but with all this success, well, it brings expectations. People don't just want Diamond City to be safer than everywhere else, they want it to be certain and relatively predictable, and that illusion shatters with a single event known as the Broken Mask Incident. In 2229, a man named Mr. Carter walks into a Diamond City bar and opens fire, killing several people. Security takes him down, and when they examine the body, they realize something that permanently changes the city. This dude was a synth. That one moment rewires how Diamond City thinks, and from then on, danger isn't something outside the walls anymore because it's something that you can walk past, or something that talks to you, lives next to you, or even looks like you. Every disappearance starts to feel connected, and every strange behavior feels suspicious. The Institute stops being a rumor and starts being a shadow over everything. This is where the argument begins though, not because Diamond City necessarily hates synths, but because synths destroy certainty. Raiders are obvious, super mutants are obvious, radiation can be measured. Synths don't announce themselves though, they just simply exist, and people kind of view synths as a lie about humanity, and that terrifies people. You get this sense that fear creeps into daily life. Neighbors watch neighbors and rumors spread faster than facts. Diamond City stays safer from the outside world, but more hostile on the inside. Into that fear steps Mayor McDonough. The mayor runs for mayor in 2282 on the Mankind and McDonough platform. His message is simple and effective. Diamond City is under threat and outsiders are dangerous. And who can rescue the citizens from the mysterious? Well, according to him, it's him. He actually focuses heavily on ghouls, mostly because they are visible. They're easy to point at and easy to blame, and he promises to remove them from Diamond City in the name of safety, and the upper stands love this. As you get to know Diamond City, we understand that it's not as equal as it pretends to be. The wealthier residents live above the field in the old stadium seats, and they benefit most from stability and feel the least exposed to risk. They're also not the ones that have to watch their neighbors get dragged out of their homes though. Anyway, McDonough wins, and the anti-ghoul decree is enacted immediately. Ghoul families are forced out of the city by people they once lived beside. Homes are abandoned and belongings are taken. People are pushed into the ruins outside the walls to effectively die. Now, Diamond City tells itself that these crazy measures are necessary, that safety requires hard choices. But this moment matters more than most players realize, because Diamond City proves something about itself in that it's willing to sacrifice part of its population to preserve a feeling of safety. And once that line is crossed, it becomes easier to cross again. Surprisingly, or maybe not surprisingly because this is Fallout after all, is that McDonough is a synth. The man selling protection from infiltration is an Institute infiltrator himself. Designation M762, planted to monitor Diamond City, suppress investigations, and quietly guide the city away from confronting the Institute directly. This actually explains a lot. McDonough doesn't just benefit from paranoia, he needs it. Kind of like the governments we see today. As long as Diamond City is busy suspecting itself, it doesn't have the time to truly organize and unify, so fear becomes his best defense. What makes it worse is that the mayor probably doesn't even see himself as evil. He believes stability matters more than truth, and if people suffer along the way, well, that's acceptable. The Institute though, well, they see him as expendable. If he's exposed, he's cut loose. Now, Diamond City's argument becomes self-sustaining. The more afraid people become, the less they trust each other. The less they trust each other, the easier it is for the Institute to operate. Then we have Nick Valentine, who lives openly in Diamond City. He runs a detective agency, and yes, everyone knows he's a synth. He's tolerated because he doesn't threaten certainty. I mean, just look at him. He can't pass unnoticed. He saved a mayor's daughter and he proves to be useful. Unlike some synths, he never hid what he was, and that reveals the real issue. Diamond City isn't so much afraid of synths as it is afraid of not knowing who's a synth. Institute synths represent uncertainty while Nick represents something understandable. People like Piper Wright try to break through this though. Through public occurrences, Piper investigates corruption, kidnappings, and McDonough himself. She raises the idea that the mayor might be a synth long before anyone wants to hear it. Instead of listening, Diamond City bans her.
They snatch people up in the night and no one hears from them again.
She's effectively punished for being wrong. She's punished for being disruptive. Again, we see that truth threatens stability, and stability is the city's highest priority. So what is Diamond City really arguing about? On the surface, it's synths. Underneath, it's about belonging and who gets protection, or if you're not human, who gets expelled. Who is allowed inside the walls when fear starts deciding policy. Diamond City wants safety so badly that it starts eating the very thing that made it special, which, in my opinion, are 3 core principles revolving around trust, community, and shared survival. See, walls keep enemies out, and internally, fear turns neighbors into suspects. And that's why Diamond City never resolves the synth argument, because solving it would mean admitting that the city's greatest threat was never the Institute. It was what fear convinced people to do to each other. I wanted to kick this off with one of the most unbelievable survivors in Fallout history. A kid who should have been dust by 2087, let alone 2287. That is Billy Peabody, the ghoul child who spent 210 years locked inside a fridge. The same thing people use to store leftover Blamco mac and cheese. Billy lived in Quincy before the Great War, and when the bombs fell, he wasn't home, so he didn't have a shelter and he didn't have a plan. He just heard the explosions and jumped into the nearest fridge and shut the door. Sadly enough, it locked behind him with no handle on the inside. And Fallout lore basically shrugs off this weird plot hole in ghoul survival. Where things break is that ghouls in Fallout are fairly inconsistent enough, but Billy pushes it into contradiction territory. He survived without sustenance like food and water, but even with those things in mind, he also had no sunlight for even the most minute of vitamin intake, and he lacked oxygen and movement for over 2 centuries. Other ghouls need sustenance. Harlan in New Vegas had to eat radroaches. Necropolis ghouls literally die without a water supply. Even in Fallout 4, Kent needs food, and settlement ghouls require food and water just like humans. But Billy? Billy is operating on what looks like radiation photosynthesis. Maybe. I don't know. He's still a child too, and despite having no interaction with the outside world for centuries, he's relatively normal. Ghoulification stops aging, but apparently it also freezes you at the exact age you were irradiated. He's also had 0 neurological decline. He steps out of the fridge with perfect eyesight, whereas maybe we would have expected him to shun the light for a bit. I don't know, it just seems a little flawed. Speaking of, he has flawless motor skills and 0 muscle atrophy as we see him walk the Commonwealth with ease, and he has absolutely no psychological trauma too. Most people would lose their sanity being stuck in a dark, cramped space for hours. Billy did 210 years and walks out ready to pet dog meat. I love that when you meet him, he's also completely cheerful. He talks about baseball cards and remembers his friend Cindy. He loves dogs, and mentally, like I said, he's fine. More fine than most adults in the Wasteland. Billy Peabody survived the bombs and Fallout's own rules of biology and writing, and if anything in this universe qualifies as something that absolutely should not have survived nuclear Armageddon, it's this kid in a fridge. I guess you could say he's...
The pod will decontaminate and depressurize you before we head deeper in the vault.
Surprise, surprise. I know a lot of you are expecting this one, and for good reason. The sole survivor lived through improbable odds. He or she, depending on the gender you played, is Fallout 4's protagonist, and arguably the single most improbable human being in the entire post-nuclear world. And yes, that includes the ghoul kid who spent 2 centuries chilling next to leftover Blamco. Let's break down what actually happened to the sole survivor. On October 23rd, way back in 2077, they race into Vault 111 with their spouse and infant son. Vault-Tec tells them it's a decontamination process, which is corporate speak for cryogenic freezing. And then for the next 210 years, their body is frozen, unfrozen, refrozen, and left to sit in a malfunctioning cryotube that literally killed every other person in the vault, including their spouse. Yet somehow they walk out of the tube weirdly unharmed. I would expect some muscle atrophy and maybe brain damage to a degree, or like the slowing of mind at the very least. But the sole survivor experiences the opposite and actually has the ability to immediately sprint, jump, kill radroaches, read terminals, and all that shit in the first 5 minutes after thawing. Pretty impressive. Real cryogenic suspension destroys cells the moment ice crystals form. The sole survivor should have woken up as a slushie. Instead, they step out with peak physical performance, but maybe Vault-Tec just knows what they're doing. for once. But this isn't the only impossibility. They witnessed their spouse being murdered during a brief manual override of the pod, while fully conscious yet unable to move. That's quite a degree of psychological trauma. That's years of therapy, but for us, we grab a 10mm and go loot Sanctuary immediately afterward. Then there's the aging. The sole survivor sleeps through 2 entire centuries but doesn't age a single day. The lack of cognitive decline is impressive enough, and no organ degradation is equally impressive, resulting in our sole survivor being just a perfect time capsule of pre-war Boston. Vault 111 wasn't a stasis vault, it was really an experiment that failed. Everyone else died. The sole survivor simply didn't. We don't really get any explanation either. We don't see any hints of enhanced biology nor radiation-based mutation. But honestly, I'm cool with it because it makes for some sick lore, and Fallout 4 was actually dope. Out of every human being in the Commonwealth, this is the one person who legitimately shouldn't exist. The bombs didn't kill them, which is statistically really impressive. Cryogenic failure didn't kill them, which when you tour the vault you come to realize is also impressive. And then we have time, which also didn't kill them. The sole survivor is a cosmic glitch, the Fallout universe bending reality just enough to give the player a story to tell.
The Courier surviving New Vegas should not work, even by Fallout's own rules. And that's before getting into what happens later. So of course we have to talk about it. Benny shoots them in the head at close range and leaves them buried in a shallow grave outside of Goodsprings. This event is fixed canon. The shot happens, the burial happens. Victor later even says that he dug the Courier out of that grave and brought them to Doc Mitchell. We never get an exact time frame for how long the Courier was buried, only that they survived long enough for Victor to intervene. Doc Mitchell treats the Courier in Goodsprings and removes the pieces of lead from their head. He's explaining all of this to us in the intro. Mitchell, though, is a former Vault 21 resident and trained doctor. But even so, his clinic is just a small house with basic equipment. We never really see advanced medical tools that were used, only that the Courier was treated and recovered enough to leave town. When you get to Old World Blues later on, we find out that the gunshot caused a lasting brain injury. The think tank explains that the Courier survived because the bullet damaged the brain in a very specific way. The Courier is described as having a unique brain condition that makes this possible. They call this brain condition plot armorous. Just kidding. What the game doesn't show us is any forced impairment after recovery. There's no required loss of speech, movement, or decision making after they wake up. The Courier is fully functional and capable of operating independently almost immediately after leaving Goodsprings. And well, if you thought that should kill them, then it gets a whole lot weirder when you do get to Big MT. The Sync Autodoc removes the brain, spine, and heart of the Courier during the same procedure. All 3 of these organs are placed in containment units. Yet somehow, they're once again alive and still moving around, completing tasks across Big Mountain without those organs inside their body. In real life, the Courier would not survive for even a few seconds without their brain, spine, or heart. The brain controls breathing and basic reflexes, and without it, the body cannot regulate oxygen, blood pressure, or muscle movement at all. The spinal cord is the main pathways for signals between the brain and the rest of the body. So damage or removal stops breathing control, paralyzes your muscles, and it shuts down organ regulation pretty much immediately. The heart is of course required to pump oxygen and nutrients to the brain and organs. And once blood flow stops, brain cells begin dying within minutes due to lack of oxygen. No amount of medical skill, cybernetics, or emergency care could replace these systems instantly, or keep the body functioning without rapid total failure, which is why survival without any one of them is biologically impossible outside of the science fiction in Fallout. It's actually insane to even imagine. And don't forget that this is all still going on after they were shot in the head. The Courier survives a gunshot to the head before they have any cybernetic enhancements. The Big MT modifications came later. The technology explains what happened after Old World Blues, but not how the Courier lived long enough to reach that point. There are some in-game explanations, but they never fully resolve the issue. The bullet hit a survivable spot, Victor arrived in time, a trained vault doctor treated the injury, and then later extreme technology takes over critical biological functions. But even all of those combined push the limits of what's even possible in the Fallout universe. So the only thing we're left to assume is that obviously they're a synth. Not really, but wouldn't that be a plot twist? How we do make sense of this is that the Courier is just that guy or girl, a seemingly immortal Deathbringer. This one has been talked about a lot and it really doesn't make a whole lot of sense. How the hell did Moira survive the bomb in Megaton when no one else did? And also miraculously transformed into a ghoul extremely fast. If you set off the bomb, Megaton is destroyed in a massive explosion. But if you come back, you'll find out that good old Moira survived, but now ghoulified. You can talk to her after the detonation, and she's still Moira, with that goofiness we all love. Her voice doesn't even change. Here's the problem though. A blast like that is not just fire. It involves extreme force and heat, along with debris and radiation. If Moira was in Megaton when it went off, the force alone would be deadly by real-world standards. Severe burns would follow, with debris adding further damage. What's worse is that Megaton is a compact crater town built around the bomb itself. Basically, there is no protection from this blast. Moira can say that she was out of town when the bomb went off, but this only happens if the lone wanderer never started the Wasteland survival guide, or just never properly met her. If the quest was started, she can instead be found in the Megaton ruins, crawling out of the rubble like Ghoul Jesus or something. And how does she become a ghoul so fast? In Underworld, Carol explains that ghoulification usually takes months, maybe even a year based on her experience. Moira's change happens in a very short span of time. When you meet her after the blast, her skin is already peeling and she talks about it directly. She states that she thinks she's turning into a ghoul and acts like it's something that's already underway. Her condition is described as extreme radiation exposure, paired with serious burns while the change is happening. That might explain why she survives at all, but it does not explain how the transformation moves so fast compared to what other ghouls tell us later on. I will say though that Fallout does include some rare cases of rapid ghoulification, but almost all cases are a slow decline. The real explanation is that most likely the devs needed her around because she's a major quest giver, and a lot of her quests are like tutorials. But also, this is Fallout, and dark humor is a foundation of this franchise.
If there is one creature in Fallout that absolutely should not exist after the bombs and the collapse of society, or after basic biology had any say in the matter, it's the Deathclaw. This thing is absolutely massive. It's a reptilian apex predator that looks like a chameleon mixed with the size of a bear. As a kid, it was a nightmare to come across, and Fallout tells us it was created by the FEV. Deathclaws weren't born in the Wasteland so much as they were built. Before the Great War, the US military decided human soldiers were too fragile and expensive. They also didn't like that humans were prone to asking questions like, why are we doing war crimes? So the government engineered a bioweapon using Jackson's chameleons, spliced in whatever genetic material they could get their hands on, and created something designed to replace infantry entirely. They're stronger than power armor. They're faster than dogs. I would argue that as the apex predator, they're smarter than most raiders. It's a perfect battlefield monster. And then the bombs fell and the Deathclaws escaped. This is where things get biologically impossible. Within a few decades, Deathclaws spread across the continent like invasive dinosaurs. I mean, they became an apex predator in every biome. They roam the deserts of the Mojave and the swamps of Appalachia. They live in mountains, abandoned warehouses, Quarry Junction, places where even radiation struggles to survive. They reproduce rapidly and lay eggs bigger than bowling balls. And somehow they establish pack hierarchies like wolves with built-in swords for hands. Their design alone makes no sense in a post-nuclear world, as they're bipedal, which should make them slower, yet they can sprint on all fours like a cheetah. They're massive, so we'd actually expect them to collapse under their own weight. Their claws can bisect humans, meaning the force required would pulverize the wrist bones in real life. Have you ever looked at them and realized how agile they are? Their hide is tougher than metal, but still somehow flexible enough for them to twist and lunge with ease. And Evolution 101 says predators this size shouldn't exist without a stable ecosystem. There aren't enough Brahmin or unlucky travelers to sustain something this big, let alone entire packs of them. Like, actually think about it. What do these Deathclaws in the Mojave eat to survive and grow their pack? Rad Scorpions wouldn't be enough in terms of caloric intake. They'd be eating entire towns to survive, and when you look around, there simply isn't enough life for them to thrive unless they had a nest right off Las Vegas Boulevard. Then you have the intelligent Deathclaws, courtesy of the Enclave. These things didn't just survive the end of the world, but they learned to talk and built a society in Vault 13. They also developed a culture. Again, what are the odds of this happening? But even the normal ones break the rules. Deathclaws shrug off gunfire and explosives to a degree, and they also stalk prey silently despite weighing more than a small car. They breed like rabbits and adapted fast, so they remain the undisputed kings of the Wasteland no matter how many times the Brotherhood pretends they have it under control. The Deathclaw is the single biggest piece of evidence that whatever mutated ecosystem survived the bombs is running on video game logic, and they shouldn't be alive, and since they are, I would argue they shouldn't be thriving at minimum. My argument is that biologically, even if they were created from the FEV, which tends to create miraculous things, they shouldn't be as abundant as they are. Deathclaws inherited the Great War more than anything else, and the Wasteland has been terrified ever since. Of all the things that survived the Great War, few are more iconic, not to mention more scientifically nonsensical than the Radroach. Before shit hit the fan, people joked that cockroaches would be the only species to survive a nuclear apocalypse. Fallout devs took that joke and blasted it with radiation and then delivered giant roaches whose only purpose in life is to make your life a bit more annoying in initial gameplay. Let's address this part first. Real roaches are not apocalypse proof, though they do have better probabilities of living compared to most things. They're only about 5 times more resistant to radiation than humans. That sounds impressive until you realize nuclear blasts produce tens of thousands of times the lethal dose. In real life, roaches would likely become very dead. And yes, I know they can burrow and stuff like that, so maybe they survived the nuclear winter, but anatomically speaking, they wouldn't have a high chance of survival. But in Fallout, they get bigger thoraxes, longer antennae, crazy wings, and jaws strong enough to chew through humans. Radroaches are mutated American cockroaches that balloon to the size of household pets. They thrive really anywhere, like sewers, tunnels, vaults, and abandoned buildings. Pretty much anywhere dark. They usually feed on dead bodies, but if they catch you alone, they'll happily make themselves known. But this is a video on things that shouldn't have existed post-bombs, and radroaches shouldn't exist, at least their size. Biology doesn't work like that. Cockroaches breathe through tiny tubes called spiracles, I hope I'm saying that correctly, which are little airways along their body. As insects grow, these tubes can't deliver oxygen fast enough, which is why giant insects disappeared from Earth millions of years ago. Modern insects can't grow to the size of cats without suffocating. I actually didn't know this until making this video, but hopefully you learned something new with me too. Fallout Radroaches, however, said F the rules and mutated into territorial pack hunters that somehow don't collapse under their own metabolic needs. They're also surprisingly inconsistent. In Fallout 3, they're terrifying to Vault 101 security guards. In Fallout 4, you can punch them to death with your bare hands. In New Vegas cut content, some radroaches glow and can heal themselves with radiation blasts. And in Fallout Tactics, they grow as big as humans, spit venom, and one unique specimen, this thing, is literally the size of a car. There's levels to these things. Yet for all this, radroaches are still mostly treated as pests. Vault-Tec certainly didn't plan for them, but there they are, scurrying around vault hallways, ruining Paul Hannon's birthday, and causing the lone wanderer to learn firearm safety at age 10. They also somehow have medicinal value. Tribal groups use radroach innards to treat radiation poisoning, which is like curing sunburn by rubbing yourself with more sun. It doesn't make sense, but I like the irony. But hey, the Wasteland works in mysterious ways. Out of everything that crawled out of the post-nuclear world, radroaches are absurd. Too big to breathe and too common to ignore. They outlasted almost everything from most humans to governments and entire civilizations because cockroaches were always the universe's backup plan. Radroaches shouldn't really exist, but I'm glad they do.
Mirelurks are everywhere in Fallout, and the more you look at how they exist, the more problems start stacking up. Mirelurk is an overarching name used for mutated aquatic creatures, found in places like rivers, shorelines, and polluted waters. Enclave field research tells us that the common crab type Mirelurk carries traits is linked both to the Atlantic horseshoe crab and the Atlantic blue crab. Even in Fallout, the Enclave researchers say this combination does not fit standard biological classification, which already tells us that these creatures are not following normal evolutionary rules. Size is the first major issue. Mirelurks are way bigger than any crab or lobster they're believed to descend from, but they rely on an external shell rather than an internal skeleton. In real biology, exoskeletons become heavier and harder to support as size increases. Movement slows and the shell itself becomes a massive energy cost. It seems that Mirelurks ignore this completely. Have you ever been jump scared by one of these sprinting bastards? They're huge, heavily armored, and still fast on land, even sprinting and fighting for long periods, which contradicts how large armored arthropods would actually move. We know that pre-war shellfish were already increasing in size due to environmental damage, with terminals warning that growth was exceeding expected limits. After the bombs, Mirelurks are what came of that. Real crabs breathe through gills that work best in water and can only tolerate land for a small amount of time. A creature this large and active would need a totally different respiration system to survive constant land combat, and Mirelurks are said to reach maturity in just a few weeks. For an armored predator, that kind of growth speed is extreme. Rapid growth requires an insane amount of food. They need minerals for shell formation and muscle development. It also means they have to molt a lot, which in real crustaceans leaves them vulnerable and weak. So what we know is that the Enclave researchers could not classify Mirelurks cleanly. Their size exceeds what their suspected ancestors could physically support. Their growth rate demands resources the Wasteland should not be able to supply. Their armor speed and aggression clash with how exoskeletons actually function. Fallout's explanation of all of this is with radiation and environmental collapse. But from a real science standpoint, Mirelurks would need a complete biological redesign, at least to exist in the way that we see them. It's interesting stuff. Rad Scorpions are very similar to Mirelurks in why they shouldn't actually exist. Fallout actually gives Rad Scorpions a pretty good starting point. Razlo in the first game says they come from the North American Emperor Scorpions, just scaled up way past anything we've seen before. After the Great War, they're described as larger and more venomous than their pre-war ancestors. Razlo even says that the venom strength caught him off guard. The problem starts once you look at what the size increase would actually mean. Scorpions are arthropods with hard outer shells. As they increase in mass, that shell has to support more weight and the muscles have to move it, similar to the Mirelurks. Rad Scorpions reach sizes their ancestors never could. Seth even says in the game that a creature of this size should not exist through natural evolution or radiation-based mutation. Breathing adds another complication. Real scorpions rely on book lungs that work at small body sizes. Fallout Rad Scorpions are active for long stretches. They chase targets and erupt from the ground during fights. We don't know how that breathing would support that activity in such a large body. Rad Scorpions are also seen digging through packed soil and bursting up during combat. Shifting that amount of earth takes a ton of force and energy. Rad Scorpion venom is also stronger than before the war, but antidotes can still be produced from it. That means the venom became more potent while staying biologically usable. Then you have small Rad Scorpions, giant versions, queens, all existing across the Wasteland. They share similar behavior and anatomy even when the size gap is crazy. Rad Scorpions grow far beyond their original size, and they stay active for long periods, dig through the ground, and deliver stronger venom than their supposed ancestors. Fallout explains this through, ding ding ding, you guessed it, mutation. But it never fully explains how all of those traits work together in a creature built like a scorpion.
If there's any group in Fallout that proves survival after the bombs isn't about strength or luck, but pure unfiltered madness, it's the think tank. The 6 scientists of Big MT who decided the best way to outlive nuclear Armageddon was to remove their own brains and shove them into floating robot spheres with TV faces. And sure, it sounds crazy, but somehow it worked. Sort of. Before the Great War, Big MT's brightest minds created a project to preserve themselves beyond the lifespan of the human body. Organic meets mechanical immortality. The plan was simple. Dump their brains into a levitating chassis, plug them into some biogel, and let them continue sciencing forever, whilst simultaneously experiencing no aging and no distractions like having a digestive system. And after the bombs fell, it actually succeeded. The think tank lived long past humanity, and then immediately became a danger to humanity. Here's the part that makes zero sense. Their brains were preserved perfectly. Their memories were intact. Their personalities were unchanged, and in theory, they should have been hyper-intelligent saviors of the post-war world. Instead, they turned into deranged, bickering cartoon supervillains who perform experiments like grafting animal brains into appliances or creating light switches that flirt with you. Literally. Now, biologically, they shouldn't be alive for obvious reasons. Psychologically, they shouldn't be functional, yet they are. But technologically, they shouldn't even be able to leave their own building. That's because Dr. Mobius, the one think tank member who didn't immediately lose his sanity, hacked the others, wiped their memories, trapped them behind a radar fence, and forced them into a mental recursion loop. The smartest humans ever produced became prisoners of their own operating systems, endlessly spiraling inside a programming glitch they don't even know exists. And from an outsider's perspective, it's impressive how human they are where they talk and argue. Shooting lethal brain beams and running an entire scientific facility is also impressive in equal measure. All without bodies, mind you, and all while being barely sane enough to function. By the time we get to meet the think tank, it's a wonder they survive death and most impressively, each other. Eddie Winter is Boston's pre-war mob kingpin who decided that when everyone else was investing in bunkers, he'd invest in becoming immortal. I mean, aside from the bombs and Fallout, his lifestyle choices alone could be made into an argument about how he'd survived incredible odds. Before the Great War, Eddie Winter ran one of the most violent crime families in the city. I'm talking assassinations, robberies, extortion, all the shit you'd expect from a gang. If Boston had a law, Eddie broke it. He even owned a sub shop in South Boston, which is probably the least illegal thing he ever did. The Boston Police Department eventually launched Operation Winter's End, which is kind of a badass name, but it was a task force dedicated entirely to putting him away. And right when they finally had him cornered, Eddie pulled off the criminal equivalent of an Uno reverse card. He snitched on all his associates, cut a deal with the BADTFL, which stands for the Bureau of Alcohol, Drugs, Tobacco, Firearms, and Lasers, and of course he walked away with full immunity. But Eddie wasn't ever planning for a court date. He was actually planning for nuclear war. And here's where Fallout lore takes a hard left turn. Winter intentionally ghoulified himself before the bombs even dropped. It's not by accident or random exposure though, because this man signed up to become one of the first ghouls in history because he thought it would make him immortal. And somehow, clearly it worked. While everyone else either vaporized or mutated in 2077, Eddie Winter walked into a custom-built bunker beneath Andrews Station and stayed there for over 210 years. He didn't get hit with feral degeneration. Impressively, aside from the typical neurodegeneration I've mentioned in other cases, he also had no hunger or thirst issues. He had 2 centuries of simmering ego and bad intentions. I'm sure it wasn't easy, but somehow he managed. Scientifically, psychologically, biologically, Eddie should have rotted into a puddle long before 2287. Instead, he's one of the most stable long-term ghouls in the franchise. He's got a unique personality and full memory. And just think about that. Just stew in it. How is that possible? This fuck also has a full head of hair, which is honestly the most unrealistic part of this entire thing. But even the Wasteland has limits. When the synth version of Nick Valentine, carrying the memories and grudges of the detective Eddie crossed pre-war, finally cracks Winter's bunker code, Eddie's so-called eternal life ends the same way his criminal empire did. Violently and with terrible timing. Eddie Winter survived more than the bombs because he survived justice, time, biology, and the entire natural process of ghoulification. And that makes him one of the clearest examples of something that absolutely should not have made it past October 23rd, 2077. This one is in the same vein of last week's video. If there's one thing that somehow survived the Great War even better than living things, it's propaganda. Hyper-patriotic posters plastered all over the Wasteland that still look like they were printed yesterday. Or at least are in fairly good standing. Fallout's America may have crumbled into irradiated dust, but its marketing department was indestructible. Everywhere you go, from Boston to the Mojave to Appalachia, you'll find perfectly preserved posters urging citizens to drink Nuka-Cola, join the army, report communists. The list goes on. These 200-year-old sheets of paper survived a nuclear holocaust, not to mention weather erosion and acid rain, reoccurring radiation storms, maybe even looters, mold and mildew stemming from humidity, and the occasional mole rat nibbling on the edges. And they look great, all things considered. In real life, paper decomposes in decades. Ink fades in sunlight, and the adhesives fail, as we all know. Moisture destroys literally everything. Shout out to our East Coast viewers, because I know you know what I'm talking about. Fallout posters apparently are made out of the world's most insane tree pulp and printed with ink blessed by the gods. You could fire a fat man at these things and they'll still be clinging to the brick wall behind them. Okay, I'm getting carried away. Clearly that's more game mechanics than anything else. But the real thing that shouldn't have survived the bombs is the messaging. Pre-war America's propaganda machine was so powerful and relentless, yet so baked into the culture that its ideas outlived the nation itself. Even after 200 years of collapse, people still quote the slogans and can be seen wearing the uniforms. Most importantly, the people reenact the paranoia. We see fear of outsiders in the Mojave. Certain cultures and ideologies worship the military. There's still blind trust in corporations like Vault-Tec and Robco. The messaging echoes so loudly that the Wasteland is basically living inside the ghost of a country that no longer exists. In Fallout, propaganda outlived the civilization that created it. The slogans remain in the minds of survivors, and the cultural paranoia remains in every faction fighting for control of what little is left. In a world full of impossible creatures, one of the strangest things still standing is the cheerful reminder that
war never changes.
Cazadors. Their origin is tied to Big Mountain. Dr. Boris says he created them for research, says they were meant to stay contained and that they were sterile. The Mojave shows us it's the exact opposite of that. Cazadors show up far away from Big MT, spread into Zion Canyon, and they defend open nests filled with eggs, which means they can clearly reproduce and migrate. Size is obviously a problem for an insect this big based on oxygen and the other things we covered in earlier segments, so I won't go over all of that. But what really interests me is the flight. Real insects fly because their bodies are extremely light compared to their wing area, and they generate lift by keeping a steep body angle during powered flight. Cazadors fly with their bodies basically level, even when accelerating, hovering, or climbing. At that size, a flat flight angle would not create enough lift to stay airborne. To make it work, they would either need massive wings, way bigger than what they have, or a constant nose-up posture that they never show. Sharp turns and mobbing at you at the speed they do would break real-world physics. That being said, bigger wings still wouldn't solve everything. As insects scale up, muscle strain, heat buildup, and energy use increase fast. High-speed flapping generates heat that must be dumped somewhere. Cazadors fly long distances, attack constantly, as we know, and stay airborne in desert heat with no visible cooling system. Real insects at that size would overheat or exhaust themselves super fast. A Cazador sting can kill a person fast and continues damaging the body over time. Producing that toxin, storing it safely, and injecting it repeatedly would require specialized organs and resistance to self-poisoning. Maybe they do have that, but we've never heard of it. Plus, these things are incredible hunters, like outcompeting Deathclaws easily. With how scarce prey would be in the Wasteland, these guys would kill everything and anything pretty quickly, and then most likely starve out and die. Bears already sit near the upper edge of what a land predator can physically support. Yao Guai are larger and way more aggressive, yet they move fast and stay active for long periods of time. Bigger animals burn calories quickly, and bears already spend a huge part of their lives eating or conserving energy. A Yao Guai charging into fights, taking damage, and then staying mobile would need a steady food supply, and that supply the Wasteland isn't built to provide. Yao Guai are also seen all across irradiated regions, and some variants of them clearly carry radiation. We even have cubs that are seen in places like Zion Canyon, which confirms the species still reproduces. In real mammals, radiation damages cells and reduces fertility, and their behavior kind of clashes with real biology. Yao Guai attack humans and other dangerous wildlife instead of avoiding the risk. Real bears would avoid serious injury, because even a single wound can lead to death. A creature this aggressive would be racking up injuries and probably wouldn't be able to recover fast. You might be thinking a polar bear is a good comparison for their size and strength, but the environments don't really line up. Polar bears are built for extreme cold, wide open territory, and long hunting cycles tied to the sea ice, not broken urban ruins, forests, and deserts like the Wasteland. When polar bears are pushed out of their natural range and lose access to food, they do become more aggressive, maybe even hunting people, which does seem like a Yao Guai behavior at that point. The problem is that Yao Guai stay highly active and aggressive across multiple regions and climates, while a real polar bear under constant displacement would burn through energy, overheat, and struggle to survive long term. But what if there is a Yao Guai variant of a polar bear out there? That's terrifying to imagine.
Now we have one of Fallout's more charming and absurd collectibles, magazines and books. You know, like the likes of Hot Rodder, Grognak the Barbarian, Guns and Bullets, Tesla Science, Taboo Tattoos, magazines that somehow survived 2 centuries of nuclear hellfire and likely raiders using them as toilet paper, or maybe even the occasional Deathclaw stepping on them. But still, these things persist and they come out looking like they just shipped from a 2077 printing press. Let's be clear, we all know paper does not last 200 years. Especially not in the conditions Fallout presents. Real-world documents stored in climate-controlled museum vaults still yellow and disintegrate. Meanwhile, in Fallout, you find a Grognak comic sitting in a puddle of irradiated sewer water and it's fucking mint. Not to mention ready to grant you 25% melee damage like it's fresh off the rack of Hubris Comics. And it's not just that the magazines exist, it's how abundant they are relatively speaking. Vaults, houses, factories, raider camps, swamps, abandoned bunkers. The places are innumerable, and everyone in pre-war America apparently forgot to pick up their reading material before the bombs fell. There are more surviving copies of Hot Rodder in the Commonwealth than there are surviving cars. It's true. Go and try to drive a car in the Wasteland and tell me how it goes. But the real absurdity is how pristine the artwork and ink remain. You can practically smell the pre-war ink. Even the glossy covers look untouched, as if irradiated air worked as some kind of cosmic laminate. Then you have books, actual hardcover manuals like the US Covert Operations Manual or the Massachusetts Surgical Journal. Fallout treats them like eternal objects, surviving everything the apocalypse throws at them. They've sat on wooden shelves for 2 centuries in buildings with holes in the roof, yet they're still readable. And somehow reading one for 2 seconds permanently rewires your brain, giving you bonus skills forever like Neuralink or something. I think the real survivors of the Great War were actually these publishing companies. Every magazine you pick up in Fallout is a glimpse into a world long gone, frozen in time. But practically speaking, these things should have decomposed by the time the Lone Wanderer learned to walk. But Grognak endures. Grognak is love. Grognak is life. Few places in Fallout are more unbelievable than the New Vegas Strip. It's this glowing oasis of pre-war casinos in a desert that should have turned them into piles of radioactive dust. I remember stumbling upon it for the first time, and there was nothing quite like it in Fallout at the time. It could have been a mirage, but instead we had the Tops, the Ultralux, the Gamora, and the Lucky 38. The thing is that these buildings aren't just standing by the time we stroll into town though. If you go inside, they're thriving. There's fountains outside in a world where water is stupidly valuable, and if you go inside, you hear sloths chirping and Frank Sinatra singing sometimes. It literally feels like a mirage that shouldn't be real. It's a miracle of engineering, or more accurately, it's scientifically impossible. Let's start with the obvious. When the Great War hit, Las Vegas should have been obliterated. A city of military bases and population density is a prime target, but in Fallout's universe, Vegas gets 0 direct hits thanks to Mr. House's anti-missile defense system. Great, except that if you think about it, I don't know, the shockwaves or debris or atmosphere fallout, then it still should have caused catastrophic damage. High-rise buildings are not immune to seismic level impacts. Yet, the Strip stands tall, as if nothing happened. Then there's the real killer, which is a common theme in this video, and that's time. These casinos are 200 years old. If you walk around, you won't find maintenance crews like anywhere. Also, there's no material supply chain. After years of decay, you would think a building might need fresh steel, replacement windows, drywall, or working HVAC systems to survive the heat, but we don't have any of that. Any real-world skyscraper left unattended for a decade begins falling apart. I mean, just look at the Tropicana that was recently demoed. It was busted. So give it 200 years and you're left with a rubble heap inhabited by coyotes and ghosts. In Fallout, we have the electricity that still works, which means elevators still function. Again, pretty crazy all things considered. Neon lights still blaze every night. Slot machines' electronically complex systems remain fully operational. Carpets aren't dust and wallpaper isn't peeling, and the buildings aren't sinking into their own foundations. And even if Mr. House automated everything, you're telling me an entire robot workforce maintained structurally complex casinos for 2 centuries without a single EMP hit or malfunction? The Securitrons can barely navigate doorways without getting stuck, but they can do 200 years of construction level maintenance? My argument is that the New Vegas Strip should be gone. I would have expected a ghostly collection of metal skeletons poking out of the sand, but that's the beauty of Fallout, and particularly New Vegas. The Strip stands because the Mojave needs a glittering heart, a symbol of pre-war excess glowing defiantly in a dead world, not because it's scientifically improbable. In reality, those casinos should have collapsed before the NCR even reached Hoover Dam, but in Fallout, Vegas always wins.
One of the weirdest things in Fallout is how much pre-war food is still around and edible. You can walk into a ruined supermarket, crack open a box of sugar bombs or a can of Salisbury steak, and just eat it with no real issue. This is obviously problematic because these items have been sitting in open buildings for decades, or in most cases, close to 200 years later. That's McDonald's level preservation. Roofs are gone, shelves are exposed, and nothing is climate controlled. In real conditions like that, food wouldn't just get kinda stale. Packaged food does not last forever, even with preservatives. Cardboard boxes absorb moisture, plastic breaks down, metal cans rust, swell, and eventually leak, especially when exposed to humidity and dust. In Fallout, you can find these foods sitting in flooded basements, but they'll still function as a meal. I know Fallout is Fallout, but did they somehow create impervious cardboard or something? Radiation also doesn't solve this problem. In real science, radiation can sterilize food in very specific controlled doses, but outside of that, it actually damages organic material and speeds up chemical breakdown. Fallout food isn't shown being stored under sterile conditions, so irradiation would not keep it edible for generations. It would either ruin it or do nothing useful at all. Some foods in the series are labeled irradiated, which helps explain sickness or stat penalties, but that doesn't explain structural preservation. Mold, bacteria, and chemical spoilage are separate issues. Even shelf-stable foods like snack cakes or boxed cereal would still degrade once the packaging fails. And any pre-war food after 200 years should be non-existent or give you the shits till death. To be fair though, we do know that pre-war America relied heavily on artificial preservatives and extreme food processing, but even that should have its limits. No preservative keeps food intact for centuries in abandoned buildings. With all that in mind, I'm not missing the chance to get me a bowl of sugar bombs. Just looks too good. The Citadel is the Brotherhood base built into the ruins of the Pentagon, and it's one of those places where if you start thinking a bit too hard about it, it really shouldn't make sense. Washington, D.C. took massive damage during the war, and the Pentagon didn't escape that. Fallout 3 makes it pretty clear that the upper portions were blasted open and left exposed. If the Citadel had been directly targeted and hit by multiple nuclear warheads, it would not look the way it does in the game. The Pentagon was designed to survive conventional attacks, nearby explosions, and limited strategic strikes, not repeated direct nuclear ground bursts. A direct hit would generate temperatures, overpressure, and ground shock far beyond what reinforced concrete and steel could even handle. You would expect near total structural collapse. Maybe it was never directly hit though. But why wouldn't a US enemy target the #1 US target, basically? Maybe it was shielding like New Vegas, you might be saying. Well, we have nothing confirming that, and we do see that it was still hit. By the way, you can actually blow up the Citadel in the game, which is pretty sick. Once bombs hit the structure though, the damage wouldn't just stop with these bombs. Rain keeps getting inside, flooding becomes a problem, heat and cold crack the structure over time. Big concrete buildings don't stay stable once they're broken open. Water would get into the walls and the steel inside them would be breaking down. And weakened sections would slowly fail unless someone was keeping them up. The Brotherhood depends on the lower levels being usable, but underground areas are the first places that fall apart once systems shut down. When drainage stops working and power is gone, water builds up and air stops circulating properly. The Citadel only functions because the Brotherhood brings power back online and seals off large sections, not because the Pentagon survived in good shape on its own. The Citadel probably works in Fallout because of timing. Lion's group arrives in 2255, moves fast, and they fortify what they can. And this changes the ruins into something defensible. Without that and years of active rebuilding, the site wouldn't function as a headquarters. But hey, no way. We can't have a nuke wipe this place out. It looks too cool. Little Lamplight is a neat little idea in Fallout 3, but we all know how that would really go. We know that kids have lived there since the bombs fell, and that anyone who turns 16 has to leave, usually heading out to Big Town, whether they want to or not. Right away, the biggest problem we have is population. Where do all these kids even come from? For Little Lamplight to exist for this long, new children would need to keep showing up for nearly 200 years, and the game never really explains how this happens. That would mean kids repeatedly wandering in from the Wasteland or being left behind by adults, again and again, because all the adults are pushed off to Big Town. Maybe it's like a reverse cycle thing, where if Big Town has kids, they have to be shipped off to Little Lamplight. Long-term survival is another issue. A group of trapped students could hide in caves for a while, but a lasting settlement needs steady food, clean water, light, repairs, and waste control. Caves trap smoke and heat, so cooking and warmth would require careful airflow and fuel planning. The Great Chamber also has slightly irradiated water on the floor, which we can see the kids regularly walk through. Over time, that would mean repeated radiation exposure and health risks that all add up, even if each exposure is pretty small. Where are all the Billy Peabodys? Food has me asking even more questions. The kids talk about scavenging, but long scavenging trips are dangerous and physically demanding. They require weapons, planning, and strength, which obviously a bunch of twerps don't have a lot of. Though some of them do tell us that their food supply comes from glowing fungus, cave plants, and whatever small cave life they can catch. But growing children need steady protein and nutrients. Without consistent fresh food sources, you'd expect slower growth, weaker immune systems, and longer recovery from injuries. But Little Lamplight does have a clinic and Lucy acts as the doctor. But medicine runs out and equipment breaks. Antibiotics, painkillers, and sterile tools are very hard to replace. A bad infection, broken bone, or internal illness could easily turn deadly without trained adults and proper supplies, especially over all of these years. Let's not forget that Little Lamplight is directly connected to Vault 87, which is the major source of super mutants in the capital Wasteland. And then you have slavers from Paradise Falls as an active threat nearby. Traps and narrow tunnels would help, but guarding a settlement day after day takes numbers, experience, and people willing to fight. Maybe McCready is enough, but before him, these kids were screwed. In a more realistic version of the Fallout world, Little Lamplight would probably change quickly. Adults would take control early, stronger groups would overrun it, or it would only survive because adults outside of the caves protected it and then they send their kids here. But you never know. Kids can be pretty surprising. Have you ever really thought about language in Fallout? Over 2 centuries after the bombs, nearly everyone we meet still speaks clear, readable English. Accents exist, but they rarely block understanding, and people from completely different regions talk to each other without language getting in the way. That works for a game, of course, but it doesn't line up with how language normally changes over time. Languages shift fast when societies break down. New accents and speech habits can form in just a few generations. After the Great War, the United States didn't just lose its government. It lost nationwide schooling, mass media, standardized education, and long-range communication. Those systems are what keep a shared language stable. Without them, English would start splitting into local versions as communities start to grow apart. Most Fallout settlements are isolated. Plenty of people are born, grow up, and die without traveling far from home. That kind of separation speeds up language change. After this much time, people in the capital Wasteland, the Mojave, Appalachia, and the Commonwealth should have noticeable differences in speech. But in the games, those differences stay light enough that everyone still understands the same slang, grammar, and sentence structure. Language holds together better when people read and write it. Fallout does show education in vaults and a few organized groups. But outside of those places, schooling looks pretty limited. A lot of Wasteland kids probably learn speech by copying what they hear instead of reading it. Over time, that would push grammar towards simpler patterns and increase variation between towns, especially when written material becomes basically unavailable. Population movement would also change speech. Vault dwellers, wasteland settlers, tribals, ghouls, and migrants all grow up in different conditions. Some groups actually do show language drift, like the tribes whose speech blends English with other influences. That kind of change should be the rule and not the exception. Pre-war culture surviving intact makes things even harder to explain. Characters repeat old slogans, brand names, and cultural references way after the world that created those is gone. Radios and recordings exist, but not everywhere, and not constantly. Without steady exposure, those phrases should blur, shift meaning, or vanish entirely. Instead, they're easy to recognize, even for people who never lived in that world. The simplest explanation is that Fallout keeps English stable so that us, the player, can obviously follow the story. If language worked the way it usually does, the Wasteland would be full of stronger dialects, local slang, broken grammar, and real communication gaps. Conversations would need explanation or translation. The shared English everyone uses isn't realistic. It's for convenience.
What are you saying? Tell me a joke.
Doctors and modern medicine in Fallout are another case where the world works for gameplay, but the logic behind it starts to fall apart once you think about it a little too hard. 200 years after the bombs, the Wasteland still has people who can treat wounds, remove radiation, cure addiction, deal with disease, and in some cases perform medical procedures. Fallout 4 alone has working doctors in major hubs like Diamond City, Vault 81, Bunker Hill, Faction Headquarters, and even roaming with caravans. For that to be possible, medical knowledge would need to survive and be passed down across generations. And we don't really know how that happens. Modern medicine is not just a list of facts you memorize. It relies on long training and learning directly from experienced professionals. Before the war, that meant medical schools, hospitals, licensing systems, and supervised work. After the war, most of that is completely gone. The games do not explain how new doctors are trained in a consistent way over 2 centuries. Books, terminals, and holotapes help explain how that information survives, especially in vaults and intact pre-war facilities. Fallout obviously establishes that medical texts and recordings still exist, but what it doesn't is experience. Reading instructions is not the same as diagnosing infections or treating trauma under pressure. Without stable mentorship and controlled training spaces, medical skill would definitely get worse over time. Fallout instead shows us doctors who perform reliably across a lot of settlements. Modern treatment depends on clean tools, sterile conditions, antibiotics, pain control, and correct dosing. A lot of these items would degrade or become unsafe in real conditions. Fallout doctors still cure infections and addiction using small clinics with limited equipment. Chems like Stimpaks and Radroaches exist and clearly work, but the games rarely explain how they're produced, tested, and then kept effective across generations outside of major factions. The number of doctors is also insane. Even broke down or newly formed settlements can still support medical care. Doctors should be rare specialists tied to powerful groups with resources to support them, not Joe Blow you assign to your first aid station in the swamp. Vaults do help explain part of this. Some vaults preserve trained staff, equipment, and knowledge, and groups like the Institute clearly maintain advanced medical capability. The Brotherhood of Steel also fields trained medical personnel. That explains why doctors exist at all. The followers of the Apocalypse even had a medical training school, or, well, did. What it does not explain is how medical knowledge spreads so evenly into places with no clear vault origin, faction backing, or access to advanced infrastructure. If medicine followed real survival patterns, post-war healthcare would look very different. Most treatment would focus on basic wound care, improvised remedies, and limited drug use. Skilled surgeons and advanced doctors would be rare and closely protected. Auto docs would be a rare sought-out commodity, more so than they are now.
Why have you done this? Centuries of preparation. So much good undone.
Just look at this guy. How is he still alive? We've come to one of the most improbable survivors in Fallout. A man who didn't just outlive the Great War, but outlived everyone. Think about it. Every government and even most machines couldn't outlive him, and that is Robert Edwin House, the billionaire genius of New Vegas. He's the only human being in recorded history whose lifespan actually stopped obeying the rules of biology, and we know a little about why that is. Mr. House didn't survive by luck, but by turning himself into a hard drive connected to a life support machine. Before the bombs, he sealed himself inside a cryovault atop the Lucky 38, hooked into a network of medical devices, robotics, and environmental controls. And in theory, this should work for a few decades. Maybe. But as we know, he survived 204 years. No medical system in Fallout or in real life is designed to function flawlessly for 2 straight centuries. House's life support relies on pumps and sensors, which you can clearly see. He has cooling loops, nutrient feeds, robotics, and software that should have been obsolete before the NCR even existed. Think about it. All it would technically take is one circuit failure or one coolant leak. Have you ever had a corrupted file on your desktop? These little things would have taken him out and Vegas's air would have flatlined. Instead, House remains perfectly conscious, capable of maintaining an army of Securitrons. His mind hasn't degraded, fortunately. His organs, barely functional as they are, still hang on. His computers remain operational despite being older than most post-war nations. Even his communications network somehow stayed intact through decades of power shortages and Mojave dust storms, which likely had radiation in the mix. What's highly improbable is Mr. House is dependent on a system he can't physically repair. He's immobilized, clearly, so if anything broke around him, he couldn't replace it. The Lucky 38 in this regard is effectively his tomb, yet he survives. Not just as some old relic, but as the most technologically advanced figure in the Mojave. A man whose mind is sharper after 200 years of isolation than most people's are after a weekend bender at the Gomorrah. Mr. House outlived entropy and the collapse of civilization itself. By every law of biology and engineering, House should have died centuries ago. But Fallout needs a king of New Vegas, so House remains. Out of everything that clawed its way through the nuclear fire and somehow became a pillar of civilization, another weird survivor might be bottle caps. The entire economy of the Wasteland, which we covered in a prior vid, are these things. Thousands of miles of trade routes, caravans, black markets, settlements, mercenaries, and entire factions. They all run on the trash left over from the pre-war soda bottles. If you walked up to an economist before the bombs fell and asked what the world's reserve currency would be post-Fallout, they likely wouldn't have said Nuka caps. But let's break down why this makes no sense. First off, caps are fragile, despite what Fallout would tell us. They rust and bend and deteriorate, and you can literally crush them with your hand. Come on, I know you've bent one in half before, you rebel you. The idea that these things endure 2 centuries of the crazy shit we mentioned before, like acid rain or simply looters, and still exist in the millions? It's almost impossible. Almost. Meanwhile, bullets, which are valuable and hard to manufacture, somehow didn't become universal currency everywhere. Again, we talk about why in our other video, but basically it's because players wouldn't be as keen on shooting if bullets were highly sought after for monetary purposes. Second, caps don't have intrinsic value. They don't represent gold or even product anymore. They were just packaging waste. In a real post-war economy, people would turn to precious metals, ammo, medicine, water, or even food as a stable medium of exchange. Now, Fallout's dabbled in some of those things, but ultimately they said fuck that. And the biggest plot hole is counterfeiting. The entire system works until someone decides to manufacture new caps, which is exactly why Mr. House banned Nuka-Cola production in the Mojave. The moment someone finds a working cap press, the whole economy collapses. Bottle cap inflation isn't just possible, it's inevitable. And yet the currency holds firm for over 200 years across different regions and factions/governments with no standardized mint or oversight. Even Caesar's Legion couldn't do that. In a world of Deathclaws and ghouls that survived 210 years in refrigerators, bottle caps becoming the backbone of society might be one of Fallout's most unrealistic inventions, which is saying a lot. They shouldn't have survived the bombs, and they definitely shouldn't have become the Federal Reserve of the Wasteland, but somehow they did. Maybe because in Fallout, even the economy runs on nostalgia. If you've made it this far, we hope you enjoyed some of the more philosophical talking points we've been focusing on. What other philosophical concepts would you like us to dive into? Let us know in the comments below. Thanks for watching, and remember, enjoyed time is never wasted time, and we'll see you in the next.